I mean, Peke has played 7 different champions in 7 different games here at Worlds, but they also have all of the new picks here at Worlds ready to go and picks that
Всем
other
привет,
people
с вами
haven't
Iron
used yet. Plus,
Master,
Peke
и
and Soaz,
сегодня
they've
мы с
been
вами
playing
болеем
this
за
double
команду
TP
Origin.
high map pressure
Ну,
style
вообще,
for upwards
конечно,
of
кто за
4
кого хочет,
years.
тот и
And that is
болеет,
one of the
но
styles that
конкретно я
benefits
буду
from
болеть
experience
за
the most, because you
Origin,
constantly have
потому
to
что
reevaluate the game
офигенная
state
команда,
and
которая
continue to
прошла
make
очень большой,
quick decisions.
очень
Also, you force your
насыщенный
opponents
путь,
to make those same
и
decisions that they haven't
прошла
made
его
in those
очень и очень
scenarios
быстро,
before,
всего лишь
and they
за
start to
один
feel
год они
pressure and
сделали,
fall behind.
скажем так, карьеру от никому неизвестной челленджер команды, ну как неизвестной, которая просто не существовала. Поэтому за год они сделали карьеру, они прошли от челленджер серии, дошли до пробились в LCS и за первый же сплит дошли до финала, где уступили, к сожалению, Фнатикам 3-2. И сегодня у них первая игра с командой Team Solomid из Северной Америки. А вообще сегодняшний день будет посвящен группе D, которая представлена у нас командой Origin. Это Европа, Кейти Ролстер, Корея, Team Solomid, Северная Америка и LGD Gaming. Это у нас Китай. Если кто не в курсе, все прочили выход из группы с первого места команде LGD, однако посмотрите, они идут 0-3. После первой недели они продули вообще всем, причем именно продули. Смотреть было скучно, неинтересно, каких-то перемещений, интересных движений не показали вообще никак. Поэтому довольно унылая игра. Ну, Кейти Ролстер показали интересную игру, то есть за ними можно следить, болеть, все хорошо. Оригины великолепные, я болею за них, чуваки, вперед. Но TSM меня в принципе бесит. Слишком они какие-то пафосные, самоуверенные, ну и за что они платятся, собственно, идя 0. Нет, 1-2, все-таки они LGD Gaming смогли осилить. Ну и смотрим баны. Банят Калисту. Нилс может керить на ней, может. Там Кенч, клевый саппорт, который, по-моему, у него 100% винрейт на этом чемпионате мира. И играют там Кенчи вообще шикарно, мега шикарно. Так, ну и убирает Лулу. Лулу тоже такой стандартный бан. Оригины банят Twisted Fate, ну потому что Twisted Fate на этом чемпионате тоже всех задолбал уже своими ультами. Хотя товарищ Фейкер показал, что можно уничтожать Twisted Fate'ов, ну не только Фейкер, но и, конечно, вся его команда. Так, ну и смотрим. Баны Мордекайзер, Ганпланк стандартно, никто не хочет их видеть в команде соперников. А так как TSM первый пик, то банят они обоих, чтобы TSM не взяли. Так, ну и Элиза, естественно, Элиза, самый, наверное, интересный пик для леса в текущей мете. Очень мобильный, очень дамажащий персонаж. Ну и есть скиллы. Есть скиллы для доджа, каких-то глобальных действий, типа ульты, джинксы, там, аши и всего прочего, что может лететь. Так, ну Оригины у нас берут Кеннона. Очень неожиданно, конечно. Так, ну, Amazing. Я почти уверен, что Amazing будет на Гарагасе. То есть он зайдет нормально. И если Кеннон, то Кеннон у нас будет для топа. А вот пик Кармава, это Это прям довольно гибкий пик, потому что и XP на нем очень хорошо может сыграть. А потом откуда-то из-за горизонта поливать их грязью благодаря своей ульте и наносить вообще чудовищный урон. Поэтому все будет зависеть от того, конечно, кого возьмут TSM. Можно будет придумать, чего и как. Ну а Мифи у нас будет на трэше, на котором он очень и очень хорошо играет. Приятно посмотреть, особенно на его перемещение по карте, вечные ганки. Прикольно чувак играет. Так, ну и TSM, смотрим TSM. Взяли Джинксу Моргану. Вот такой, обладающий высоким потенциалом пик для убийства на лайн-фазе. Особенно если ластбой будет попадать всем так же, как Свордарт из команды Flash Wolves. И смотрите, Синдра для Бьорксона. Это что-то интересное. Ну, вообще удобно. То есть влетает Мальфит, следом клетка от Морганы, и там кого поймали, ему суют все, что летит. То есть достаточно один раз попасть, либо в кокон у Элизы, либо в клетку у Морганы, и будет печально. Ну и не забываем про стан, естественно, у Синдры. Шарики разлетаются. Так, и... Нет, Кэгмав, судя по всему, будет у нас АДК. Если в последний момент ничего не изменится. И да, XP будет на Ариане, на которой он уже показал, что с ним стоит считаться, что он может наносить просто гигантское количество урона. Ну и посмотрим, как Ориджинам удастся задефать своего Кэгмава, потому что не самая легкая задача будет, с учетом того, что есть Мальфит у TSM, и они очень-очень хорошо могут влететь. Опять-таки Amazing с ультой. Он может всю остальную команду откинуть после того, как влетит Мальфит. Поэтому интересно будет посмотреть, как команды будут пользоваться своими пиками. Особенно любопытно будет понаблюдать за Солозом на топе, потому что Кеннон это такой новый для него персонаж. Я его на Кенноне вообще не припомню. То есть он любит АПшников на топе, но Кеннона я не видел в его исполнении. И посмотрим.
LOL Esports, and for this first game you can use hashtag TSMWin or hashtag OGWin and let us know who you think is going to take the first game of the day. I think this is going to be a crazy group, man.
Very excited to kick off this day with you.
Oh yeah.
Just thinking back, even if TSM closed out that gold lead that they had, this group would have been Origin, Caddy, TSM, LG all the way at the bottom. This could have been even crazier, and even now it's going to be fantastic to see how this plays out.
As we move on to Summoner's Rift, yeah, TSM in both of their losses lost gold leads that they had between the 10 and 20 minute mark. These guys need to have a solid mid game.
Yeah, and remember, most of those were coming from Bjergsen creating that lead himself. He's not being given gold on his team. He's doing so much of this work.
Right.
Also, as we're into the Rift here, let's take note of some summoner spells here. It is going to be the double teleport for Origin, not really surprised there, but also Lustboy down on the bottom here for TSM with the exhaust, just in case Soaz makes it past all of these skill shots and into the team that you can't exhaust cannon during the ult.
You have to be a true ninja this time.
Так, я не пропадаю, я тут. Просто у меня тут чаек, а на улице снег, поэтому необходимо маленько греться.
primary in game. So it's,
Так вот,
it seems like it's a
ну,
a very
пока Когмав не
attractive
получит у нас
origin too.
Yeah, because at first
Тринити
glance you think,
Форс,
oh, they have Kog'Maw
Джинкса
and Orianna, they're sort of
плюс
trying to protect the Kog,
Моргана
maybe they'll
будут
save their
сильнее.
Gragas ult
То есть
for
они
defensive purposes.
вполне
That's the good thing about Gragas ultimate.
непринужденно
It is
могут
flexible.
уничтожить
You can also
либо
use it,
Трэша, либо
as an
Когмава,
initiation tool.
смотря кто там попадется в клетку. В принципе, им без разницы, особенно с учетом того, что у Трэша армор идет в душ, а как бы, в начале игры-то где ты душ наберешь?
So they will lane swap here against
Вот,
TSM.
и смотрим какие-то перемещения
Yeah, it's actually going to be a three-man
от TSM-ов.
late invade here for the red. They're going to start the red up actually a little bit
Ну
slowly,
и,
but Origin did see them walk on the way in, so
ну и ушли
they're
забирать
going to try and react. The only thing is that
красный
TSM
баф.
also have Santorin starting off their own red, so a double buff start
И
here for TSM.
да, и
However,
смотрите,
Turtle behind on experience
довольно
already.
неожиданно будет, потому что, да, Риджины видели, что баф, однако Санторин-то начал с красного, а красный баф Ориджинов брали саппорт и топпер. Вот в чем проблема. Довольно такой прикольный мув от команды TSM. Видно, что они думали над тем, что делать. И смотрим, ластбой подошел. Как бы ничего критичного особо, то что там уперли красный баф. Ну, кроме такого легкого разочарования и минус морали.
Yeah, and look at this. There's actually a very interesting mind game here from TSM. All they did was take the red and one of the small
Ну и так как Кеннон против Мальфита, то у него преимущество, в принципе, потому что он рейнджовый и скиллы у него тоже рейнджовые, поэтому он сможет прохорашивать Мальфита. То есть, смотрите, у Мальфита уже и половина маны, и половина хп, а Кеннон у нас довольно бодренько себя чувствует. С другой стороны, Мальфит у нас с фляжкой, поэтому он отхилится, и Элиза готова заходить, и будет килл. Да, First Blood. И вот из-за чего постоянно контестит Элизу во время пиков, потому что очень-очень рано она может начинать ганкать, и очень удачно, потому что в форме человека у нее урон идет от максимального хп соперника, ну а в форме паука от недостающего. А так как Бьорксен играет у нас на Синдре, а у Синдры очень и очень хороший урон, который в дальнейшем будет только расти с каждым разом, потому что максимальную силу ее скиллы на максимальной прокачке получает.
I'll give that one to you, but there are situations where... Yeah. I'll take it. Kobe's like, well, if I'm against the Syndra, no way she's getting away. I'm good enough to punish that. Because I'm thinking, if you just blow your E on Syndra, it actually leaves you extremely vulnerable and
Элизе,
great at closing it back. So, if Amazing had been there for a counter
на этом жизнь не кончена, потому что у Бьорксена ассист. Это все-таки полегче для Арианы. Тем более она себя вполне вольготно чувствует. Ну и Бьорксен знает, что лесник и саппорт где-то рядом, поэтому у другой стороны... О, и сейчас Санторин. У Санторина проблемы. Однако опасно. Сос может умереть. Придется ему отфлешиваться, конечно. Ну и немного такое странноватое движение было от Кеннона, потому что, дабл топ, АДК плюс саппорт, и преследовать паука, как бы, Немного странно, потому что там урон-то зашкаливающий. Ну и размен будет Т1 на дракона. Ну и благодаря хорошему фарму Ориджины 1-1 идут по голде, поэтому ничего страшного тут нету.
For TSM, because they're going to pick up this tower and actually establish a gold lead.
Yeah, the thing is that TSM also, actually didn't get in there quick enough in lane to zone Soaz off of all of those minions, so Soaz did soak up some experience, and Origin get a little bit back there in the top lane while they trade Dragon for first turret.
Wow, and Origin throughout Worlds has been very, very good about getting those dragons, and they got another one right now, but like you said, they need the gold. They need those turrets a little bit later. We'll see how fast they can take down the bot lane.
And a recall here, so not pressing on that bottom lane. And TSM, you get so much momentum in the game when you take down that first turret, and it's not a trade. So this is the thing that Origin are giving up for that early dragon. TSM gets a call for a swap. They send Wild Turtle and Let's Play down bottom quicker, and Turtle has actually gone for not only the pickaxe buy, but also stacked a longsword on top of it there. So that is going to be a delay in the Infinity Edge completion. Maybe he turns that into a Vamp Scepter, but he's just getting as much flat damage as he can in this early game to make use of the minigun attack speed and continue to keep the tower lead, try and keep up that pressure.
Makes sense. Bjergsen's still just farming in the mid lane, dead even in CS. Well, he was when I started that sentence anyway. Against Xpeke, who's going to be grabbing his blue buff here. And now, are you a little bit surprised that TSM didn't try to punish the splash that's been down on Xpeke?
He has been playing fairly safe on Orianna, trying to stay back and not extend too far into the lane. Plus, they did get a little bit of vision coverage for him. But, yeah.
Origin overall, they know that TSM likes to play with multiple members around mid lane, Bloodsport roaming. This is an old style of them. The response after that death from Xpeke was immediately nifty and amazing, roaming to mid and placing some wards. So pink ward went down, that got killed, but they still had a lot of wards remaining around mid lane. They just faded just now. But Pekka generally is protected well by his team. And again, that speaks to the dual synergy between jungler and support that is just far greater on Origin overall.
Makes sense. We finally got the 2v2 down in bot lane between Niels, Mithy, Lustboy, and Wild Turtle. Ward in the forward brush for both teams, actually. All can get cleared out by Origin, though.
Yeah, plus this time around, Pekka also protecting himself. Got his own pink ward there,
Yep.
So doing a little bit of his own vision. Bjergsen finds it immediately, though.
Yep, that one's not going to last too long. Well, we'll see. No, he's still going to get it. Yep. It's like a contest of whose orbs are superior.
Так, ну и Бjergsen подтягивает в тихушку Инквард. Только-только поставил его в Xpeke. И смотрите, Соус как вообще продамажит, и сейчас должен быть килл. Ну, Amazing решил, видимо, сыграть сейфово. Потому что можно было вполне сделать. Пролететь пузом вперед, флеш и ультой откинуть Дариуса. И это второе Т2 для TSM. В принципе, они в предыдущих играх также делали. Но проблема заключается в том, что они после этого нифига не делали. А Origin отличается тем, что они знают, что они делают, зачем и почему. И отличаются хорошим потенциалом для тимфайтов. Поэтому то, что они тут сейчас... Кстати, обратите внимание вообще. То есть TSM две вышки преимущества, целых две вышки. А по голде Ориджины впереди. То есть вот насколько влияет фарм хороший. То есть ФБ TSM две вышки, и они все равно отстают по голду. Поэтому не стоит недооценивать фарм. Фарм рулит. Ну и смотрите, Ботлейн Ориджинов очень грамотно поступает. То есть они не видят, где саппорт, видят только Джинксу, не видят лесника, поэтому они благополучно отступили и правильно сделали, потому что на них там уже начиналась охота. Ну а игра у нас будет долгой, потому что, ну, как мало еще третья часть осталась для Тринити Форса. И собирается ловить Эмейзинга. Смотрим, и тут же трэш, однако не попал и не может он попасть. Не смог он поймать фонарь, видимо, или решил не рисковать, потому что, ну, это только на словах. И в строчках комментариев от риотов. И вот о чем я говорил на стадии пиков. О том, что достаточно один раз попасть в кокон или в клетку Моргана, и вас уничтожит. Просто мгновенно сразу полетит все. Ну, поэтому в экспеке все и полетело. И два ассиста для Синдры и первый килл для Джинксы. Для Джинксы это вообще прям хорошо. Ну и Ориджины, да, отвечают вторым драконом. То есть им спешить некуда. Им необходимо, чтобы Кагмав набрал силу, собрал себе 2-3 кора хотя бы. За это время Грагас утанкуется достаточно уже. Кеннон там соберет себе Жоню. И вот тогда можно будет драться. Там уже хороший щит от Арианы будет. Поэтому посмотрим. Поэтому они особо не спешат. Они осознают свою силу, знают, в чем они сильны. По крайней мере, я в это очень-очень надеюсь. Но пока не приходится усомняться в их возможностях. Они показали, что они знают, чего хотят, знают, как этого добиться. И Бьорксон негодяй утащил бедного Остроклюва. Ну, с другой стороны, проблема одинаковая, что Мальфит отстает по фарму, что Ариану вечно убивают. Но тут фишка-то в чем? Мальфиту не обязательно доминировать на лайне, чтобы быть очень полезным. То есть он все равно соберет свои предметы, все равно он сможет ультануть в гущу врагов. Поэтому он будет полезен. Кеннону нужен сноубол, чтобы хорошо дамажить и по всем. Поэтому, ну, он фармит. Точно, ну и наоборот. Ариана против Синдры. То есть Ариана будет тоже полезна, потому что она, ну, по фарму она 1-1 практически идет. Тут беспокоиться незачем. Ну, у Синдры 2 ассиста, но это тоже не критично. Поэтому, ну, Xpeki пока ничего особо не теряет. То есть у того Грааль, у другого Грааль. Ну, и все хорошо у Арианы. Также все неплохо у Мальфита, поэтому, ну, ситуация вообще сейчас не склоняется ни в одну сторону, потому что у Ориджинов уже 2 дракона. Во-первых, они все равно выходят в лейт, а то, что они уже с самого начала начали стакать свою полезность за счет драконов, ну, это очень и очень хорошо. Потому что когда они наберут силу, у них там будет уже энное количество драконов, почти наверняка больше, чем у TSM. Поэтому и полезности драконы дадут очень и очень много.
TSM right now, all kind of hanging out on their side of the map. A lot of those wards, actually not too many of them have been pushed back too. I'm just like,
Ну и Кагмао собрал Trinity Force, теперь он может дуэлить спокойно Джинксу. И падает вторая вышка для Ориджинов. И они по голду практически сравнялись. А топеры у нас пока не задействуются. Они спокойненько фармят, у них там своя вечеринка. Ну и Кеннон, естественно, мало того, что он рейнджовый персонаж, так у него еще и маны нету, поэтому он может бесконечно харасить Дайруса, а Дайрусу приходится отходить периодически, чтобы пополнить ману. Ну и пока Мальфит у нас не собирает армор, вот первая накидка только появилась, поэтому каких-то скейлов от армора у него пока нету, ну и особо не предвидится. Скорее всего, сейчас будут ботинки на армор, что очень хорошо зайдут. Так, ну и минута до дракона. Ориджины обеспечивают себе вижен. Этим же начинают заниматься TSM, готовятся основательно к дракону. И вот сейчас, наверное, должен быть первый тимфайт за дракона. То есть TSM третьего отдавать так просто уже не собираются. Но Ориджины вышли вперед по голде. Смотрите. Сравнялись по вышкам, и все. Уже ничего не значат все эти киллы, ничего не значит First Blood. Они впереди. И зацепил Дайруса. Однако толку от этого пока никакого. Ну и 4 секунды до дракона. А TSM пытаются спровоцировать Ориджин отойти, чтобы защищать Т2. Однако Ориджины по фасту начинают делать, и пока TSM телились и пытались чего-нибудь организовать, Ориджины благополучно берут дракона и вообще в ус не дуют.
Was watching Wild Turtle farm. He was in the lane to get it with him, doing absolutely nothing while Santorin obviously will get outmatched 2v1, so Origin take control of the area, they go.
Так, ну и по ходу все идет к тому, что сейчас упадет Т2.
We are approaching the stage in the game where the 6% from the first dragon buff is fairly meaningful though. So TSM I don't want to get blind. Turtle's really far away though.
Ну и White Turtle должен умирать. Классно сыграл Солос. Наконец-то он задействовал себя, получил заслуженный первый килл. И приближается к Жоне. Но не забываем, что Джинкса потеряла флэш. Опасно для Амейзинга. Ну, Бьорксон утащит, конечно, синий, но тот вернется на место очень быстро. Потому что чем дальше он отходит, тем быстрее он регенит. И смотрите, сколько времени Бьорксон таскает синий баф и не дает. А Amazing ждет, он знает, что блудный сын вернется. Однако TSM задефали. Смогли они задефать. Так, а Xpeki наконец-то получил тоже первый ассист. Очень такая неспешная игра, ну потому что когда играете в «Защити Кога», всегда неспешная, потому что надо сначала дать Когу получить core-итемы, хотя бы парочку, и потом уже можно драться. Немного обидно, конечно, для оригинов, что нету стандартной лулы, которая очень хорошо защищает и заходит с Когом. Но в Origin решили взять Кеннона, и Кеннон у нас не беспокоится. И он взял ботинки, чтобы чаще можно было флешиться. Ну, потому что, судя по всему, ему так и придется. После того, как влетает Мальфит, а он отфлешивается во вражескую команду. И оказывается, Мальфит во вражеской, и Кеннон во вражеской. Только у Кеннона будет преимущество, потому что он собирает Жоню. Жоня на него прям must-have, а вот Мальфит будет получать очень сильно по лицу. Посмотрите, у него всего одна накидка на армор. То есть Когмаф его вообще разберет в мгновение. И ботинки он, кстати, взял мерки. Ну, в принципе, почему нет? Какая разница? Контроля у оригинов куча, поэтому мерки хорошо пройдут. Ну и плюс АП урон. У Нилса с ульты АПшный урон, если не ошибаюсь.
Cannon kind of falls off, but still serves its purpose later on if you can just get that Zodiac and buy time. Because if you're running a double carry composition with Kog'Maw or Orianna, that's enough for Soas. All he has to do is buy time. Because it's not like Dyrus who outscale him anyways in terms of damage.
Yeah. Origin moving into that tier 2 in top lane now. Wave clear's still pretty good for TSM at this point.
One scaling point though for
пока Кеннон на 50 крипов лидирует над Мальфитом. Ну и становится как-то немного страшно за TSM-ов. Потому что армора нету. А оригины делают ставку на Когмава. Да, у них очень и очень много АП урона, но все-таки уничтожать соперников будет Когмав. И без армора будет очень и очень плохо. То есть сейчас он закончил ботер, и все. И сейчас должны, кстати, оригины начинать уже тимфайтиться. Потому что все готово для этого. Кок набрал силу. Кеннон зарашил Жоню и Abyssal Scepter. Так, и дракон. Судя по всему, они решают отдавать оригины. То есть будут менять на вышку на топе. Да, они сознательно отдают, и смотрите, вполне возможно будут пытаться делать на Шора, нет? Однако вард, коварный вард палит.
Luckily for TSM, Origin was kind of out of wards by the time they moved into the Baron, because if you can see, there's a few wards being placed right there, but not too many. D-warding hasn't been done perfectly either. And TSM, when it comes to a team that can face check and rush
Ну и нет, TSM не могут безопасно чекнуть. И Дайрус умирать, должен умирать. Нет. Да, ну Мальфит решил не тратить ульту, потратить флеш, потому что, скорее всего, сейчас будет дуэль за Нашора, а у Дайруса он все равно придет с телепортом, и ульта будет намного полезнее в этом моменте. Однако TSM вот спокойненько отгоняют соперников, сейчас зачистят Vision, и Ориджины потеряют энное количество голды за счет убитых пинков. Бедные пинки, они даже не могут ответить. Ну и еще мы не видели, кстати, агрессивных телепортов от Xpeki, потому что пока он использовал телепорты для того, чтобы побыстрее вернуться на лайн, после того, как его убивали. Ну, это очень хорошо, потому что он вообще по фарму не отстает ни насколько. Но вот то, что теперь на один ассист у Синдры больше, так это вообще никакой роли не играет. Особенно если обратить внимание на время, которое сейчас на часах. 28 минута, один ассист, ну, это не страшно. Так, ну и Соос смотрим. Пытается убежать. И да, будет прерывать. И Соос, наверное, все-таки... Нет, Дайрус не стал его почему-то преследовать. Ну, естественно, потому что у них там вижена нету. Вообще никакого на синем бафе у Ориджинов. Поэтому он решил не рисковать, сыграть безопасно. Однако собрал он уже накидку пламени. И у него наконец-то появился армор. Теперь он хоть что-то сможет противопоставить Кармалу. А Кока, посмотрите, он тоже проапгрейдил ботинки на то, чтобы использовать чаще флеш. Так, ну и Кенону сейчас необходим уже вейдстав, потому что фронтлайнов он уже очень и очень слабо пробивает. Дайрус спокойно с ним ходил и мог бы убить, если бы захотел, конечно. Хотя, не знаю, Соус мог, конечно, и задоджить Джонни ульту Мальфита, но решил, видимо, не тратить ее. Так, ну и полторы минуты до дракона. Посмотрим, будут нет стараться Ориджин получить его. Потому что они могут. У них есть все для того, чтобы драться. Ну, пожалуй, нету еще КСС для Нилса. Если будет КСС, то это будет классно. Так, и нет, Ориджины спалились. Просветила их Джинкса. И они решают пушить бот. Сейчас будет так называемый бейс-рейс. Но тут преимущество-то у TSM, потому что у них есть Джинкса, который мгновенно сносит вышки и... Да, не самое лучшее решение в исполнении Ориджинов. Потому что необходимо все-таки рассчитывать свои силы. Смотрите, как уверен Нил в своей команде. Он начинает... Взял большой меч. А не КСС. И смотрите, сколько сейчас урона в Дайруса зайдет. Вот как сильно дамажит, как мав. И четвертый дракон, и... Скорее всего, это будет ингибитор для TSM-ов. 100%. Однако сейчас есть возможность получить эйс. И сейчас будет влетать. Нет, Кеннон, флэш от Кеннона где? И вся команда TSM практически без флешей. Остался только у Мальфита, которого не было в этом действии. И вот спокойно отошли. Вот в чем проблема. И сейчас не успевают Ориджины брать, там уже вернулись соперники. И хорошая ульта зашла от Арианы. Соас. И нет, умрет Соас. И приходится отходить Ориджином, то есть размен 1 в 1. Правда, саппорта на топера, что не самое хорошее. Соас хорошо влетел в соперников. Но проблема в том, что все молнии уже отработали по всем. Поэтому никого они больше не затронули, никого не убили. И законтролили Кеннона, беднягу. Бедный электрический хомяк. И сейчас все опять откатывается назад. Опять затяжная осада. Опять 2000 преимущества по золоту. А Соас, видимо, собирать будет у нас. И экспеки нет. Так, ну, как бы для Рианы ничего страшного, потому что в случае чего у нее есть телепорт, и она очень быстро может прийти на помощь своей команде, поэтому TSM тут из этого ничего не светит, из этой ситуации. И Кеннон будет Рабадон рашить следующим итемом. As long as the defending team is able to clear out the super minion, they actually get more gold up that lane, since TSM's minions will kill all of Origin's minions on their side of the map, and Origin can try and just farm defensively. The drawback, of course, is pressure and the loss of vision. Я думал, все-таки Void Staff. Потому что харасишь ты все-таки дольше, чем длится тимфайт. Так, и Amazing'у так неплохо напинали и отогнали его. То есть сейчас могут пытаться TSM брать на Шора. Потому что Amazing без здоровья. Так, идет Ариана. А нет, идет Кеннон. И опасно. Санторин тоже без ХП, поэтому ничего не выйдет из этого. Ариана собрала стандартный билд на себя. То есть Грааль, Рабадон, Void Staff, и теперь она очень хороший урон будет наносить. Так, а что будет собирать Так. Нилс собирает какие-то куски. То есть был БФ, теперь у него Зил. А Ариана, смотрите, она берет КСС. КСС. Вообще КСС, конечно, всем тут нужен в этой команде. Эх, чуть-чуть не дотянулись до Дайруса, у него уже пошла 4-я тысяча здоровья. И он приближается к тому, чтобы уже закончить Баньшу. Хорошо, что есть Кагма в команде у Ориджинов, потому что он может издалека безопасно сбить все-таки Баньшу Мальфиту, иначе будет плохо, когда он влетит. А Кеннон закончил и Рабадон. Теперь он намного больше урона будет наносить. Однако выживаемость у него, конечно, вообще никакая. Хомяку сейчас нужен, не знаю, Void Staff или Релай. Не знаю даже, что лучше. Так, и 5 секунд до дракона. И посмотрим. Нет, не успеют Ориджины взять. Но сейчас должен отзонить Кеннон. Смотрите, успевают. Кеннон пугает своим присутствием вражескую команду. И ничего не происходит. А теперь Ориджины будут контестить. Будут спокойно контестить дракона. Ну, хотя он быстро упадет, конечно. Не успеют они. И было бы вообще для Ориджинов просто идеально получить дракона. Пятый дракон, пятый Нашор и Нашор. Совместно-то они очень и очень хороший урон будут наносить по вышкам и соперникам.
They do like their vision in between the lanes, especially now that they have the Baron buff. That 1v1 that Dyrus was winning against Soas earlier, for example, he may not win that anymore because there's so many magic.
И сейчас сколько расщепит. Да. Так, ну и, скорее всего, Ориджинам необходимо сейчас будет отойти закупиться. Ну и за одним отпушить топ. Так, Нилс у нас взял Фантом Дансер. И, ну, БФ он взял просто для флэт урона, чтобы автоатаками не просто там проками и всякими онхит-эффектами дамажить, но еще и просто прямым АП, который очень хорошо пойдет там по всяким Бьорксонам, Вартелтлам, Ластбою. То есть по всем сквишам. Ну и, кстати, по Элизе он тоже очень хорошо пойдет, потому что у нее только ХП, армора нету. Поэтому хорошо. Все хорошо. Ну а он не собирает КСС по одной причине. Потому что у него есть саппорт Мифи, который собрал Микаэль. Поэтому вообще он не беспокоится. Мы ждем, когда Ориджины наконец-то начнут обострять. У них есть все, что они хотели, все, что они желали. Так, большую сбили у Дайруса. И сплит-пуш от Xpeki. Так, и придется какой-то лайн отдавать. Скорее всего, бэтлейновую башню отдадут сейчас. Мифи затанчит ее просто. И с проком Infinity, ой, с проком Тринити. Ок его быстренько зашредит. Кеннон пытается обижать Мальфита, однако это вряд ли хорошо получится у него, потому что у Мальфита двоит ему на магрезист, еще и мерки. А пока нету, следующим митом будет вайтстав для Кеннона.
So I just had a look. Misty sitting under 2000 HP at this point, so doesn't really have all too much in terms of resistances. 40.
Ну и все, на шор спал. Ориджины особо никак не воспользовались своим преимуществом. TSM очень хорошо отдефали, потому что у них отпушивающий потенциал очень хороший, благодаря Синдре и Джинксе. То есть запушить их так легко под вышку не получается.
One of the other things it's going to depend on a lot is that Dragon that's coming up in minute 25 again. Some fans so far predicting Origin to take this one, but it still seems pretty close.
This is good here. TSM moving in for some deep vision. About a minute 15 seconds before objectives. Generally, when you get the first layer in, then you can choose to base if you want more wards to supplement that, or if you want just going to keep control of this area and punish people warding it. For a pick here.
И Нилс сейчас чуть не допустил роковую ошибку для своей команды. Если бы его сейчас контроль зацепил, это было бы прям вообще печально. Xpeki пришлось ультануть, чтобы отдефать вышку, не дать ее в обиду, чтобы успели все подойти. Ну и приходится отпушивать еще и на миду команде Ориджина, потому что у них там открытый ингибитор. Ну и 20 секунд до дракона. Пятый дракон для Ориджинов и третий для TSM-ов. Так, ну и закончил вайтстав Соас. Теперь он наконец-то может пробивать фронтлайнов. Ну и страшно. Вот не надо стоять Ориджином вот в этом узеньком пролетике. Смотрите, Нилс вообще не боится. Уверен, а Ластбой потерял кучу здоровья. И нет! Как вообще можно было? Жесть какая-то. Amazing, это просто тебе такой минус в карму. Просрать, блин, обидно. Рановато он смайтанул, как раз перед тем, как влетела ракета. Ну и Ориджины опять отходят, опять ждут следующего следующего шанса для того, чтобы взять Нашора или Дракона. Ну и вероятно, что смогут взять, потому что нет, все-таки стараются не рисковать TSM. Но это самая адекватная их игра на этом чемпионате. Ну и наконец-то QSS обзавелся у нас Нилс. И пропустили переквартник. Грагас заметил все-таки. Так, ну и посмотрим. TSM могут решить, что разменять Нашора на очередной ингибитор. И рядом. И наконец-то Нашора взяли. Все, сейчас Ориджины решают отходить, судя по всему. И да, они скорее всего успеют забрать Т1. Да, смотрите, как точно все рассчитано. То есть они же знали, что TSM и бэкаются. Ну, так как там сколько? 7-6 секунд на возврат, то Ориджины в курсе были этого, и этим очень классно воспользовались.
Slowly but surely, Origin has been taking more and more of a gold lead. They're up to 7,000 now. And of course, we're at this point where
бедный Нилс, а еще более бедный Грагас, который вообще не участвовал в битвах. Потратил Amazing Flash, попался все-таки, нет у него. Не хватило на него, видимо, QSS-ов.
Origin actually peak earlier, like right about now. They don't have inventory space left to max out. And AP Mage does not work with Quicksilver Sash. You can't upgrade it into an AP item. The only choice for Peke would be getting Mercurial Scimitar after this.
Так, ну и Ориджины, по идее, должны пытаться сносить ингибитор. Однако Соус уходит отпушивать ботлейн, потому что там такая здоровая пачка крипов уже пришла. Однако у него есть телепорт и... Да, отдают... Нет, не отдают. И Infinity Edge закончен для Кагмала. То есть у него остался всего последний итем на то, чтобы стать самым радостным Кагмалом в этом мире. Так, ну а Соус у нас сплит пушит. Остался просто один удар, еще и под Нашором. Поэтому Соус сейчас с одного удара снимет эту вышку. И смотрите, сплит-пуш. То, что любят вообще Ориджины еще со времен Фнатиков. Сплит-пуш и бэкдор. Смотрите, сносит. Все, забрал. Так, Икспеки попадают, задействует Микаэль. И ничего не происходит, не доковыряли они все-таки ингибитор. И, однако, Соус в это время открыл второй ингиб. Поэтому сейчас все уйдут на бэк. Уйдут на бэк. И все будет решаться вокруг Дракона. Будут нет пытаться контестить его TSM, не знаю. Посмотрим. Однако, смотрите, Нилс вернулся, не отошел, и будет ингибитор. Хитрый Нилс. Думали все, что отошли Ориджины полным составом на Дракона, однако остались они. И смотрите. Вот они, два телепорта уничтожили Дариуса, и первая вышка ушла вместе с Дариусом. Это что-то с чем-то. Мифи попал, однако ультует тут же со Икспеке, чтобы отогнать, и уничтожили. Икспеке подставляет Нилса, уйдя в Жоню. И почти наверняка это будет дракон, потому что Мифи-то сейчас очень близок к тому, чтобы отправиться в лучшие миры. Но Икспеки один не задефает. Хотя помешают. Кто лучше смайтит? И все-таки сосмайтил Amazing. Отомстил он наконец-то TSM-ом. И кроме Нилса... почему кроме? Нилс в том числе. Все получают. Это же не на шор. Молодец, Amazing. Все. Очистил ты свою карму.
I think Santorin did the math wrong and Q smite wasn't enough and Amazing smoke.
Ну и смотрите, на Элизе до сих пор нет армора. Кармаура щипит просто Элизу и не заметит ее. Так, ну и второй. Так, TSM решают. Смотрите, хитрый план TSM-ов. Они хотели попробовать уничтожить ингибитор, однако не успевают. Ориджины оказались быстрее. Плюс 5 драконов. Это, по-моему, двукратное же усиление предыдущих всех. А это 30% увеличение урона по вышкам. Поэтому Ариана с лесником, не обладая там какими-то выдающимися способностями по сносу. Смотрите, Икспеки. Он полностью фулл, поэтому ему пришлось покупать КСС. Он сейчас из руки так неплохо надамаживать будет, неожиданно. Так, и Сос, грамотно. Смотрите, он не влетал в соперников, он зонил. Он зонил соперников, чтобы в его команду никто не влетел. Ну и сейчас Ориджинам достаточно подождать чуть-чуть. И да, должны сносить, уничтожать. Да, уничтожили. Так, и сейчас будут умирать соперники. И очень-очень неудачно пришел Дайрус. Сейчас его аннигилируют как мав. Ну и все, эйс. И это финиш. Сейчас Сос пришел. И заканчивает. Ну, просто чтобы время не тянуть. Красавчики, я верил в них не зря. Молодцы. Жаль, что я во время прогнозов в них не настолько сильно верил. Поставил их всего на вторую строчку, они на первой. Красавчики.
They continue to pose the enemy with these difficult choices over and over again. First time, they'll get 500 HP off of your turret. Second time, they'll get another 500. Then they take the inhibitor.
Молодцы, Риджины. Вот что мне в них нравится, они берут какие-то интересные пики. У них все заранее определено, что они делают, для чего они делают. Ну и Amazing. Amazing не просто так обнимаются с TSM-ами. Он бывший игрок этой команды. Но как-то он, видимо, был недооценен. И зато очень хорошо его оценил Xpeke, когда формировал свою команду. Поэтому классно. Классно показал. И смотрите, французский флаг. Сос француз, если кто не в курсе, и его очень и очень сильно поддерживают болельщики. Смотрите, сколько времени его показывают. Ну и классная команда, показала классную игру. Хотели поиграть в как мало. Они поиграли в как мало, они дождались того времени, причем, зная, что им необходим глубокий лейт, они заранее разменивали драконов на вышки, то есть они не переживали, они осознанно делали размены, потому что эти размены, ну, впоследствии очень хорошо и помогли. Ну, а команда TSM, она как-то... очень мало у них армора было, во-первых, потому что высокий урон у Солоза, высокий урон у Арианы, то есть вначале необходимо было набирать магрезисты, поэтому Кур был просто счастлив, он радовался этому и уничтожал соперников как только мог. Получил, конечно, одну смерть, когда его Xpeke подставил, уйдя в жоню. Но вполне возможно, они в этом случае умерли бы оба. Поэтому тут все нормально, но выглядело все равно довольно забавно. Ну и по билдам очень знаковая такая игра. То есть, смотрите, Нилс, чтобы не терять в уроне, он QSS оставил на потом. Совсем на потом. А Мифи собрал для него Микаэль. Поэтому он увеличивался постоянно.
Any qualification there on points or winning the split, so it had to go through the gauntlet. Nail-biting games against Rocket, 5 games, some people are saying, yeah, Origin overrated, can't even make it past Rocket. Get to Worlds 4-0.
I love to see all these stories this year at Worlds of all these old guard returning. You know, Peke's coming back, having a huge performance, so as with him. High for Cloud9 as well. So many of these older League of Legends players with viewers, they're like, oh yeah, they're all washed up. They come back and they absolutely dominate.
Speaking with experience, man. I mean, that's the thing. And maybe I should. I have nothing to come back.
Let's do it. We got 3 here.
All right, let's do it.
You know what? We'll take over Twisted Tree Line.
Yeah, dude.
That's
3v3. We've got that. All right. No worries. Wow, that was a pretty insane game. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have to say in the late game, because even though they did take it in the end, that one had to feel like really stressful too.
Oh yeah.
Shot calling just
exactly. That's the thing about losing to high map pressure teams and split pushing teams. It not only whittles away at your scoreline here, but also your confidence as a team. Like, a lot of teams get frustrated when they go through a game like that.
Yeah, and for TSM now, I mean, what do? You can still maybe try to fight things out. You're 2-2 right now. If you win out against KT and LGD, you can still maybe make a run for second place, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, as you said, there are positive takeaways from that game.
Yeah. If you go back and you look at the game, sometimes you tunnel vision on the late game shot calling mistakes, but you can go way back sooner there. TSM could have snowballed more efficiently. Hopefully that's where Lokodoko and the team is looking at to fix in the next few games.
Yeah.
And preferably slightly more kills, maybe just
for me, that would be nice too. We'll see what happens. But for more on Origin's 4th straight win, guys, let's go to Throw It. Let's throw it down to Shocks. on the interview desk. Cash.
Not really on the desk, but here it's so as an amazing.
Так, ну и интервью с Солзом и Мейзингом.
Win in the group stage and locking in your spot to the quarterfinal. Let's talk about the next round in a little bit because this game, my word, everyone here was holding their breath if they were an OG fan, and you're not particularly smiling. Tell us about the stressful situation for closing out that game.
Outcomes were pretty even. For a long time, they had a lot of pressure on us. They could do a lot of things. Method engaged. We had to look out for a lot of things that they could do, and we're basically stuck doing like single things like shooting the Cobra and hope that you can hit turrets. So it took forever to finish that game, and especially in this heat, like with a lot of people in front of you,
как мало
50-minute
и
game is
сносить
exhausting.
вышки.
Yeah. So as.
Well, you pretty much said everything. We had a team comp that was.
Завел зал.
Never gets old. Go ahead.
No, we had a team comp that was pretty even, as you said. We did some, like, we didn't do our normal picks and bans where we last picked top lane. We last picked mid lane instead this game, and the thing is that Malphite could get really strong because I can't put enough pressure as Kenan into Malphite. So when we are sieging turret, we have to be careful about the Malphite ultimate all the time, and heals cannot hit turrets. So if they would have something else than Malphite, I think the game would have been a lot different.
Talk to us about
Ну и постоянно приходилось
TSM's play,
следить за
especially in the early game strategically. It
ультой
seemed like
Мальфида,
it
потому
was going a lot
что
better for them than
Солзу
we've seen from them last week.
продавить
Did that
не
catch you
получается.
off guard,
Мальфида
and did that make
очень
you change
слишком
your game
силен
plan
для него.
in-game?
Поэтому приходилось постоянно быть начеку.
Every game too, so we were prepared for that, especially because we knew they would first pick Elise because it's a priority pick for both teams. So it was not surprising to us ever since Elise Syndra has kill combo. So
And there's no cleanse on the mid laner for you guys.
Yeah, we had TP, double TP.
Yeah.
That's how we do. But either way, it was not surprising to us. We knew they would come in with a lot of force and pressure, and they would do that thing. But luckily for us, we were able to stall out long enough.
Do you think TSM has a chance to make it out after this showing, which was quite strong?
I can't judge. I don't want to be the judge for that. I think the play will show if they can make it out or not.
All right, then let's talk about you
Ну
guys
и
because you
Мейзинг
locked in
берет
your seat
следить,
for the
могут
next
нет
round in the quarterfinal.
что-то
First
показать
place or second place, that's still
TSM
left to be
в
decided. What do you
следующих
think you can
играх.
do in the rematches here? And how different do you look at them knowing, one, you're locked in, and two, you crushed everybody last week?
Well, I think second games are overall more difficult than the first ones because opponents don't really know you. So it's easier to play the first game since you have this kind of advantage. Like every team have this advantage, but I feel like it's more of an advantage for us since we have a lot of picks. But yeah, the second game against KT and LGD is definitely gonna be more difficult than last week.
Going to be some good games. Anything left to add, Maurice?
No,
Nope.
good.
All right, well, there they are. OG advancing to the next round, the quarterfinal. Well, thank you guys very much for talking to me. Maybe
Ну и
see you
да.
later. Back over to you guys.
А Origin
Thank you,
почти
Shox.
100%
Longest game of
выходят.
the World Championship so far. Origin moving to 4-0, securing their quarterfinal spot, and a very tough loss for TSM on the other side of the rift. I want to take it all the way back to Champion Select because we here on the desk, watching it play out, said TSM is set up. This is a very good draft for them.
Yeah, they finally got a comp that
то...
they had
Хотя бы второй
definitive
у
ways
них
to pull the
будет.
trigger, make decisive plays,
Ну
and be
и
able to
во
target the part
многом
of the
все
map
будет
that they
сейчас
needed to,
зависеть
which
от
was
их
mid
игры
lane.
с
When you have a
Китировска,
Malphite, the Elise, as
которую,
well as the Syndra,
естественно,
that should be
я
an area,
очень-очень
especially when
жду.
you know Origin's going to run double TP,
Самое
that you can
интересное,
repetitively
сегодняшнем
visit
дне
and
мне
pick on.
интересно было
And they got it right at the
посмотреть,
very start of the game,
TSM
and then
против
just never
Origin,
went back there.
как Европа должна доказать в очередной раз, что она сильнее. Ну и в 7 часов, это через 2,5 часа, где-то Ориджины должны играть с Кити Ростер, и тогда станет понятно, кто на каком месте окончательно, потому что у корейцев, в принципе, есть шансы победить Origin. Ну и тогда они окажутся на одной позиции, и потом будет дополнительный матч, переигровка, и посмотрим, к чему это приведет. Но это все будет потом, пока загадывать не будем, Мария радует нас своей игрой. И надеюсь, LGD их не сильно утомят, потому что 2 игры подряд все-таки. И необходимо будет во второй игре абстрагироваться от того, что происходило недавно. Посмотрим, как они с этим справятся.
All of a sudden, Gragas wanders up to a 6-item Jinx and just walks away again. Like, Turtle is so huge at that part of the game. No Shockwave, no Cannon Ultimate there at all. The AD carry was dead. Just turn around and start shooting people, Turtle. Like, you're supposed to be known for, like, being the silly, aggressive person at times on that team. And no one on that team wanted to make the proactive move. It looked like no one wanted to be responsible for that loss.
To be fair, we have to give credit to Origin because they had faith in playing the same type of strategy, going for this late game composition that relied on the double void stuff. Kog'Maw very strong in the late game as well, and just played out the macro game very, very well. Like, first I kind of questioned the draft, but it is just so good against TSM that it is very just reactive in their play.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Origin in this tournament is they've been running double TP every single game. And they seem to be the best team to operate on it. The synergy between Peke and Soaz and the way they're using it to go around the map and create these pressure plays is the best that we're seeing here. Also, their top laner Soaz that we're seeing on your screen earlier.
Это единственная команда, которая в каждой игре использует 2 телепорта и очень хорошее взаимодействие между Соазом и Xpeki мы можем наблюдать. Какие-то классные мувы делают, как мы только что могли наблюдать, когда они уничтожили Мальфита на 2 телепорта и снесли вытяжку.
Which makes it frustrating for TSM because they could have pulled the trigger, but you do have to give credit that regardless of who Origin are running against, they have a very deliberate way of baiting out those Barons, baiting out the Dragons, and getting the turret pressure.
I was going to say,
it's so good.
Most important to me is the fact that they understand their win conditions in their composition. They played to them entirely. They knew all they had to do was stall out and play around the global objectives properly. They did that from the beginning with the Dragons. Well, things are just getting warmed up here in Paris. After this quick break, we'll kick off Game 2 featuring KT Rolster versus LGD. Stay with us.
Оставайтесь с нами.
And then we go in, go eat some Burger King. Wait, why are you insulting me, Björk? Then we win, go eat some healthy food.
Dyrus comes in for his own Soaz with the secondary engage, gets some stunts.
Самое удивительное, кстати, в этой игре, что Джинкса у нее было все, то есть полный закуп, и она так мало смогла надамажить. Классно вообще, как они переключаются. Смотрите, Xpeki у них шотколит, то есть сначала Мальфита фокусим, потом показалась Джинкса, а потом Xpeki кричит сзади Синдра, и Соас такой легким движением руки уничтожает эту Синдру. Так, надо убрать звук, а то опять будут ругаться на канале, что незаконно используем музыку.
Welcome back, everyone, to our World Championship coverage. We're getting set for our next match, KT Rolster versus LGD Gaming. And let's face it, it's do or die for LGD here. So, what do they need to do to turn things around, completely around, here in Week 2?
No, they definitely need to do a lot, because right now it's mentality first for them. Because this team, they're 0-3. They need to win all of their games, and even then, it's not in their hands. This is a team from China, LPL, that plays best of twos, and their best of two win rate isn't even that good. But their best of ones, these guys, they get down on themselves so quickly and they become afraid. Even Godvi, the guy in the mid lane that came in here, we thought he was going to be just a great powerhouse coming in, but he's playing afraid. He's not even picking these assassins that he's been so good at during the split. The thing with Godvi is he needs BO5 game buffers to be aggressive. He sits there and he thinks, if I misplay this, if I don't execute appropriately, that's the game. That's the game. And he doesn't want to be the guy to do that. So he's playing scared, and he's not playing like the Godvi that we've seen before.
And that is so weird for Godby, because this is a guy coming out of the LPL that has an arrogance about it. He reverse picked Dade, of all people, in the Z matchup and beat him on both sides of it. So this is a player that had a lot of confidence coming out of the LPL and certainly has not shown it so far.
So speaking of big changes, LGD is bringing in the super hot fire in the shape of Flame, which I am excited for because I was a big fan of Flame back in Season 3 and Season 2. He was known for these being super good in the Aurelia matchups, the Kennen matchups, the Jax matchups, which kind of feels it's kind of that kind of meta we have in the top lane right now with these carry top laners. But to be fair, his summer season hasn't been too impressive. He has a stats 8-10, so I don't know what to expect from him.
Yeah, they played him once in the playoffs. He lost. To be fair, there was a part of this season where Flame was arguably the better top laner because his Gnar, especially, is really good. But the rest of his champion pool just didn't seem to be as on point with the team as what Acorn was. His teleports were late. He was always late to the fight. So,
yeah, but speaking of his champion pool, they've been banning Gangplank on blue side twice for LGD, and he plays Gangplank. It's his second most played champion, and they were talking about in interviews that they want to carry top laner, like a mega carry top laner, because right now they're in a very odd spot where they can't get advantages mid and AD carry, and they think it's more top lane centric now.
Yeah, question marks in the top lane, but we also still have question marks in the jungle with TBQ.
Yeah, TBQ hasn't been having a good performance, but he also posted that he's been having flu-like symptoms on his Weibo, so I wouldn't knock him too hard for it, but it's just a huge storm of just unfortunate events here, and you can see this guy, he's trying to play his best on that stage, and I don't know if he's 100% just yet. You don't get over that stuff in just a week, so hopefully coming into today, he's in a better mindset, he's in better health, and they can probably bring it home.
Nerves possibly playing a bit of a factor too. We'll see if he can adjust properly. KT Rolster, though, has had their own issues to look at, especially when we look at their game against Origin last week.
I feel like the game in particular against Origin, it was the first game they were truly tested in the mid to late game. They did this wrong decision with sending Arrow into the bot lane instead of sending somebody who was very strong in the split push, and somebody who was very strong against Soaz was completely kind of destroying him with his Olaf Fiora matchup, but they didn't really push this advantage. So I'm kind of looking forward to see KT Rolster more into the mid-late game to see what they kind of do there.
Yeah, and also in the bot lane, we have to talk about Imp, right? This guy, he's world champion, right? But they've been playing against double TP every single game against LGD. They've run double TP, and it's shut down the pressure they've had in the bottom lane. So this guy, he needs to be freed up. He wants to play his own style of League of Legends, but, double TP is keeping him down in the metas also as well.
We mentioned that if they have any shot, they need to win all 3 games today, and even then, it's still not in their hands. But it's time to go down the line, starting with you, Zyrene. Predictions for this game, KT or LGD?
I'm going with KT. I feel like LGD just aren't in the groove right now, and it's so hard. You have to win every single game, and if they don't operate in a best-of-1 setting very well, and that's even more pressure on top of it, I feel like that's just going to push them down.
All right, Spawn.
I'm going to give LGD one last shot. I think that LGD as a team are one of those dynamic teams that they can go from very bad to very good quite quickly, and we've seen that through their playoff run, and I think that they need to show that now.
This team is single-handedly destroying your prediction rating. I'm just letting you know that.
That happened at MSI as well, and I still got the grand final.
So you got the grand final. Yeah, we'll give you that one. All right, Yamato.
Well, I think it's very logical to just go simply because of the history of the tournament. I think this particular game will kind of decide how I feel about LGD coming into the rest of the group.
The history? It's been 3 days.
Time for them to leave it all on the line.
It's still history. Come
We'll
on.
see. Let the teams battle it out, gentlemen, not us here. The teams are almost ready to head into Champs League, so we're going to head over to the caster booth. On the way, Imp tells us how, at this point, LGD's fate is not entirely in their hands.
다음은 뭐 계획은 딱히 없고 남은 경기를 잘 치러야죠. 그리고 이렇게 팀이 이렇게 된 거는 다 연습을 게을리하고 기본 실력이 뒷받침이 안 되니까 이렇게 된 거라고 생각해요. 다음 계획은 남은 경기 잘 치르고 하늘에 맡겨야죠.
Leave it to the
Whoa! No plan.
All right, well, there you go. That was probably the most depressing thing I've heard before a game in a long time. So, on that note, let's check out the teams with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it is KT Rolster, of course. In the top lane, we've got Someday. In the jungle, the immortal Score. In mid lane, Nagne, the not so immortal, but maybe we'll see him do better today. At ADC, it's Arrow. And down at support, the former SKT support, now the KT support, Peekaboo and Coach Oh Changjo.
And then facing off on the red side, struggling, leaving it up to the heavens, I think it said their top lane.
So.
Flame coming in here today, so that's new. Jungle TBQ in the mid lane, the hope for China overall. As one of the best mid laners, Godvi, the guy we saw in the interview, Imp in AD carry, supported by PYL, Peel, call it what you may, Coach Firefox.
Well, what can you say, guys? I mean, even LGD, even with Lord Flame, do they have any chance at all?
Okay, well, I can say one thing. So they're talking about, LGD been having problems getting advantages on top side or bottom side of the map or even middle of the map or the jungle of the map. But Imp, at least, he's still an extremely good individual player. He actually has the highest CS differential for AD carries at 10. He's up 12 on average. So he's been playing his own side. He's been playing aggressively. The problem is that he gets punished, and it's very quickly after 10 minutes.
Interesting correlation.
People all come down to the bottom lane and start to punish him.
Like, oh, this guy, yeah.
First teleport gets used from top laners, you know, in the first 10 minutes, comes off cooldown around the 9 to 10 minute mark. Generally, that's when
All right, guys, it's time for picks and bans between KT Rolster and LGD Gaming. Callista, Lee Sin banned out for KT, and the Azir banned out against Nagne by LGD. It's a Gangplank ban as well.
Yeah, so they actually talked about the Gangplank, LGD wanting that for Flame. Obviously, every team in the tournament probably wants Gangplank.
Ты можешь банить кого захочешь, а соперникам приходится банить Ганпланка и Мордекайзера.
He's been playing a whole bunch of Olaf as well recently. And really just dumpstering people. Obviously, he's still climbing up the ranks.
I think actually...
Whoa, but, that just happened.
Неужели?
They might give Mordekaiser over to KT Rolster. They're going to take
Отдают на самом деле?
Mord. Sick.
Yeah, we went over Gangplank is 100% win rate, but Mordekaiser is also 100% win rate. There was just that one, he's almost 100% pick ban as well. One game he went all the way through without being picked though.
I actually played a game with Flame in solo queue where he actually picked that Olaf and he was pretty reckless. All he did was kept storming forward and then allegedly his team didn't follow, so he put a couple question marks in chat. But yeah, he did show some mastery of that champion, so he could definitely whip that out. And I actually like Olaf as a top lane pick in general.
Yeah, right now there's so many options up. Darius is still up, Fiora is still up, Nara is still up. Everybody, like there's so many things here for the top lane. They really don't want to pick it early. Unless they do want to pick it early.
Well, is it intelligent to pick a Darius where KT can just throw in a Lulu there?
I mean, they can get Lulu, they can get Nar, they can get...
Nar's been winning that match.
Да, почти наверняка сейчас будет Лулу для KT Rolster.
Even if you're confident in your Fiora play, that matchup really depends on your post timing, but the Lulu just works. I feel like a Lulu plus...
Интересно,
Actually, you don't even have
что
to
вообще хотят добиться LGD Gaming? Они настолько уверены, что смогут сыграть против этих героев? Нет, это в принципе логично. То есть если мы 100% знаем, что если мы оставляем Мордекайзера и Лулу, то их заберем, и не берем сами, то их заберет выбирают соперники. Как бы логично. И от этого можно плясать, потому что мы знаем уже два пика, и мы уже как-то... Если есть какие-то заготовки, как с этим можно бороться, то почему нет? Но по той игре, что показывает LGD, я в этом чудовищно что они знают, как с этим бороться.
A plan that they had in mind to play against Mordekaiser, because these were the two teams that let Mordekaiser go all the way through in group stages last week already. So KT have actually changed their priority and decided to pick it first this time around. But maybe Imp is just that confident that they've let it through multiple times and not picked it.
Well, they're going to have to deal with it this time. We'll see if the Evelyn gets locked in for TBQ. TBQ is at less average damage per game than his support, PYL.
I mean,
he's already Morganu должны локать.
Too early for the meme. He hasn't even selected the champion yet, guys. Let's calm down here a little bit. Yes, TBQ's performance has been underwhelming, but
Eve Alistar for LGD, the two final picks.
Хорошо, потому что можно будет издалека.
So the Evelyn pick here actually
То есть Алистер
really
выпинывает кого-нибудь
и it's so scary
Тристана может
already
дальше
as a jungler to
продолжать
go
дамажить
gank
на
Mordekaiser because you know
безопасном
there's a lot of
расстоянии.
pressure on you to keep the Mordekaiser down early. However, you know that the enemy team also was probably going to send their jungler down there, and it's very scary if you get counter ganked, especially as an Evelyn early. You're squishy, and they can turn it around very quickly on you. You have to be careful.
What does speak in your favor is that Mordekaiser lanes generally just want to AFK push. Continuously shove you on their tower, depending on what support they end up picking. That leaves a very easy path from behind to maybe if you scout is a jungler here. Okay, then I'm going.
Yeah, Tristana might try and use the explosive shot early to try and deny more that.
I like it.
That early shove.
I love this. I love this so much. Someday is going to be playing the Renekton, so we're going to have some days Renekton against Flames Darius. They're going to go toe-to-toe. No lane swap, please. Just let it be a 1v1.
Your dreams are about to crash. It's going to be lane swap. Every time you want to see that matchup play out, and there's either jungle interference, teleport to the bot lane, or lane swap.
Top laners just want to play against each other. Lane swaps. That's strategy. Gets in the way every time. Strategy. Why?
Well, talking about strategy, KT are definitely going for an early game composition here. Heavily focused on snowballing super early off of this Mordekaiser.
И Анивия, второй раз Анивия на этом чемпионате.
We saw Origin play it a lot in terms of a kite-heavy composition. Likely that means they've scripted. I mean, this pick doesn't come out of anywhere, so we can just assume that these teams have played it against each other and seen the value come out from that pick, and it actually makes a lot of sense. Early game Renekton falls off, gets kited. Mordekaiser falls off, gets kited. Locking, if you need people to get to your juggernaut, put a wall in front of them. Trap in with Darius.
You know, the other thing we haven't mentioned yet is that Peekaboo is getting to play Thresh, and that is by far his best champion. He has done incredible things with this pick. KT, I mean, we'll see how the Mordekaiser works out for him, but overall, I think it's looking very solid. LGD, a lot of questions
на
about the team.
месте
A lot of questions about the
LGD
team.
я бы отдал все-таки Алистера Кейти Ростер, потому что, ну это смешно, сколько фейлит Пикабу на нем. Это просто персонаж будет работать на вас. Зачем вы его взяли? Отдайте. И оставили ему Тришана, которого комментаторы говорят, что он творит прям крутые вещи.
I think KT just wants to finish this one as fast as they can. We'll see what happens, guys. Hit us up with your Twitter picks, hashtag KTWin or hashtag LGDWin if you believe in miracles.
Well, that's harsh.
I'm just saying what Imp said, man. I'm just quoting the players here.
Leave it to the heavens.
That's right.
Yeah. I hope that's an accurate translation right there.
Who knows? But, I mean, there was an interview that came out with PYL, and he was saying, you know, I think our practice went the totally wrong direction after the regular season. We don't know how to play in this meta. He sounded just completely defeated, and it's tough for a team that, you know, won the LPL, that looked so good coming into this, to fall so flat. So last chance, if they don't win this game, they are out of contention to getting to the quarterfinals.
Yep. Interesting summoners here. Quadruple teleport across the board, and Arrow on the Mordekaiser is running exhaust. So I want to see if Imp actually realizes that, because if you're going to trade expecting heal versus heal, random exhaust, after being already ignited, can be surprising.
Так, ну и дабл
And then you
телепорт
keep your eyes
от
on
обеих
Godby.
команд.
He can't be forcing to egg and using flash at the same time in the first like 5 minutes. And Nivea really wants to avoid that. So farm until a tier is your main priority, and that's mainly going to be TBQ trying to assist.
Yeah, and luckily for
Однако есть
Godby,
небольшое
Godby has
преимущество у
been
команды
underperforming so
KT.
far here at Worlds. So these are actually two
Экзост,
of the
экзост
mid-laners
на
that have really
Мордекайзере.
fallen flat during the group stages.
Потому
I
что
mean, while Nagne has,
у него есть щит,
you know, not been the
вместо
Nagne we've
хила
seen in Korea, he's still been good enough to remain
более
relevant. And that's kind of the
полезный,
it's
чем
like
хил.
Nagne's
Ну,
kind of become
единственное,
Kuro,
что
and Kuro's kind of become Nagne. If you look at the mid laners,
своих
Ku and
не
KT, it's been
подлечивает.
interesting to see.
We're going to be able to track how confident Godby is, because the mark of a confident Nivea player usually is that they send out
Поэтому
Q
если
and E at the same
Мордекайзер
time,
подойдет
because
очень
those
близко к
projectiles actually
перестане,
overlap just at the right
чего
speed
вообще не
for
должно
instant slow,
происходить
E
никогда.
bonus, and then you can weave in another auto attack. So if he's played this champion a lot, that's something you see a lot. They usually practice on blue buffs. That's where you see it first.
Влейте.
Mark of a bad
Два
Nivea is throwing out Q and E
гиперкерри.
at the same time and missing your Q.
Yeah, Q and E, yeah. And I want to know if he
У
does the
команды
Pekka approach, skilling wall level 4, if he goes for
LGD,
a
то есть
the extra
Тристана
dual
Нивия,
approach where you're so confident you're going to hit Q that you don't even need
которые
wall.
намного
level 8.
больше урона будут вливать. Ну, все
LGD
зависит,
said they're
конечно,
coming in
как
here with no plan,
Мордекайзер
but
подойдет.
obviously the plan
В
is
любом
to avoid
случае,
the
Нивия будет
Mordekaiser
дамажить
lane,
больше,
back
чем
to lane swap there, and just take away quadrant. Mirror starts here for both teams.
A single tier rolls off the last cheap right now.
Well, what can you say? I'm sure we'll get the 1v1 between Someday and Flame at some point, and
Так, и
Flame, man, one of the
TNT забирает
best
синий
top
баф.
laners to
Синий
ever
баф
play the game in
вражеский.
Korea, and he just has not been able to keep that
И
level of
дабл
success
джангл.
up in China. It'd
Дабл
be great to
джангл
see him
от
bounce back
обеих
at Worlds,
команд.
but it'll have to be something that's proven to us.
Yeah, it does make it a lot more difficult to hit the flame horizon in a lane swap because it's going to take a while for it to get those CS up.
Well, that's the thing, is this guy is so good. We even have a term that we use for getting 100 CS up over your lane opponent in the top lane. They call that the Flame Horizon, because he did it nearly every game for a long time. It was incredible to watch this guy.
In terms of junglers, Kobe, do you consider Evelyn actually being helped a little bit by the lane swap in the sense that her double jungler clear is so quick and she doesn't get as low as she usually does? Or does it remove too much of the gank potential overall?
Nah, I mean, I really put a lot of emphasis on Evelyn's early ganks and the amount of pressure you can put on standard lanes. So even though her early jungle, you know, is pretty quick there, I definitely prefer standard lanes on an Evelyn pick because you can also snowball.
LGD, with initiating that lane swap and having a Tristana that obviously count freeze means they're very likely to bounce that waves for Flame to at least get him ahead, then move
Для
back
LGD,
to the
потому что у
bottom.
них
That does
есть
mean if KT
Тристана
leave a stray ward here and there,
со своей
Imp opens up
бомбочкой.
for a potential double teleport behind him. So in the next 2 minutes, that's something we will have to track to see if
Смотрим,
that
наверное,
happens.
голду
Both
отдадут
teams have
Дариусу.
actually mirrored wards right now pretty deep in the lane. LGD
Да.
have placed one as well.
А команда
They
KT
are also
отдает
timing recalls. Very similar fashion. Just one camp actually missed out here.
Странно вообще. Вот как вообще, я не понимаю. Некоторые такие парадоксы в этой игре. То есть последние 5 секунд вышку точил Дариус и Мордекайзер. Показало, что они там вообще не задействованы были во время этого. Что за непонятная, странная штука.
Situation pretty well, gets stunned though with the Q, and TBQ actually backs away.
Однако
Nagne had that
TBQ отошел и Ганг вообще
I was waiting for you to go.
Kobe's pointing at me
не
like, hey,
удался.
Trevor.
Годви хорошо сыграл.
To tell, but yeah, he wasn't obviously in Q range there. It was decent. It's incredibly hard to stun in lane, but TBQ couldn't even predict that it was
Так,
going to
сейчас
hit.
будут
So
пытаться
maybe a follow-up.
гнобить крокодила.
They're pinging actually on the exact ward location, and they saw it fade. So LGD now know that that ward has disappeared. They pinged exactly where it was, so they likely saw it fade next to the minions.
Lord Flame also has honor, and he's told TBQ to get out of my lane. This is a 1 versus 1.
TBQ goes mid, and Godby's like, no, go away, I got this. And
Так,
goes
ну и
top,
скоро.
like, Flame's like, no, man, this is my big debut again. I need to win this
стоит.
1v1. Some action down bot lane.
И бежать приходится. Тристане, а PYL будет уничтожен. Хил отдают Мордекайзеру, естественно, его надо...
First blood goes to Arrow.
I talked about whenever there are champions like Riven is one of these champions, Mordekaiser is one of these champions. Whenever they're in the game, they're so heavily snowball focused that I really expect
Забирают одного.
To pay
Без
attention to
вариантов.
those lanes. And PYL actually goes aggressive in
И
the lane
очень-очень
without
хороший
vision, without
старт
jungle support. Boom, instantly punished
для
there from
Мордекайзера.
Imp
ФБ,
was on a
он
track
сразу
record
же
again
с
for
бэка
good CS, and he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for
покупает
those handling
книжку и
junglers.
большой пояс на ХП.
I like how you take it and work with it.
Хотя,
Come on, give me my there we go.
это, конечно, обсуждаемо можно было.
High five there, you left me
At
hanging.
the end of their game, they're going to take off Mordekaiser's mask and find out who it really
Взять
was all
посох на
along.
АП.
Is that arrow under there?
Понятно, что ему релай первым надо играть.
Oh man, it was Piglet all along. He came back to Korea.
All right, well, back to the mid lane there. Talk about it going, sort of slow and steady for Gabi. He has gotten to the level 6 for Interview, so that does make your wave control a bit easier. We'll see. This also puts a lot of emphasis on blue buff control for both these mid lane champions, because it is going to be about pushing those waves.
Also, now that the teleport is down, KT, they don't like the tower. Tower doesn't like them. They actually do something really smart. They use teleport, I believe, or they cancel at least one teleport. Oh, it was not. It wasn't actually Sunday in the top lane, but they swap it back up to keep the turret pressure, because now TBQ is actually helping his bot lane. They probably told him, hey, jungler, I need you. KT predict this, rotate to the top lane, and just keep sieging towers.
What a tease! TBQ came in with the Krug buff also and didn't even know how to attack the turret.
He's like, fine, I'm just going to stay in the jungle. I'm the jungler now. All right, no ganks for you.
Ну и
Gonvi has actually done a really good job.
столько времени прошло, а Эвелины мы еще не видели. Ну и наконец-то 6-й левел.
Mid lane right now.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Talk about dropping CS. Let me help you out there, buddy.
Moving that blue buff, I
Need to
suppose.
help their
Ну и
balance.
Daриус у нас пока лидирует
I
по
was trying to
крипам
go over reasons that
очень-очень
TBQ
хорошо.
would not have gotten that auto up on the turret. And it wasn't even to not reveal himself, because he went into enough range of the turret to actually get revealed
He's
by
just
the two-set.
confirming his existence, guys. I actually am still in.
I'm here.
I'm here, boys. That's what it's something I bring up because it's one of the things on Evelyn that you don't ever want to give away your position if it's unnecessary, because you put pressure
Ну и
on
вообще,
the range just by
все, что мы
remaining
видим,
hidden.
показывает
The
на
other
то,
team has to
что
assume that you could
LGD
be there
собирается
and the lanes
выходить
won't go aggressive.
в глубокие-глубокие
TBQ, you
идеи.
don't need to assume.
То есть посмотрите на билд
Convenient.
It's actually an
Они
insanely good first back
Каталист слеза. То есть она АП еще не набирает вообще. То есть это столько времени им надо будет, чтобы все это настакать. Это не знаю, 20-я после 20-я минута.
Stamp of approval.
А пока вообще нету
Gonna go
АП.
after his own red buff here. Now,
Посмотрите
Sunday,
на
behind all
Тристану,
this, yeah,
которая
really
там
far behind in CS.
начала
He's down 2 levels to flame as well. I feel like I've seen this
клинка
before.
алчности.
He had a little visit there, wandering around
Чтобы
the
как
map as well.
можно
Look at this
дольше
vision though that KT have placed in the red quadrant.
получать
Not
голду
only
с
the people
пассивки.
there by red, which will be found, but
Однако
also
Дариус
the
у нас
wolves that see
6-го
into the
левела.
camps to see when Evelyn actually starts. Oh, it doesn't. They actually don't
Freezing
even find it.
line.
TBQ did not go in the brush behind red. It's
Не
a
трогает
super good vision,
крипов.
and yet again, you don't have to assume they know exactly where he is.
Yep.
KT.
That's how you handle an Evelyn. Put the warriors at the camp so you can see your tenants.
Посмотрим, какой будет
That's been
билд
incredibly selfish overall.
у
Just with
Эвелины.
Arrow's approach, they really have put emphasis on getting Arrow ahead and then letting Sunday follow behind. And usually that's okay with top laners, but in a poor early game, a poor late game scaling champion like Renekton, who really needs to thrive in the early game,
Ну
that
и
can be very risky.
давайте
That
поприветствуем
gap is going to get wider and
нового
wider
члена
overall as
команды
Darius is
Кейти
scaling compared
Ролстер.
to Renekton, who kind of falls off later on. The strongest part of this matchup is like level 1 to
Дракон.
9.
Plus, you cannot afford to give away early dragons in trades for other objectives versus Mordekaiser. It completely changes
Так, а
the
Эвелина,
value that you
Эвелина у
put
нас
on early dragons, because this is going to give them a whole bunch of
идет
pressure.
через Рунглейв.
Straight up the bottom lane here. They're pushing so deep. This is past even the first turret here. Meanwhile,
Смотрите,
their jungler's on the
дракон,
other side. He can make a play.
He just
дракон
missed 3 CS
обижает
in a row with the
спокойно,
flag, though.
никого не
Tracking
боится,
mechanics need to get a little polished.
уничтожает
You
соперников.
get in, but scores in that ward.
И TBQ слишком рано использовал. Сейчас он умрет. Потому что замедление он бросил до того, как к нему попало. Вообще, это избиение. Еще килл Мордекайзеру.
And if you want to beat an LGD, you got to break Smegs.
Another
kill there.
Honestly, that did look like LGD have no plan, and they're just kind of winging it here. TBQ decides to go over there and back up Flame, but Score, ready and waiting inside the brush and absolutely demolishes him.
They're just not playing in sync with each other, no communication. Also, they don't really respect normal game tendencies. When your mid laner is pushed in slightly, you can always expect the other mid laner to roll quicker to assist in a potential fight. Blind face checking as Evelyn is incredibly dangerous.
TBQ and PYL getting aggressive.
Camping on the
in a lot of he got it on the lantern. I can't believe it. Actually, I totally can.
He hooked him out.
Wow.
Oh man, that is bot lane goals right there for the relationship between Peekaboo and Arrow.
Уже похоронили.
Flash as he hooks him off of the
И в этот момент я согласен с выбором Arrow, что он взял первым посох на ХП. А не АПшный там, потому что он, смотрите, сколько времени выжил. Пикабу стоит, ждет. Отодвинул и... Классно сыграл очень Пикабу. Если кто не понял, что здесь произошло, Алистер очень грамотно встал на фонарь, и очень сложно вот в такой ситуации попасть по фонарю, чтобы укатиться на нем. Поэтому что сделал Трэш? Он оттащил Алистера с фонаря, и благодаря этому у Мордекайзера появилась возможность чтобы прокатиться на нем. Классно сыграл Пикабу. Ну и все, судя по всему, идет к тому, что будет вообще сухой счет.
We're going to see KT start to throw more and more wards into that enemy jungle. That blue buff may go over to Godv, but LGD, wow, the fans. Really?
We have some power here on a couple of the carries. Godv has a good CS, but he's
странно, что по интернет-голосованию в Твиттере LGD еще лидирует даже, планируется. Народ больше ставит, что они смогут победить.
So LGD will need to rely on more than just their base damage somehow to get somebody down. It's incredibly hard to get a kill on KT, and even then,
А Нивия наконец-то собрала Фейджес и теперь начала стакать. Сейчас Им все-таки упрыгал.
Flash was used. Now Flash used by Peekaboo went for the flashy hook there.
Ну и разменяли флешу саппорта на флешу АДК. Для Тристана это, конечно, не самое странная вещь, потому что она может упрыгать. Ну, а TBQ просто на пустом месте получил кучу урона. А Крокодил теперь догнал по фарму Дариуса. Еще у него есть 2 килла, поэтому себя прям вообще вольготно чувствую.
I mean, Evelyn jungle is such an information-reliant jungler. Not only does she work so well with hiding information by being invisible, but she also can get a lot of information that the team doesn't know that you just acquired. KT did a fantastic job playing around that. In a sense, look at those pink wards they have. The 4th aggressive pink ward. They are not as passive as you usually see them because they have the added value.
LGD делали ставку на то, что KT разорятся на пинк-вардах.
It is impossible for TBQ to do anything that goes unnoticed. That takes away the largest part of Evelyn's kit.
Well, it really is incredible to see. I mean, KT, yeah, it is against LGD. They haven't looked very strong in Worlds, but this is a very, very tight game from KT.
It's so surprised people. Yeah, you know, it's against LGD.
I never thought I'd be saying something like that last week. Maybe a week ago now, yeah. But before Worlds started, never would have thought I'd say something like that.
Yeah, and it is a combination of both outplays by KT as well as the early game orientation that we talked about for the draft phase for them. But man, they've just been playing it so well. Yeah, there's almost no moves for LGD to make because KT will see the preparation for any move a good 10 to 15 seconds ahead of time. So they can continue to take every single dragon pretty much on cooldown. They actually want the Mordekaiser to get one hit on it real quick before he takes it.
Look at this. Gonna get that
У Мордекайзера грядет очередной раб с очень-очень большим количеством здоровья. 3000 хп. Толще любого танка на данный момент.
At this point in the game, Darius still wants to get stronger here to scale up, and Nivea needs so much like item powers. He needs like
Сейчас они будут уничтожать
early game, very maybe with some base damage, but the second you fall a tiny step behind, the only really solution is to farm more, and this puts LGD in such a passive position, and they haven't used any of the information TVQ has acquired from them while he wasn't ganking.
Yeah, KT are just going to gain so much gold that eventually they'll just be able to come win.
Get out of here, Drake.
Win later game fights just by smashing LGD over the head with their bags of gold.
Whoa, Imp getting smashed by Megan. Gragas knocked up at the end of that rocket jump. Looks like he may get up, and LGD coming right back in. Score could be in a bit of trouble. Flame flashes in, doesn't get anyone, no apprehend use as far as I can see. And Sunday with that all just tanking up to just barely escape, so nobody died throughout all of that.
Peekaboo looking for that interrupt on the Tristana jump with Flay, angles it slightly wrong. Second time in a row now. Incredibly hard to do, but it's not what we used to see from Peekaboo. Usually has impeccable mechanics.
Как только он подошел,
could have gone really ugly there.
команда LGD сбежала.
That, in essence, is a win for them.
Wait, I think Dragon died.
Does that
I think
count?
we lost the Dragon during that. He was a member of the team, man. Don't disrespect
As a little
Dragon
KD
like
flare, get Dragon control 6-2, you know.
It's a 6-man.
We're gonna have to establish a bond with the
Извиняюсь,
next dragon.
конечно,
Give them a
что
name so that they actually
довольно мало комментирую эту игру, но, блин, она настолько унылая, что даже комментаторы риотовские сейчас вон ржут и разгоняют за всякую фигню, потому что нечего, вообще нечего обсуждать. Здесь играет одна команда, а вторая ждет, когда ее уничтожат. Вот и все. Посмотрите в Vision у команды LGD на своей половине только. Они вообще не могут помышлять, чтобы куда-то выйти. Не знаю, они ждут лейта, чтобы побыстрее проиграть. Трэш каким-то образом состелил Симба. Это что-то с чем-то. Два лесника, они с хорошим уже уроном, потому что там замедлен голем был.
It does kind of look like LGD picked up the Anivia pick very recently, and he probably hasn't had a whole bunch of time.
I mean, his team is falling behind. Like, individually, Godby did fine. 160 CS here while being behind as a team. He doesn't have the correct build. It scales slowly, and then you just have to rely on the remaining members of your team to, you know, work with that. But LGD as a whole just haven't really looked in sync at all.
Ну и все лайны.
And that's going to be a hook on a PYL. Are they going to take him out or take the turret? Neither for the moment as Sunday backs away. Doesn't burn that ultimate. They don't want to use it just yet. He'll be able to heal back up.
Однако ничего страшного. Он особо не расстроился.
Yeah, I mean, the further we do get into the game, too, I'm going to keep a very close eye on the item builds for the KT members. Because most of the damage is going to come from the choice of item path that they go for. Oh, and as we say that the start stage for Sunday, so maybe he'll try and get in there, soak up some damage in order to deal.
Score. Pushes Flame away and manages to flash over the wall.
Yeah, good timing with his ultimate there. Yeah. Actually, to get the knockback during Flame's apprehend.
In addition to that,
able to body slam out.
It denied the possibility for Godby to proc the second part of his Q. If you're CC'd, you can't proc that, obviously, so otherwise, Score would have been stunned there. So, yeah, fantastic timing on that ulti.
That's a nice little play. And Flame continuing to struggle. He's down 20 CS. Arrow, they may have caught Imp here. Teleport's coming in from both sides, but will Imp live? There's a buster shot used to push Arrow away. Whoa!
Потому что третий стак удара, ну там, если он с первого удара снял ему практически часть, очень большую часть здоровья.
You gotta do. Wow, they got the ult out of PYL, but I suppose you don't
Тристана сейчас будет уничтожать свою
coming into
вышку.
this patch thinking, oh, we're not going to have very exciting time, you know, casting Mordekaiser games because he's not that exciting of a champion. The one super exciting play that he can pull off is charging up the Q to the 3rd stack and then flashing for the auto kill, and he got it there on Imp during the travel time.
Well, Arrow's been really solid
Интересно,
on this
кто-нибудь
Mordekaiser.
поверил
We
бы?
saw them pass over this pick earlier in the tournament, but it looks like not because they didn't know how
В
to play
любом
it.
другом
Let's watch
сезоне,
this one
что
again.
Мордекайзер будет в
He
первом бане.
finds himself in these positions every time. TP behind him, TP in front of him, and then Mordekaiser right next to him. Like, what do you do at
Смотрите,
this point?
что сделал Мордекайзер. Он сделал 2-й стак на крипе, и 3-й, самый мощный, просто флешом.
Way too squishy, not able to make a difference at all in that fight.
Is this cruel?
Флешом по Тристане.
Using your own like the enemy team members against
No.
themselves. Like,
He
making
killed
them
that
fight.
Классно
turret with
сыграл.
Imp's Ghost.
Молодец,
Actually, that's a really
красавчик.
fun mechanic to
Респект
revisit
ему
because
и
we've seen it so
уважуха.
many times play out where someone flashes away or dashes away into the fog of war from a melee ability, like the Darius ultimate execute, but
Так,
Mordekaiser, the Q there already cast, and Imp didn't get into fog of war, so he was still
Так,
envisioned, so
просто,
the
мама,
cast will
ты
complete.
смотришь
Right.
сейчас
Box him in mid-air, Imp gets a mace to
эфир,
the
может, у
face.
тебя есть какие-то вопросы?
Very rarely there is fog of war for Imp to jump or flash into. I mean, look at the
Можно
wards.
было
If
бы
he
что-нибудь
ever goes
поразгонять,
there are 2 wards in his lane, 2
потому
right
что
next to it.
тут-то смотреть
Fog of war
нечего.
is there on the map even. LGD have to go all the way inside their base, I guess.
Pretty much. If KT has anything to say about it, there's not going to be any place for LGD to hide. And 22 minutes already, KT with their 3rd dragon. This is just like KT plays out to the nth degree with this dragon control. They usually don't get to do it quite so fast or quite so aggressively, but you've unleashed Super KT, man. It's dangerous.
Yeah, super early game oriented comp here, and they're playing it out. They're also building a lot of damage, not only on Renekton, but the Ludens Echo here from Nagne on the Lulu. Can annihilate a wave as well as look for those procs on some LGD members.
No, Bob, come back. Bob the Dragon.
Bob,
What
the
a
first of
brave
his
dragon
name.
he was. The first of his name. Pusher of the mid
Злобный,
lane.
злобный Мордекайзер вообще послал бедного дракона
There was plenty of duration left.
на
Use Bob in
самоубийство.
multiple other sieges.
True, Bob had a long life
Злобный,
ahead of him.
злобный
I
Мордекайзер.
don't know how confident Bob Jr. is going to be in Arrow's
Некрасиво он поступил.
patronage there
Bob
because
was definitely the Ned Stark of the Dragon family there. Yeah, I know that like Targaryens had the dragon thing. Like I know I'm getting my Game of Thrones lore a little bit, but he died really early, so that's why I said it. Spoiler alert! If you haven't read the first book,
no.
by now it's too
Probably
late.
too late.
Yeah. Well, I'd say book, but
LGD looking to pull out the
now.
Yep,
red wedding here for Arrow, but he's just going to leave.
Yeah, that's like
So,
book 3, man. You gotta, no, that's book 2, I think.
good plan. Just leave.
Just leave.
Still waiting for KT to take the dragon. Then kill the Baron with the dragon, and then start sieging. Kill Imp, and then kill the Nexus with Imp's Ghost.
My
That's the
preferred
ultimate
method actually, when you get this deep into the game, is actually not even to take the dragon to kill Baron. I take the dragon and I send it to the bottom lane to pressure the minions and pressure the turret.
That's a good idea.
While the team goes to Baron.
Does that actually work? Is there a tether range?
Nope. You can send him wherever you want.
Wow.
Dragons
What
are
a
so
dragon. So loyal. They're like, well, I'm gonna die, but he believes in me.
It's like when you
Really
get to that
tragic.
point, you get to that point with your pet where you're like, oh, you know what? I don't have to take you on a leash because I have that much trust that you'll return.
I thought you were gonna say something much darker there. I was getting worried.
I know that you're on a leech, that's why I can send you to certain then.
So you trust
No,
me.
I was talking about the tether
Wow,
range.
you are a
He
horrible
won't-
person,
He
Kobe.
won't.
Wow.
He won't
What is
be
wrong with you,
tether.
Kobe?
He'll
Jeez.
come back. You
Why
know.
would you say something like that, Kobe?
Alright, Baron vision control here from KT. Trying to get some deep wards. LGD, well, defending their own jungle. That's about what's left for them right now.
I mean, have just had control of this game from basically minute 1. I expected, honestly, even with the way LGD played last week, I expected it to be a little bit closer than this.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton lane,
Интересно,
Holy lane, Lulu gonna shove, Mordekaiser's gonna shove.
подразумевали
They've got
ли
a Gragas for the jungle. So you
комментаторы,
expect
когда
good
их
things, but
распределяли
the way that they played it.
They dodged
на
the
комментирование
most
матчей
losing matchup in this
о
match
том,
is
что им
Renekton
придется
beating up on Darius
обслуживать
early game.
настолько
They dodged
унылый
and they were
матч.
actually Flame was had 20 CS,
Потому
even
что
ran mid to
Yeah.
you know, make that
вроде как
24
уже
CS
идет
in total there, but then
признание
they died to another teleport.
TBQ, a little bit of trouble.
комментаторов,
TBQ is
что они
BBQ.
устали
What? Oh, come on, you have to die when I say that. Oh, okay, explosive cast used, and one more should do it. Score gets the kill there as KT pushes up this mid lane for the moment.
Победил, превратился в барбекю. Прям юморят уже от нечего делать комментаторы.
You've been, well, Darius dunks people. Gragas drunks people.
Yes.
You got drunked.
Let's see if they can march on these inhibitor turrets here because KT have not slowed down.
But you at home should drink responsibly. Don't drink that. Yeah.
Anyways, at any given time, KT can peel back if they get tired of sieging or they just can't find the opening. They can really just run back to Baron right now. There's only 2 lone wards really defending any guesswork to see what's happening. If they path around the top side, they can actually walk straight into Baron. LGD would be none the wiser.
Yeah. And honestly, KT do have to still be a bit careful here and keep focused in this game because they don't want to let LG get back in this. They will get outscaled, if we go really far towards the end game.
In addition to that, you generally need a Baron to close out against Anivia because her wave clear is so safe. She can put the ulti, walk back on max range, and then wait for the minions to die. Okay, if you walk in there, with Bob Jr. and you have a dragon tank in the tower, maybe not. But Anivia wave clearing versus non-Baron creeps compared to Baron creeps is such a massive difference, and you're just draining your entire mana pool on a single wave. So it's definitely the hard counter to that wave clear.
Yeah, not to mention just the Anivia, but also Tristana with the static Shiv at this point. Imp is doing his part as well, trying to clear out the minions.
KT, I mean, this is what we saw in Korea all summer long, and most of spring. Take the dragon, hang out, wait for the next dragon, take that, hang out, sometimes try to kill Flame. Not Flame, he wasn't there. But you didn't really see much action between dragons. The score goes in. Never mind. Wow, Gabi. A little bit of trouble there. Drops that ultimate. The hook doesn't land for Pickable. And KT's fine with that. They're not going to pursue this too aggressively. Just go out the wards. Go back. Whoa, Nagne, what are you doing?
They find an opening for LGD.
That was really good. PYL, he did the Q flash from Alistair. There's no response time if you don't see it coming. It's a knockback CC chain. So those moves, that's what LGD is looking for. Picks when people overly aggress. Alistair Q flash is one of the ways. Wall into stun from Anivia is one of the other ways. But Godfrey actually had a chance to kill Pickable earlier. But he was too afraid to take it, just was too afraid of Lantern falling up.
Ну и проблема в том, что Алистер, да, флешнулся, конечно.
Tries to get away with the slice and dice. PYL comes back in again. There's a knock-up on the Pickaboo. Arrow there, largely untouched, but they need more of the team. Dragon is live. KT may not get this one. Score comes in. There's a slow on the barrel. Someday still hanging out. He's got his ultimate. They could still fight this. Someday he's going to jump right on TBQ. Gets pushed back right away. Still holding that ult. Teleport coming in now for Nagne. They're going to go back in. Score taking him down though. Got to be careful. Arrow's still there for the moment. Gets pulled out on the Lantern, and KT has to give this one up.
И LGD получает первого своего дракона наконец-то.
You can also see the issues with that KT has in terms of scaling with their lineup. Mordekaiser deals a lot of damage if he has the time to do so, but he's melee range, so any crowd control effect is incredibly easy to land on him. And Imp with Tristana on 2 items still deals decent damage here overall, so if KT don't really consolidate their efforts and work as a team, don't have that loot to fix a lot of those problems, then the base damages that LGD
какая-то движуха со стороны LGD. То есть, смотрите, Rod of Ages уже настаканный, наверное, до максимума. Серафим, тоже скоро должен быть настаканным. И у Анивии появится очень-очень хорошая возможность дамажить уже, хотя, конечно, нам на 80 крипов отстает от Лулу, это чудовищная разница, особенно для мидера, особенно для мида, который обязан дамажить, а Анивия основной дэмэдж-дилер в этой команде.
KT though looking to bounce back. They bought 4 pink wards and they're looking to set up a lot more vision on LGD's side of the map again.
На топе 70 крипов.
Everywhere he goes, he gets spotted. Pink wards galore.
140 крипов.
Yeah. The fight over
разница чудовищная.
Vision leading up to Baron Pit.
Ну и LGD,
This is the
не
new
знаю на что.
battlegrounds
На ошибки максимум могут рассчитывать команды KT, когда они в себя слишком поверят, где-нибудь кто-нибудь потеряется.
They're going for it now. Is there anything LGD can do to stop that? Someday can teleport in. Nagne just harassing a bit, keeping LGD occupied. And Someday with that split push, thinking about recalling to be ready for that Baron. He may need to teleport. He will right now. Someday teleporting in as KT breaks off from the Baron. They're going to chase LGD. Wildys, be careful. Someday coming in from behind. He's going to get a huge flank onto LGD as KT suddenly has to back off, though, taking a lot of damage. Score comes in with a barrel. Imp trying to carry, gets taken down by Someday, and that is going to be nearly an ace for KT.
Someday just wrecks LGD here with the Nagne's gonna look for the pickup here. We'll see if he finishes up this chase. He does have Luden's Echo as well.
Oh, TBQ could be in trouble. There's the E. That's going to help him get vision for a little while. Peekaboo, who's going to get it? Nagne steals the support kill away. Aww.
All right, but Someday coming in there, you can see not only the time for the teleport, but his target selection. He first goes for the Anivia, who doesn't have flash. Cuts her off right into the rest of the team there with the Gragas ultimate, and then he goes for Imp, who just used rocket jump.
Anivia is incredibly strong, keeping people away from you, but once people actually get in that range, you have almost no answers anymore. Your movement speed is so low, generally you can't really answer that. The wall can't be cast because he was stunned. Mordekaiser actually kills Godby with the ultimate. Luckily for him, he doesn't spawn as a Mordekaiser. He doesn't get an egg, he actually still gets the Anivia. He always gets it forward.
Застанил Анивию. Анивию подкинули к своей команде. И просто мгновенно уничтожили.
Scrambled. Meanwhile, Arrow just able to walk in there.
Imp after his cooldowns come back up.
Yep.
I wish it actually worked like that, where Mordekaiser actually gets an egg. You do decide to kill her before she spawns back up.
That would not be very useful.
I want to know if you'd be able to move it around, because normal egg you can't move. Yeah.
It's dangerous.
You can actually still teleport even in egg form. If you start the channel right before you go into egg form, teleport is a possibility.
Teleport.
That's what Farming calls it.
I see.
Didn't coin that name myself. Credit where credit is due.
Can XB knocked out a teleport though? Oh, Someday caught a little bit. Gets grabbed. Tries to get away. Has to be careful there.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
Есть потенциал для уничтожения соперников.
This is episode 2 after we went over catfish yesterday.
That's right. Noodling, and now we're learning about birds today. Wild Kingdom with
noodling.
World Championship.
Really? You're gonna name it noodling after you talk about sticking your hand in the hole? Why don't you use a noodle then?
No. Well, you
it's better than putting a limb in there.
Feel with
Тристана у нас собралась третьим туром собирать кровопийцу.
You would need something like
довольно спорное утверждение. Потому что ну что, смотрим на топе. На топе есть армор. У Грагаса ледяное сердце. У Мордекайзера Жоня. Очень и очень сложно будет пробивать фронтлайнов в Тристане. А если она не сможет уничтожить фронтлайнов, то вообще ни о чем не речи.
They may get this inhibitor too. The barrel for zoning, arrow zoning as well. That's inhibitor number 1 going down for KT.
I mean, what does LG do at this point? It's so incredibly hard to fight from behind with this composition other than just wave clearing. Baron completely negates that. And we saw what happened to TBQ once he even gets even closer to the fight. He just gets blown up immediately. So he can't even feel anymore.
Do what him said. Leave it to the heavens.
I guess so.
Just play out your games.
I mean, all the members of that team too, and we've been seeing interviews with them over the week. It's just there is nothing positive coming out of those guys. It's sad to see. You know, it's sad to see after how well the end of the summer season went for them to see a team. I don't know if I've ever seen a team collapse as hard as they did. Maybe, actually, I would say Coup Tigers going into IEM, and he'd say that was probably the biggest collapse I've seen. But LGD is right up there too.
And then after their turn too.
Yeah, they were a little bit better, but going from undefeated in the regular season to just getting destroyed at Katowice, that was a bit awkward. LGD at least. Didn't get better until
I lost track. Who is this?
Yeah. This is, well, it was Bob. Are we saying second of his name? This is the 4th dragon. There was another dragon that went to LGD, but he doesn't get named. is just gone.
Yeah.
Ghost Dragon. Bob, second of his name. Pusher of the mid lane. Defender of, well, really no.
Давайте я вам лучше включу
Let's see if
песенку про котиков.
the LGD wait around at all, because super minions are also going to become piling down that bottom lane.
Она не настолько угнетающая, как эта игра. Давайте лучше песенку про котиков послушаем. Она не столь угнетающая, как эта игра.
Зима так холодна, так бесприютна и бела. Скоро будет неизбежный дефицит тепла. Начнем спасаться мы от этой теплой нищеты. Значит, снова будут в моде теплые коты. Будем гладить всех мурчащих, теплых, сонных, настоящих, запуская руки в меховые животы. Переменчивы все вещи, страна в мире человечьем, постоянные мягкие мурчащие коты. Все бегут домой с холодных улиц и пустых. Значит, снова будут в моде теплые коты. Теплые коты летят по небу облаками. Мысли переполнены мурчащими котами. Когти могут впиться в ногу, но нога давит не сердце. Кошки так не ранят, как людишки иногда. Теплый кот меня утешит, ляжет на больное место, и усну я, обнимая теплого кота. Приходи играть, хозяйкин свиток шерстить, книжку растерзать, об кресло когти покачить. Приходи ко мне из мира странных зимних снов. Плюнь на предрассудки, разбуди своих котов. Будем гладить всех мурчащих, теплых, сонных, настоящих, запуская руки в меховые животы. Переменчивы все вещи, страна в мире человечьем, постоянные мягкие мурчащие коты. Когти могут впиться в ногу, но нога давит не сердце. Кошки так не ранят, как людишки иногда. Теплый кот меня утешит, ляжет на больное место, и усну я, обнимая теплого кота.
What do you say? I mean, kind of.
Ну, наконец-то эта игра унылая закончилась.
Things looked even more one-sided in the favor of their opponents in KT. Looking a bit
Ну
tighter
и
overall too.
осталось потерпеть LGD. Всего 2 игры. Немного непонятно, что-то пяти-ростер затягивали с этой игрой. Столько времени потратили.
Almost 100% pick ban.
Just makes you wonder if you could only get an insight into what is actually happening in terms of communication, because TBQ, while he did not gank, he did provide some information to his team where they could maybe deduce where the enemy jungle could be. Obviously, if you see your jungle on the other side of the map, you have to play cautious. But if he should be there or not, you still have to respect the fact that you can be outmanned there, especially against teleports. So again, the demise of LGD is very often an early game at the hands of multiple teleports coming in, shutting down Imp, and then there not being any cross-map potential.
Ну если Кейти Ролстер опять так же будут... Ну вот, на прошлой неделе они же заиграли агрессивно и начали побеждать всех. Сегодня они... Это так медленно. Медленно, так сейфово все делали, поступательно. Блин, 20 лишних минут они потратили на эту игру. Могли и быстрее закончить.
Yeah, for a number 1 seed to collapse this completely is unheard of.
Wow. I don't know. It kind of takes it out of you seeing that. Honestly, it does. I mean,
that's why we forget that sometimes. Like we talk, very, very, very dry and sick about these teams because we're just having the big picture. But in the end, like these guys are still on the stage. Like this is Worlds. Like this means this literally means the world to them. They practice a lot, whether they did it efficiently or not. You know, in your scrims, you still build up your entire season to this point, and then have it crumbling down, even for Flame, getting subbed in. You know, you hope that you can be that change. Imagine if they win. You know, suddenly morale goes up, but look really heartbroken there.
Not much of a difference there. Yeah, LGD taken out quite easily by KT, but
Так,
KT
сейчас
looking like
попросим Риота в Твиттере.
first place later. We'll have to see how that Origin game goes. Now let's check in at the analyst desk to see what they thought of that last game.
Thank you, Doa. Now, with that win, LGD unfortunately can no longer make it out of groups. Very sorry, Spawn.
Unfortunately? Thank goodness for that. I do not want to see any more LGD games.
Spawn is completely off of the train. Completely off of the train.
You have to see at least 2 more today. Oh, goodness gracious me.
All right. Well, let's dissect this game. As painful as it might be for you, LGD leaving up the Mordekaiser, you would think they have some kind of plan. They bring the Anivia pick out. Is that it? Is that supposed to be the counter to Mordekaiser?
They had a plan. Was it a good plan? I'm going to say no, but technically that team should have been allowed to stay. Like, they wanted a non-interactive map for like 30 minutes of that game where they warded up Dragon, were able to control vision, and then just had this amazing kite back comp with the Tristana, with the Anivia that you can never jump on because of Darius and Alistair, but did that happen? Definitely not.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sitting on your hands, though, when you have an Evelynn for your jungle. After the lane swap is done, you have a turret that top laners are in, and they're like, oh, there's dead turret, and you just get to walk around it and come in. It's so easy to flank on it. TBQ was playing as if he wasn't an invisible jungler.
Yeah, see, I'm going to disagree there. Evelynn, sure, play proactively. TBQ, please just stay near Godby. Like, just hold his hand, walk around the map with either Godby or PYL, do your job.
Ну, я здесь, я все дела на завтра откладывал. Ну, ладно.
I know you have some
Ладно,
opinions of it.
Of course.
So let's look at the way that this played out, because it seemed as though LGD was coming out ahead of the game here, given that Someday was put in a pretty awful position on the tail end.
For sure. Like, there was this one big decision that was completely wrong in this swap. We see this pretty standard in a way that, like KT...
Ну вы настраиваете, что там кругом будет куча народу.
Same thing is going to happen top lane, but the decision with KT
Ну, в Радуге парк, если делать городскую фотографию, то это, вы там на лавочках где-то сидите, я буду фотографировать, а народ будет ходить рядом и пялиться. Вот. Ну ладно, что тогда?
Approach this area and he just knows he's screwed in this situation. Darius is going to take all this experience. We're going to see a scenario where Flame was level 6 and Sunday was level 4, because Sunday knows Evelyn's going to screw him over if he tries to CS. This is a big mistake, and this is pretty standard when it comes to the European lane surf, as people like to call it.
You know what's really crazy here too is this is actually a game that they have a TP on the Anivia, so you could also flank with the Anivia as well, because they had wards down the lane, and you could make plays off of that, but we didn't see proactiveness there.
I'm going to tell you something even crazier. There was a level 6 to a level 4, and they still lost the 3v3 fight. They gave up all 3 kills.
Well, surprisingly, Flame was playing really safe as a level 6 Darius against a level 4 Renekton in lane. It was a very odd situation, because they did seem to have set up the first 5 to 8 minutes, very well for themselves. And then things started to go haywire. either Renekton got back into the game, we saw the Dragons get picked up by the Mordekaiser, and they were able to put a lot of pressure around the map that LGD just didn't seem like they were able to keep up with.
Будем надеяться, что
PYL got caught out water.
Риоты увидят
very critical on PYL just
наш
wandering into
пост.
river for no reason in the first 3 games. He did it again this game and gave up first blood to a
послушать,
Mordekaiser.
что они ответят.
Actually, Arrow just walked around him and killed him. He didn't have wards down.
I want to come back to Yamato though.
It's very important to highlight like the win condition of KT's composition. It's simply because they need to snowball their lanes and play out their lanes and just do the dragon. That is like the win condition. And the fact that they were behind in the top lane matchup was so detrimental for how they should have played out the game. But then that fight at blue just sealed the deal for the entire game.
Yeah, that fight at blue was actually kind of strange because what happened was TBQ was standing in the brush at blue buff.
Сложно и комментировать такие матчи, давать
TBQ
аналитику,
was
потому
standing
что
there.
играла одна команда.
Score was standing there, and he had the Wolf Spirit. And when Evelyn started walking by, because he had vision of his radius there, the Wolf Spirit actually targeted the Eve while she was in visibility, and he didn't actually have vision of her unless he had that. So it's just this certain this circumstance that allowed that to happen that really messed up TBQ in that play.
But if you actually look at the play, so like go back, break it down. The wave had pushed up. TBQ was there to guarantee the freeze wouldn't happen in reverse. However, Godvi had been shoved into his turret. The right play is to pick Flame up and go back towards your bottom lane to start securing that dragon objective. There is no reason for that shot call to even be made. You say it's circumstantial, but just give up the 2 waves of experience. Secure your win condition back in the way of the dragon and make sure that snowball never starts. Instead, they try and invade on a side of the map where they don't have a pushing advantage, and it just goes horribly wrong.
This is the thing I want to look at. We've seen Mordekaiser get through a few times now. Each time has come away with the win. We have yet to see a team pressure the dragon against a Mordekaiser and pick up the first couple, deny it from the Mordekaiser, and really slow down that push game. Why is that happening?
It's because of the experience advantage that Mordekaiser gives you. In the European lane swap, he has level 6 by the time your AD carry has about level 4.5, which just means that he can do it so much quicker around the 7.5 minute mark that you can't get the first one, and once the first one does happen, it just puts you so far behind. I'm expecting teams to come up with something crazy to really try and deny that first dragon.
It's also important to highlight, like in the decision that they took KT by sending somebody in the top lane, it also favors Mordekaiser. He kind of becomes stronger because he's going to get that big wave that is still pushing towards him. So like every problem got solved with this fight at the blue buff. Like someday just ended up ahead.
At the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day rather, KT starting off on the right foot. LGD, unfortunately, some dreams have been crushed. We have to take a quick break from the action, but when we return, it's NA versus Korea as TSM takes on KT Rolster. Stay with us.
My life is so beautiful.
And Flame in a 1v3. And even Lord Flame has to run from that one. Gets a bit of a heal off the Q, but that's a double kill.
Alex
as well.
Camping on the road.
In a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
He hooked him off the lantern.
Communication.
To push Arrow away. Whoa! Mordekaiser takes him though. And Flame comes in just to die. That's a double. Score comes in with a barrel. Imp trying to carry. Gets taken down by Someday. And that is going to be nearly an ace. LGD falls to 0-4 in the tournament. GG for KT.
once again, and welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. The players are getting ready on that stage there as Team Solo Mid is about to face off against KT Rolster. Now, if KT win, not only do they secure their spot in the quarterfinals, they obviously, of course, knock TSM out of contention for a quarterfinal spot. So there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. It's do or die time. What are the main factors that we're looking at? As TSM did look better in their first showing today, but still unable to pull the trigger and close a game.
Yeah, TSM ran into the same problems that they've always had, but it also looked like they were suffering from nobody wants to knock them out of the tournament on their own team. But you can't have that, because then you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You have to play for keeps, because they have to win every game from here on out on TSM and keep KT down. So you have to be able to just clear your head. It's much easier said than done, but also take responsibility for things and at least step up to the plate to make those plays.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here for TSM and what I want them to improve on is what Origin did, and that's play the map a little bit better. They need to be able to rotate around very crisply outside of the early game. Their early game has looked fantastic. If they can transition that, there is a chance, because when we've seen KT looking good, it's when they control the big zones and get their ward line down. TSM need to do a very good job of denying that and maybe starting some advantageous team fights.
It's like, I feel you're saying that the early game, I think it has looked better, I agree, but I don't think it has looked good enough to impress me, because I feel like Santori needs to get more active, he needs to get his hands dirty. I feel Lost Boy should start to make decisions where he leaves the lane, because they aren't really dominating the ball. Maybe he should leave the lane, do some roams. I want to see Dyrus as well to make use of his teleport, because throughout the game they are just too inactive. They're just chilling at their turrets. Yeah. It cannot happen.
We had the criticism that they went to the mid lane once, secured that kill onto XPeke, never made a return gank, never looked to really propel Bjergsen ahead.
They're like being nice. They need to be bullies. When somebody blows their flash, you just come get them again. You try to tilt them off the face of the earth. Keep going after that. The dagger's in, you've got to twist it.
Especially with a Malphite, man.
Right. And then, of course, we got to flip over to KT. We just saw them play, and they're looking very solid. So for them, I have to imagine a lot of it is just clean execution, play like you've been playing.
I'm just thinking back to the previous game that they played. It was pretty clean. The only advantage TSM had was Bjergsen in the mid lane. That killed Nagde 1v1, but TSM failed to play on that pressure, and KT simply dominated the bot lane, dominated the top, and transitioned that into a late game team fight where Nagne was more useful than Bjergsen in the end.
All right, well, slow and steady wins the race for KT. That's pretty good against TSM as a team. Down the line predictions. Zyrene, we're starting with you.
I'm also going to go with just KT here again. I went with them earlier today. They didn't let me down. Sorry about your LGD, man. But yeah, I feel like KT play a better late game than TSM currently, and their shot calling and macro play, although it's not the best of the tournament, is still better than TSM's at the moment.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup, I just see the KT top laner someday going up against Dyrus, and I get so scared. So I think that KT will be able to once again use that lane, as they have all tournament long, to just snowball advantages around the map and start great team fights.
While I feel personally that TSM had the tools to take some of these wins with the Bjergsen advantages mid, they've just proven that they cannot really execute on it. They're playing way too passive, and I have to go with KT.
There you have it. We're a unanimous desk here. We're going to send it out to the
casters. As we go,
Nagne said he's got to step up his individual game to match the strong mid laners he's going up against in Group D.
저는 롤드컵에 오기 전까지만 해도 충분히 그 나머지 세 팀의 미드라이너한테 안 밀릴 수 있다고 생각하고 코치님도 항상 그렇게 힘을 많이 주셨어요. 근데 제가 그 1주차에서는 그 보답을 좀 많이 못 해드린 것 같아가지고 정말 죄송하고, 이번 2주차에서 치러질 오늘 매치업에서는 꼭 제가 라인전에서부터 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Ну, это был
Well, Nagne knowing exactly what he needs to get done today. He wasn't able to do it in their first game so much, but we'll see what happens here in KT versus TSM. Now, last week, Bjergsen beat Nagne pretty handily, didn't he?
Yes, he definitely did. В течение первой недели, и он не смог оправдать на 100% его ожидания. Кстати, сегодня он тоже... нет, кстати.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so KT with not a ton to build off of, but honestly, and I know this still sounds weird to say, but I feel like TSM is going to give KT a bit more of the run for their money while it's something very hard. As we go into picks and bans for TSM versus KT Rolster, Gragas and Mordekaiser.
Гарантирует
first
выход
bans to hit the board.
из группы.
All right.
А если смогут еще и победить Ориджинов, то будет еще один дополнительный матч между командами Origin и KT Roster за первое место группы. Так, давайте посмотрим, что у нас там куда идет и на кого попадает. Местом группы А, то есть это либо волки, либо тигры. Там видно будет Flash Wolves, либо Cloud Tigers. Так, это у нас группа D. Так, второе место группы D играет с первым местом группы А. То есть это либо волки, либо тигры. Там видно будет Flash Wolves, либо Cloud Tigers. Так, а D1 у нас играет с B2. Ну, кто будет на втором месте в группе B, это вообще одна из самых парадоксальных групп этого чемпионата.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have seen progress from TSM. So if they
Я
go
вообще не
into a
могу
similar
загадывать,
composition
что
that they run last game, and maybe they just got Locadoc and said, okay, up until this point it was good. This is where you guys failed. Do this better, do this harder, especially when it gets again between Lost Boy and Santorin helping each other ward and defend objectives. That was really TSM last game. They
шанс сыграть еще один раз и показать, что в финале UCS они проиграли случайно, я бы это так назвал. Шанс сыграть еще один раз и показать, что в финале UCS они проиграли
Yeah, true. I mean, and if they pick up this, if KT picks up this Rek'Sai for score, that's going to be great. He's been fantastic on that champion all season long. And Arrow will have no trouble at all playing that Jinx.
Yeah, the Jinx steal away from Turtle is actually a pretty big deal here for TSM as well. They won't be able to go back to that strategy.
Well, if there's one thing that KT has been very good at since the early stages of the spring season this year, is their pick bank. Their draft has been very, very strong. Even when they couldn't quite play out the comps they got, they still got good comps. Will we see that Astro Wild Turtle? I think the Callista seems a bit more likely.
Yeah, we actually totally glossed over that. Honestly, you're so used to the point at this stage in the World Finals where Callista just she brings so much to the table, but the biggest value that she brings is that your support can suddenly start playing super aggressively and your 2v2 becomes incredibly strong. TSM's bot lane doesn't strike me as a bot lane that can actually take a lot of advantage of the strengths of Callista and actually fall more to the weaknesses of her, so that's maybe one of the reasons why we not seeing it pick up.
Yeah, if you're not a proactive team, then taking Callista is going to hurt you actually, so they actually change and they go for the Kog'Maw to try and match a little bit.
Well, TSM, it seems like they just want to play the super late game. They want to just try to hold on for as long as they can.
And they want to play sort of the same pick-oriented
strategy.
Сейчас посмотрим по остальным пикам TSM, куда они собираются Кога отправить. TSM did already show this strategy, so KT know what they're getting into. Meanwhile, KT, in their first game of the day, they didn't have to show anything because they were given Mordekaiser. TSM already knows, oh, we don't want to give them Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser is strong.
Yes, Mordekaiser is strong. Got it.
Yeah.
Just a word count.
I'd be a little bit surprised about this Janna lock game.
I wouldn't like it.
Azir for Nagne makes sense. Nagne is an incredible Azir. Man, if you want a champion ban out against Nagne, ban Azir. But what do you think, Janna?
I just think if you look at what TSM is trying to build here, especially with Kog'Maw E again, it's not really poke, but it's a poke facilitator. If you slow them down, it's easier to connect these pokes. And generally, Janna resets fights against hard engage, but repetitive poke over time, Janna doesn't counter that at all because her ultimate doesn't punish you unless you flash from cocoons, from bindings. If that Vega gets locked in, which LeBlanc could have countered in lane.
И опасно ему давать его.
Pick like that, Capo?
I don't know, tell me, Kobe.
Потому что если зайдет весь контроль от KT Roster, за это время Азир в лейте будет разрывать просто соперников. Не считая уже
CC.
The other side of the equation, though, if TSM fails to get a large advantage by sieging, then the game doesn't revolve around KT Roster stopping TSM from taking towers, but then suddenly the burden becomes on TSM to actually get to carries, get to Azir and Jinx, defended by Rek'Sai and Janna. That becomes impossible in the later stages of the game. So definitely like different spike levels here. In the early game, it's TSM. Later on, it will be KT Roster.
I don't know though, because if you have the zoning of the Veigar cage and such long range damage here, Veigar Kog'Maw, Morgana at least can blow up someone from range.
Definitely.
KT do not have a hard tank on their team, so it's going to be sort of an arms race.
Actually, I take that back. With the Veigar locked in, it changes a lot of how this game plays out. I do think TSM have just a lot more easier comp to play here.
Think about Fiora here for someday. Oh, Olaf could work too.
I think they need a strong split pusher. Generally, against compositions that are already stronger than you and group, you don't beat them by adding another group component.
Или Veigar воротами.
Just playing through their hand. What you want to do is peel them off, get a split pusher that can win the 1v1s and keep the teleports out of the fight, keep at least one hard CC out, because they're playing similar composition. It's even easier right now. Veigar Cage brings so much zone to the
Единственное, что KT Rolster пушить могут быстрее.
Now, because if Olaf runs in, he's going to try and charge the Veigar. Yes, Veigar does have a lot of timing delays that take a while to get used to on the champion, and you can try and bum rush him. But if Turtle is left undetended, he could just melt the Olaf down. So it's going to be a race between can Turtle get enough damage and can the rest of the team have enough damage to burn down the Olaf as he tries to charge.
Well, another part
Посмотрим, кстати, интересный матч предстоит. Я
Я
пытаюсь в голове проиграть ситуации, как вообще могут себя команды вести, какие у них хорошие стороны, какие не очень. Ну и как бы во многих случаях для меня выигрывают TSM.
Proved useful for Origin. A cleanse a lot more useful here. Double cleanse being ran at the very last minute. That's actually changed from arrow. You guys can't see that. So one cleanse on Naga in the mid lane, one heal switch from arrow there. But that will be fundamental for them to make
на команду.
Not only does
То есть это уже преимущество на старте.
The duration
для
of
TSM.
subsequent CCs that land on you afterwards.
That's right, and it is time to send in your predictions, guys. Hashtag TSM win or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports. Let us know who you think is going to take the third game of the day. TSM in a battle for survival. They have to win this one to keep their quarterfinal hopes alive. And KT on the other side, as we move into Summoner's Rift, a win here will secure their spot in the quarterfinals. A lot riding for both teams on this game. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I actually really like the distinction between these two team comps because it's a clash of styles. The hard counter to TSM's composition on paper is the Olaf charging forward. The problem is
пока они все равно бегают,
Bjergsen especially can block any and all follow-up. If he cages behind the Olaf, suddenly he's up front, and that, the front-loaded damage coming out of the burst a little bit with Bjergsen following up and at least maybe executing. That's enough to kill an Olaf in the time that the cage then disappears. So have to watch out if KT overreaches because they have no hard engage. They don't have any target lockdown CC whatsoever. Flash unburrow is probably the closest they get to that.
Очень хороший шанс кого-нибудь поймать и убить.
Even though you do have these delays that you have to work on.
Now, Sumday's first game on Olaf in the tournament went really well. He ended up 5-0-1 in that game.
Ну и ощущение, клин столько у Нагни.
Anytime you have Someday on really anything, you gotta be a little bit concerned.
Also, the snipes up here coming out for KT, they can knock down turrets really quickly with Jinx. Really quickie turret knocky downy is what I like to call this bottom lane combo of Jinx.
That is a great comp name.
And they'll need to do that, knocky downy turrety, because if you look at KT as a team, they're actually the worst when it comes to turrets overall. They have the largest turrets deficit. They're 0-3 in first towers coming into this game, and out of all the teams except the wildcard teams, at 15 minutes, they're actually down towers the most. Generally, they're down 1 tower to 2, or 2 towers to 1 rather. Against a composition like this, TSM could snowball that incredibly quickly. They can make that 2nd tower, 3rd tower, 4th tower, and keep sieging and get a gold advantage that way.
Yep, TSM actually going to answer the swap here, though, and they find Peekaboo.
Peekaboo has to drop that shield on himself, takes a bit of damage from Wild Turtle as we get that 2v2 up in top lane.
Ooh, a nice little trade there by Turtle. Also got one last W-empowered auto attack on Arrow, where Arrow actually canceled his rocket attack.
More importantly, Jinx, Janna should be able to AFK push with AoE rockets if you can use the shield offensively. That shield being used early delays that push, so now Lustboy and Turtle won't get threatened to get to level 2, where they actually have a lot more CC coming out. Janna doesn't spike as hard level 2, so it's these minor things, but just a single shield can change the entire way this matchup plays out in later stages.
Exactly. One shield, one canceled auto, and Turtle plus Lustboy get to level 2 first.
You know, and this is not Peekaboo's normal kind of support, too. So it's obviously something that can work really well, but we'll have to see. I'm a little bit worried.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map there, down bottom, Dyrus on Malphite is going to get shoved in by Olaf. Someday does have plenty of consumables to keep his mana up as well, so he's going to try and shove Malphite in under the turret, which should make it miss CS under there.
Dyrus used teleport, missed CS, and is still behind in experience. So just had to check. Even though those waves equaled out, he's still behind in experience. He's down 8 CS already, and he has expended his teleport. So didn't quite see what happened, but something went wrong here for TSM.
No kidding. I don't think he was a cannon, at least.
They did do a delayed invade, but yeah, the one good thing for Dyrus is that he is on Malphite, full health. They won't dive him down bottom, so he's okay for dying right now.
It comes at the cost for Score here. Score is half a level behind Santorin. Generally doesn't mean all that much in the jungle, but Santorin will need to make an aggressive move then to use that advantage somewhere.
It is a little bit dangerous for Dyrus as the wave is going to push away from him right now. And that may be part of what went into this lane swap. They're actually sending Turtle and Lesboy down bottom.
This is actually TSM being proactive for the first time. Dyrus realizes if he stays in that lane, he's likely to get ganked and give. Because of the push advantage, this goes all the way back to that initial shield. Because TSM get the first push, they can base whenever they want, and they can rotate and fix that broken lane, so to say, for Dyrus, who now goes back to top lane, where the wave bounced back to him.
Also, look at this quick shove that they did. They're trying to get the minions under the turret to die before Arrow gets there to increase a little bit of a CS lead here for Turtle. To try to do that
a little bit. And I mean, this John to pick 2 for Peekaboo really just says that they want to stay in this 2v2. They don't want Peekaboo to roam like he normally does. Yeah. It's going to be a straight up lane for these teams.
Yeah, Janna, when she's pushing, she can use the shield offensively, and then Ara can get a lot of good trades in. When you're pushed in, you very often have to use it defensively, and that loses the trading value on and the extra attack damage that you get from that. In addition, that it gets broken very easily. So Janna lane's generally dependent on pushing. She will obviously even out. Nobody's going to kill each other in this lane. It's incredibly passive lane.
Look at this counter gank that's being set up though.
Так, ну и я как раз вовремя пришел. Смотрим, планируется ганг. И как только ошибка. И мимо!
Exhaust, the skill shot missed, so Peekaboo's still out of trouble. Summoner heal saves him though. And that gank did not work out. Santorin loses a ton of health at the same time.
Alright, we gotta wait.
Вот это косяк ластбоя вообще!
Dodge the bad matchup Olaf into the Malphite. They
did
exactly the same thing, but instead of basing right now, they faked the base. KT was thinking TSM were repeating the same play. That's why Peekaboo literally faced the rush. He should have
kill упустили TSM.
Such bad execution there. Binding
Теперь они
is one of the
просто по
widest
фарму
skill
по всем
shots.
лайнам продолжают проигрывать.
Fantastic, but part 2, man.
And then because they messed that up, because they messed
Ну,
that
это
binding,
не очень
they
хороший
actually
знак
took
для
a ton of
TSM.
damage from a full minion wave there.
Особенно если учесть, что у них Ригар лейтовый персонаж.
So this binding was everything.
I mean, you can just wait. Peekaboo walks in.
Что вот это было?
And then he gets exhausted. And then
Санторин накосячил.
He's slowly realizing you can see
Как можно в упор промазать?
That's all on Lesboy because binding is so much
Особенно
wider.
профессионалам.
Yeah, that's what the junglers say. It's on the support. Your skill shot's wider. Dude's literally face checking and brush. It's on both of them, Kobe.
Alright, fine. I don't know how you can face check and
Ну
push
это
like
вообще,
that,
то есть,
Liam.
во-первых, они не разобрались, кто в какой очереди контролит. То есть, чтобы у Жанны вообще не было возможности уйти, они с задержкой, ну там, в полсекунды, секунду должны были использовать свои скиллы.
Probably.
Arrow. Speaking of skill shots landing, Wild Turtle takes some damage too.
Yeah, the spacing on the lane. Black Shield proc after the trap, so damage gets done, and CC on Wild Turtle.
Yep. That they actually land the skill shot, lose the trade.
Yep.
Hate it when that happens.
It's the jungler's fault.
It's the support version of win lane, lose game. Where?
Apparently.
Why weren't you ganking, man, when I was winning my lane? Where were you? I relied on you, man.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually, Bjergsen, we talked about how great he's been.
Ну и посмотреть бы, сколько там Бьерксен на Вейгаре настакал уже.
Nagne is doing just fine.
7 минут
Veigar,
прошло.
though, uses a lot of mana and his cooldowns on charging up ability power.
Veigar doesn't care though. Even is ahead
So
for Veigar
let's
because
check
he's
in,
constantly spamming Qs for CS because he wants to build AP. He doesn't want to trade at all. So anybody gets relatively a free lane into a Veigar.
He's got plus 43 right now. I don't know. We'll have to check in with Froggen, I guess, to see how good that will
I've actually watched a lot of Froggen or just any Veigar player, and by the 22-minute mark, you very often see those players on 240 AP already or 250, and that's with only really a minimal assist, maybe 2 or 3 assists overall. So they just power farm.
See, the real thing that you want to look for, though,
Кстати,
is
он
getting the
очень
double
хорошо
charge.
стакает.
Yeah, exactly. He missed
Видите,
one
у
there,
него
but it didn't matter
уже
because it was
120
professional lane.
АП.
But that's what you always want to look for. How well the
Это
laner can set up
очень
for both
достойно.
procs to actually get the bonus AP, or for one of the procs to hit for harass as well.
Yeah, and it actually is okay into an Azir matchup, because what Azir likes doing is just AFK pushing you into the tower, but then Veigar can outrange the harass that follows up afterwards. So essentially, except if that happens, he can. But if you look at him, he gets untouched through an entire laning phase. 77 CS against 77. Tower hasn't really taken all that much damage. About a quarter at best is gone. So Bjergsen doing fine in that matchup because he just gets more value out of his CS.
Score coming in.
Pull it in the brush. Pull it in the brush.
Okay, looks like it should be okay. Prey Seeker doesn't connect. It was a long shot, but Score had nothing better to do at the time. Why not try to defend it? But Nagne able to get a lot of damage in on that turret, taking it down to about 50% XP. Maybe more. Wow, that's a ton of damage done for that blue buff.
And that Score just lurking for that blue buff. TSM was aware that he could be there. They take more time securing it, and that allows for, you know, being pushed in the tower, and suddenly how even that matchup was earlier, it suddenly tilts toward heavy tower damage on Nagne's side.
Yep, Score also rushing to that sight stone. They've got a lot of vision. Down bottom, though, both junglers see each other, and the fight is on.
Arrow getting very low as well. Peekaboo, or trying to... Is AD carry healthy enough? Santorum is coming down, though.
Так, ну еще один заход от Санторина.
But here comes Score from
И
the
Скоро
side.
показался, чтобы знать, кто где.
Coming in for TSM, Dyrus and Bjergsen show up. Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out, and someday trying to do whatever he can. He's got 1 kill on the Wild Turtle already. Wild Turtle took out Score with the post-death. Massive explosion. Someday backing under turret. Gotta get away. Lustway nearly died there. Meanwhile, Nagne takes out that
Нет, не выживет. Даст 5 стаков. Дополнительные 5 АП для Вейгара. Ну и очень-очень классно использовали телепорт. Что Дайрус, что Бjergsen. Ну а так как у Нагни не было телепорта, то он вынужден был оставаться на лайне.
Watch that again.
Ну и
Double
вообще
TP comes
смотрите.
down. Dyrus lands a double knockup here as well on Arrow. Bloodsport goes down and good CC chaining.
Double knockup, and right after Peekaboo had started channeling the Monsoon, canceling all of that healing.
He also blocks the arrow, the rocket there from the Jinx. Score goes down. This is maybe the only mistake here. Binding misses, so not chained with the cage, but then really good zoning. Dyrus comes back in and Bjergsen gets the kill. So
expert use of
вот это вот
passive
что
there
было?
by Wild Turtle as well.
Там был мальчик, вот что это было. Он и так умирал, но он решил как-то пойти по очень сложному пути и отдал килл Вейгару. Причем еще и со стаками. И теперь с одним митом Мореллой у Вейгара теперь 2 сотни АП с лишним. Это просто печально, мега печально для команды KT. Мне уже начинает казаться, что все-таки TSM возьмут одну игру.
I mean, coming into the first game TSM played, we talked about how high Bjergsen's impact was on the
хотя у
game.
них
Now he
еще
forces his
впереди
opposing mid
предстоит
laner
игра с
to go for
LGD.
Cleansing Comp Teleport. In addition to that, Nagne is going with a very unconventional Azir build. Abyssal First is something I don't think we've yet to see ever on an Azir, so he can't go for that normal Nashor's Tooth because he's so afraid of being blown up immediately.
Yeah, very defensive opening. That being said, so much magic damage on TSM.
Ну и да,
Азир
боится
идти
в фулл ОП.
Oh no, not unless Nagne decides to jump in.
Yeah.
Первый итем у него вообще защитный против Вейгара. То есть в этом довольно-таки серьезная проблема для KT, потому что, а зуб на Шора, если возьмешь зуб на Шора, у тебя будет очень высокий атак спид и не так много АП. И одной кнопкой тебя убить все равно не смогут, но ты-то надамажить сможешь нормально. Ну, он решает один у нас. Первым брать Дефита.
He has an instant impact from his teleport. You come in, you ultimate, boom, he's a rock.
Очень-очень
I like the
легко.
execution of the play, but I like even more was the setup. We saw Santorin path through the lane, showing himself, going for the siege, just making sure they had at least 4 minions alive to dive. The teleports came in at the exactly right timing. KT wasn't ready for it. TSM finally working as a team, going for some plays. Dire stuff, just be careful, Sunday's in the brush.
Yep, he is.
And he's Malphite.
Reckless strikes, so yeah, only takes off that shield.
Doesn't matter, and the Malphite.
Malphite. Maybe that's the kind of rock he's made from.
Ah, yes.
There you go, saved it. Wild Turtle on his own for the moment in the lane, and I think KT might want to take advantage of that. Score finds a pink ward in the tri-brush, though, so not going to go down there and go for the 1v3.
Is he a rock or a mineral?
Yeah, he's actually a mountain.
Rocks are minerals.
Isn't he a mountain?
I think he's just not big enough for that. Come on, man. He's smaller than Joker.
You're the one I refer to on the lore. I'm pretty sure in part of that.
I don't know what his deal is. He's just Malphite.
Alright, well, this is going to be zoning TSM off of the bottom turret here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, they really don't have pressure anywhere else, so this is purely gain for KT. They don't give anything up for it.
Easy turret for KT. Nagne was coming down along with Bjergsen just to make sure things went well.
Santorin was just coming from base. It was a late buy from him in the fountain for quite a while. And you, like I said, the duo here, the quickie tower killy combo of
Tower pushy
Jinx and Janna. Quick work of it.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. We talk about how TSM's comp is really fantastic if you can group up Siege, layer of CCs, but the way Veigar operates in a sense that he wants to power up, he farms incredibly slowly. He takes 3 Qs for every wave. If there's a cannon, maybe even more so because he wants to get that AP. Q right now, built for strike, is on a 3.5 second cooldown roughly. So for every instant shove wave by Nagne, it takes over 10 seconds for Bjergsen to clear a wave. And he gets pushed into his side of the map, so that eliminates any sieging potential. So, need to see Bjergsen stop prioritizing the AP and start maybe threatening some trades on Nagne to maybe get some turret siege potential.
It is called Team Solo Mid, and looking out for number 1.
I feel like we got to bring this up again. At 10 minutes, TSM had that gold lead, had that big play, and now we're 15 minutes in. And the gold lead swinging back a little bit for KT.
This time around, though, it is
the opposite of the
exactly. TSM actually have towers on the board that they can take to recoup that gold deficit. To be able to do that, though, you have to either make an outplay as far as map movements are concerned, or
he's collapsing.
Santorin wants Bjergsen to come down and help him out here. Can they do it? Nagne could get caught here. He does. Going to use that cleanse Peekaboo with the heal just in case. He's out a little bit early, maybe.
Dire's TP, they have to cut him off from the mid lane and start a siege. They need to get this tower because in the top lane, Someday will push in.
Yeah, you don't want to go for that early dragon. You'd much rather have the early influx of gold that comes from mid turret. TSM, though, they're getting cornered here. Someday does have teleport, and he's using it.
He's going in. He's coming in from behind. Score gets caught, though, by Veigar. He's going to go down. Wild Turtle with the kill there. Can they do anything now?
Yes.
I don't even know if Someday wants to come in.
TSM with the pick right as the teleport started. That timing.
Oh. Score gets himself caught. Wild Turtle gets himself a kill. Someday has to just walk to that mid turret.
This is good for TSM.
It is good for TSM. Literally, the only drawback is that Bjergsen actually didn't get the last hit with his Q there. You get a bonus 4 for champions, plus you still get the extra 1.
Wow.
But they got the kill, and it went to Turtle. Also a carry for TSM. Also a good spot for the money to go.
Oh, he's got his Serenity Force, and he's putting it to good use. Hammering away at that turret. And they've got to be careful. The siege from Veigar is just so good.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy to play as long as you have complete vision of where the enemy members are, because then you can even choose not to hit your cage, but just put it down as a zoning tool for those 2.5 seconds, I believe it lasts. It's just, or 2 seconds at this rank right now, it's impossible.
Oh, the sweeping lens didn't catch that ward.
To be clear, since I said that so quickly, the bonus that Bjergsen loses out on isn't the 5 that you get extra for champions, it's the 1 that you get for the execute. So
if you lost, it's with Q, but that is...
I'm just saying.
That's some date, yeah.
I don't want...
You don't want to get the Twitter feed once you tap out of the game? Yeah.
Well, TSM takes the first dragon of the game. The pressure is starting to be put onto KT. For the first time since their loss versus Origin, someday they'll responding with that last outer turret for KT Rolster. So they do respond, they do...
Oh, this is so unfortunate.
I see you.
Dyrus just based as that ward came over, so...
Yeah, it was actually good communication there from KT, because TSM were attempting another grouping down bottom. They had Bjergsen already in transit from the mid lane. And that one ward there from Peekaboo shows everything. The jig is up.
You see Peekaboo here as well. He has the exhaust, which is obviously what you have to run on Janna. The problem is, TSM damage just outranges the exhaust range. It's incredibly hard for Janna to even get an exhaust before the combo lands from the Veigar, from Wild Turtle on that Kog'Maw. So
yeah,
that kind of gets nullified here. Just very range-dependent team fights. If Nagne and Arrow can outrange and get peeled for when TSM's on the back foot, then they can win this fight. But if TSM is sieging, then they have the advantage. So positioning will be incredibly important in this mid game to see who comes out ahead.
Wait for it.
Anytime now.
Wait for it. Want to get this blue buff?
Good
kill
old
it.
Rek'Sai, at least you can heal up.
Ooh. It's close.
All right, so the thing that we're looking for here, though, is actually KT this time around to be the proactive team. They're the ones with all the outer turrets down and the extra gold advantage from that global gold, so they want to try and use that, before TSM are able to catch up. So, grouping all mid here. Couple pings down top there for Someday. He should be able to scout out and avoid this 3-on-1 situation.
He needs to be careful. Oh, getting some nice poke on Bjergsen there, though.
Also, Matt moving down bottom here, Janna, she could meet up with Jinx and annihilate a secondary turret. This, for KT, they could get a secondary turret down just for this outer.
Yeah, meanwhile, TSM will try to take that top turret. They'll probably get it.
But mid and bottom, I feel like this is a good trade for KT.
Yeah.
They're just keeping up the pressure. So Janna actually opts to go over to Azir instead of Jinx, but still, they've got pressure on 2 lanes.
And Nagne did
for a tier 1. It's pretty good.
Hashtag worth in all chat.
Yeah.
If he was allowed. Nagne was actually doing a really good job there, just zoning out Bjergsen. He puts down a couple of soldiers while Bjergsen wants to walk in for cage range. At that point, if he doesn't land the cage, the cost of that play will be his entire health bar, so he has to be incredibly careful, especially since Nagne's running cleanse. So really good proactive play here again from KT, but as long as TSM can keep that gold lead at 1 or 2,000 and the towers are off the map, so there's no additional rotations possible for KT, then they can still have that compositional advantage. You can nullify gold leads by grouping up and being a stronger 5v5 team, and that's what TSM will be looking for.
проблема. Потому что Вигар, посмотрите, вторым митром берет свой старт, довольно неожиданно. Смотря, конечно, с какой стороны посмотреть неожиданно. У него очень много АП на данный момент для чувака.
That is total though, that is not bonus, just to make that clear.
Yes, only from his that is total.
Так, смотрим, 453 АП всего с 2 предметов, Морелла и Войдстав. Это просто что-то ужасающее. Поэтому, естественно, он может позволить себе... О, еще и ульта мимо пошла. Была возможность. Так, и Бjergsen должен умирать.
Knocks Bjergsen back into the rest of KT. Dyrus Chase now has to use his flash to escape, and KT, there's the aggressive move.
That was a beautiful wind sec from Peekaboo overall, knocking him back there. But the biggest mistake for me in that fight was Dyrus. On an already locked down target jungler that has no offensive tools anymore in the fight, using Malphite ulti as a single target. He could use that as peel for 3-man follow-up, and next Q combo, W combo for Bjergsen overall. So, yeah, just
Олафа вместе с мерками. Есть Солярис у Риксай, Abyssal Scepter у Нагни, поэтому прям очень и очень удачно. Вот здесь вот, ну попади в Джинкса ультой, сразу же все прям совсем развернулось бы по-другому, и они бы не потеряли вообще никого. Удачно, очень удачно. Флешнулась Жанна, не попала в клетку, хотя казалось. Так, и следующего дракона Кейти уже собирается контестить. У них есть небольшое преимущество. Ну и Вейгар должен следующим взять Рабадон, и то есть это у него станет 600 АП плюс 30%, 800 АП. Представляете? То есть урон, который он будет наносить комбо, это чудовищное нечто. То есть если Азир попадется удачно в контроль, он будет аннигилирован.
To a single kill. There we go. KT cleaning up though.
Yep. Somebody doing a lot of damage to that top turret. Can Dyrus do anything to stop him? Nagne coming in. Somebody not wanting to take a lot of turret hits.
Так, ну и вся команда KT ростер подошла на топ, собирается сносить следующую вышку, делать то, что у них хорошо получается, то, что они могут.
Doing some bookkeeping here. Bjergsen is about to reach 200 additional AP from that Q.
И смотрите, уже 516. Намного больше 800 АП у него будет после Рабадона. Плюс еще сколько он настакает, потому что времени у него в запасе очень много. Надо большой посох собрать, надо там на рецепт чуть ли не 1000. Поэтому ему еще далеко до сборки Рабадона. Так, ну и Олаф у нас спокойно бегает перед вражеской командой, у него есть ульта. И сейчас посмотрим, будут нет. Смотрите, сколько урона наносит Вейгар дракону. Просто мгновенно. Ну и смотрим. И скоро просто уничтожила. Где интернет? Наконец-то. Что происходит? И Нагни выжил. Блин, залага. Так, ну будем надеяться, сейчас перезагружу страницу, чтобы бросить все. Мы посмотрим, что там произошло уже нормально. Обязан быть повтор этого момента.
If you looked at how golden Wild Turtle was there, that was a Zeke spot, so that was a 50% crit chance bonus in that fight, and TSM kind of chickened out. They could have just kept fighting, killed Sunday immediately, and then just used Kog'Maw passive while KT was bunched up to win the remaining part of that fight, combined with a Malphite ulti. So, I mean, if you talk about trust between teammates and players like this,
его просто уничтожили мгновенно. Ну и очень много урона смогли нанести по Вайтерпу.
And they had Elise right next to him.
Oh, Nagne, you can't mess around with a zero player like that.
Outplayed. Yeah, because we're focusing here on the mistakes from TSM, but we have to hand it to KT2. They played that fight beautifully. Arrow stayed alive. That's what Jinx has to do, even with so much damage coming out. Nagne played in the center of the fight, not afraid to get potentially knocked up, and then it makes that flashy Shurima shuffle or whatever you can call it to really open up that play. So
он уже очень гигантский TSM наносит, однако не хватает им движения после этого. Мы ждем, естественно, Рабадона от Бjergsen.
Splitting away from Nagne, the situation we talked about before where Darius wants to wreck one of those two targets with his ult and attack speed slow. They just have to stay split up. Darius actually didn't end up getting either of them.
Getting aggressive here. Score thinking about going in. There's some damage onto Dyrus with the
дамажит вообще. Очень сильно, потому что, смотрите, у Дайруса все идет на армор. Поэтому Азир пропускает его как через мясорубку.
it looks like he's getting caught, but he's just always soaking the damage because he's the tankiest member on that team with the least amount of damage respectively. So KT just using him as a bait and then sending in Nagne and Arrow to clean up the job.
И пока не предвидится на стороне TSM
combat that chain CC.
I love this hyper defensive build by Nagne as well because he's still getting
Соляры,
damage on him. He's still making plays, but he's so much safer than the average.
что очень и очень печально, потому что Азир-то дамажит.
Very cool to see. And
По
if you
площади.
look at the Korean Azir players, Nagne and Coco on CJ are the two best, and they play in very different styles, but Nagne is a very, very safe, solid Azir player.
And these random Baron starts are usually symptomatic to poor shot calling and not having a multi-step plan. Just randomly starting Baron means the team is struggling. If you want to start a Baron there as TSM, you want some deeper wards so you at least can see if the jungler's around, because it is so easy for Score to dive under the ground, see some blimps pop up on his minimap, and then just send his Prey Seeker over.
Pretty much. Well, KT with all the advantages for the moment anyway. The gold lead growing, they've tied in kills.
К 600 приближается.
TSM, you know, running a very, very similar strategy in
И
back-to-back
думаю, сейчас
games
будет Рабадон.
today. KT definitely benefiting from seeing it
Так,
earlier. They came in
плюс
with so
120,
many answers.
700.
Cleanse on the mid laner, Olaf for top laner,
800.
even Mercury Treads
800,
on those
56.
champions as well, so when the removal isn't there, they still have reduced.
I think I know some other people aren't
Чуть-чуть
thinking that their
ошибся.
pickings right.
Ну, за счет, конечно, стаков,
That fan vote
которые он за это время успел
in favor
сделать.
of TSM, and at certain points in the game, well, maybe it wouldn't have been too unreasonable.
Ну, у
to
него
agree.
еще есть
I mean,
два
this game's
слота,
gone
и
on. KT is just taking edge after edge.
общий АП у него будет очень и очень
This is
огромный.
World,
glitch, it's world.
That's right. I mean, this is the entire tournament for TSM. They won't be done for the day, but they won't be going to the quarterfinals if they lose this game right now. And KT, you know, they'd have another chance, but they want to lock that up right now. Bjergsen taking a lot of damage there, puts down the defensive.
Ну и Бьерксен
Look how Nagne and Arrow are always
при
protecting
всей
each other.
своей
He's basically saying, Bjergsen, well, if you want to kill my mid laner, I will blow you up in
гигантской
return. And Bjergsen
мощи
really can't afford to take that risk since so much of the damage is
очень
reliant
и
on him
очень
really carrying
скилловый
these fights with
персонаж.
multiple iterations of
То
that
есть
combo.
ему, не знаю, необходимо собрать, не знаю, Релай и Жоню.
And he's going to be even more safe. And as the game goes on, there's going to be more and more answers to the CC coming in from TSM too.
It's all reliant on Dyrus right now. He has the only knockup that people can't play around unless they flash. So he really needs to find an opening where flash is down somehow and connect, or come out from a flank where they don't expect to hit. Predict the flash somehow, some way. He needs to get that knockup, and then TSM can chain and use the zoning part of the cage to really find an opening. Because Cleanse, QSS, Olaf ultimate, Score just soaking up the damage for fun. So many answers here from KT.
Yep.
КСС наконец-то собрала. Не так страшны эффекты контроля. Она может сбежать. Особенно если пойдут в одну точку. Вообще, смотрите. Просто уничтожает Нашора, Вигар. И сейчас умирать. Время умирать. Убивает сразу же Бьерксена, как самого страшного, и все, остальных просто расщепят.
And that's going to be a dragon for KT after they finish off TSM.
Too many lost team fights for TSM. Yep. KT have won the arms race already.
Конечно, Орлов вообще шикарен. Очень классно зашел. Убил сразу же Вигара. И довольный, с улыбкой на лице, отправился на базу воскресать, потому что он это заслужил.
TSM were too afraid to commit on the left side of the flank. Just watch it right here. This is Dyrus on the left side. Look at
очень хорошо сначала прохарасили,
aggressively, and Peekaboo is peeling with ulti. That's why they took Dyrus so long to get to the fight, and they instantly pop Bjergsen here. So if you're in a position like that, if you're TSM, you really have to commit to the left side of the fight.
на Вигара и просто не обращал внимания на Вайтёпла, хотя он, казалось бы, страшный чувак. Однако Вигар в данной ситуации намного страшнее.
a team like KT, you don't want to give complete information because they're so good at making the right choice at the right time.
They're also so good at getting that information. They always have those wards in.
Yeah, they just let TSM start up the dragon, take damage from it.
Так, ну и Нагнис сразу же,
Close the pincer.
Peekaboo actually places
не
40%
задумываясь,
more wards than the average support.
использует
So he's
клин,
actually just it's on the verge of is he
потому что
overwarding
непонятно
how
было,
he's
пойдет там
wards?
следом
Because he
что-нибудь
places
или
the
не
most wards
пойдет.
out of any support.
Решил не проверять, сразу же
It's working out well, and Score, you know,
активировал
places on the higher
очищение.
side of wards from Jungle
Ну и
too.
скоро у Жанны скоро
And
Микаэль
so
будет
between the two of them, it's really
готов
tough to take away that vision
после
from the
кулдауна.
once they get it rolling. It's been kind of the theme for this team all through the tournament. It's continuing today as they look poised to lock up their spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Score and Peekaboo is one of those cases where 1 + 1 = 3. When they combine themselves, you know,
Yeah.
they do a little fusion dance.
Pretty
Support jungle synergy becomes just greater than the opposing team. Compare that especially to Santorin and Lustboy, where it just hasn't quite been there yet.
Так, ну и думаю, сейчас будет уничтожена вышка, потому что нет, Джинса как-то решила не поддерживать. А Рексай благодаря своей ульте может сплитпушить спокойненько в это время, потому что чуть что, она практически в любое место карты может рвануть у нее на уровне реки, на всех частях.
Come back to that arms race. Sometimes money does buy you happiness. Everybody's got Mercury treads, Quicksilver sash. They've even got
It keeps you alive, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. If I was on KT, I'd be very happy right now. That's for sure.
Still though, you can't ignore how much damage Veigar deals, especially once he's
Как-то вообще абсолютно никак не дамажит.
Just gonna have a check right here. The ulti alone already deals 1,000.
Хотя должен был с колеса-то.
Without taking into account the ability power of your opponent either.
Yeah.
Nagne would get just
Ну,
annihilated.
довольно заметно. Дамажит, особенно под
To
клишам.
Nagne's credit, though, he has not died yet this game.
Но
We
Джинса
saw the
вообще не
interview
заметила,
before the
что
game
по ней
began that
ударили.
he knew he needed to step up. He was a weak link on KT, and in this game, finally, Nagne, I feel like it's looking like the Nagne we knew in Champion Summer Korea.
I feel like KT, just the team has played this game really, really intelligently.
Ну и
After
близок
seeing the early
к
game
завершению
earlier this
Рабадона у нас.
They look better today than last
all the
Агир.
information and TSM daring to go for the same sort of
И
strategy.
станет еще
They
страшнее
countered them very well.
его соперникам, потому что да, Бьорксон
as we saw from Mid-D.
уничтожит его одной клавишей, я думаю, уже на данном моменте.
Usually he started on thresh too. Just counteracting so many things from TSM's team composition. They're close, we run away, they hit a CC, we just cleanse it immediately.
Однако не дают времени вообще Бьорксону приблизиться к Азиру.
Some AP build on.
Can't do that against the Veigar, man.
Bjergsen's gonna blow him up.
Bjergsen just ranked up his ulti.
Guys, man.
Oh, here we go. Someday another flank, and he pops a ghost.
That's right, coming in.
Смотрите, сразу же
Turning around on a Bjergsen takes him out with the fadeaway undertow. And
чуть-чуть не хватило урона Бьорксону
I think they'll be happy with
для
that.
того, чтобы уничтожить Азира. Чуть-чуть.
Map control that they have, two recalls.
If Nagne had a Rabadon's death cap, he would have died there.
He just made one character.
Oh,
Just in time. He would have actually died there because he lived with a sliver of health. And Bjergsen, since he
Да,
got
вот
level
теперь,
16, the damage on that ulti
благодаря
was
тому, что
1520.
Рабадон появился у Азира,
Plus 80%.
Plus 80% of
у
his
него
ability power.
увеличились
Bjergsen
шансы
obviously the Q. Nagne
умереть
sitting on about
с
2.5k
ульты
HP with a comfortable
Вейгара.
100 magic resistance. Yeah, if you want Q damage. But
You die in one combo is what you're saying.
Yeah. But KT also, yeah, they deserve credit not only
Ну
for,
и
you know,
KT очень классно себя сейчас
sort of the
ведут,
counters that they came up with, but also the way they played the early
потому
team
что
fights.
они
TSM
в первое же
could have
мгновение
still won
сразу
the game, even
фокусят
with
Вейгара,
what they were
уничтожают
facing.
его,
But
и
when they
все
played the
хорошо.
fights better earlier, Toro gets out though.
Wide throw a little bit of trouble. Someday, though, taking a lot of damage. He's got to be careful here.
Так, и Джинса готовится умереть, наверное.
Dyrus having to back away, and KT still in that retreat. No, the retreat is turned into a nice double knockup from Score as KT comes back in, but they still need to be careful. Bjergsen has been untouched.
Затяжной такой бой, и все-таки Есть ульта. Нашла ульта Вейгара свою цель.
How did they get out of that with 1 for 3?
Whoa, Arrow going back in there playing very dangerously. Gets the rocket kill and reset though, able to run out afterwards. If Turtle had to run out of mana there, he was chunky.
Man, Nagne just knew that it was on him to save that team fight, and he delivered. Finally, his first death of the game, but it was a noble death.
Noble sacrifice overall, but Nagne, the value from that cleanse, you can definitely see. Like, teleport wouldn't have saved him there.
Теперь Nagne будет умирать чаще.
Same time though, you can see that TSM, Wild Turtle.
Yeah, Wild Turtle could be in a lot of trouble. If I could be in a lot of trouble, I mean, definitely dead. KT someday with yet another kill onto Wild Turtle with that Olaf. He's 6-6. There's just nothing Wild Turtle can do to stay away from him.
Yeah, the entire point I was trying to make is like, if Wild Turtle and Bjergsen can do a lot of damage in these fights, stay alive for just long enough, they can actually turn these fights around, then Turtle dies.
Yeah. Been the kind of the story of the game and maybe the tournament for TSM. Bjergsen again doing everything he can on this Veigar. He's definitely dangerous, but they need more than him.
Death is the best CC. He does not affect it. That's going to leave open the dragon. It's very easy here for KT to even it up.
Yep, Arrow just goes ahead and solos that at level 17, and that's their second of the game. Basically no chance now for really either of these teams to get the 5th dragon, but it's more important that KT can keep it away from TSM.
I just added up a single combo from Bjergsen. Roughly equates to 3,700 damage if you land QW on. That is Arrow gone. He just gets blown off the map. So that is still a win condition. Because it doesn't matter how late you get in the game, no way Arrow could ever exceed that. And as game goes on, the AP goes up and up and up on Bjergsen. So
yeah, and as you say, it doesn't matter how long it goes late in the game. TSM actually want it to go longer. The longer this goes now, they're ones actually trying to stall this out and make it to super, super late.
Because you're thinking QSS beats Veigar Cage. Later in the game, Bjergsen can literally just flash arm.
Yep.
That is enough to take down Arrow. Not yet, but then 48 minutes of the game, that could be enough. Especially if he gets that Void Staff, which actually finished.
KT having to back away here. TSM finding scoring someday, but where's the flank? They could be coming in. Yeah, they gotta be careful with that.
Изобразили что-то типа желания и все-таки забирает Бjergsen Азира. Как и предполагалось, что теперь Азир будет умирать намного чаще. Потому что Рабадон это хорошо, конечно, но вот...
He has ult, he has to run away. This Veigar just does way too much damage, and TSM, Rocket comes in, but he can't pull a Wild Turtle on that one.
Who needs Smite when you have Veigar?
I guess so.
There it is. You talked about the burst from Veigar. Can't underestimate this. Bjergsen takes down Nagne.
Так, ну и смотрим, уже практически откатилась ульта у Вейгара. И у него есть у него флеш, ему бы еще ботинки проапгрейдить. И достал он в последний момент ультой.
Really good placement there from Bjergsen.
They're gonna need to check in, make sure he had cleanse up.
Dangerous ward for Nagne to be placing there. Got caught now TSM with a Baron-powered push down the mid lane.
Siege is what they do best with this comp. We've seen it before.
Yeah, taking out that turret with no problems. Can KT put together some sort of flank to stop this? That turtle, or that tower rather, dying super fast, and TSM looks like they're gonna get an inhibitor here. Not quite dead yet. There goes inhibitor number 1
процент
TSM
от АП на удар с руки по вышкам у магов. А у Вейгара, я думаю, уже за 1000 АП. Да, 1245 АП.
Let's play building that Mikhails. Just even to get rid of some minor slows here, because the only hearts you see that is left right now, like, is like an Olaf axe. So I'm not sure if why he wants to do it. I guess just doesn't want to commit to getting close range fight, because you can also play Morgana in a way where you can keep the Zeeks up and then move in with an aggressive zone. He has ulti as a zoning tool. Let's play playing at the max range of the fight here.
Plus 312 extra ability power from Bjergsen there on the passive brings him over 1200.
That's a lot of AP.
Let's see here.
Teleport coming in for Dyrus. They're going to try to catch someday in a little bit of trouble. Use that ghost. has no flash, slows down Santorin, but Bjergsen trying to flank here.
Instead?
Oh, maybe. Pickaboot trying to save his top laner here. Someday dodging around, takes some damage, Dyrus over the wall. Doesn't work out with that ultimate. He did it during Ragnarok.
Выбили.
Does not work. CC does not work on Olaf when
Ульту
he's got
из
his ultimate
Андрея.
popped.
What's the saying? If you fail, if
Fool me
adversity
once.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it didn't cost them, that much. There is a fairly short cooldown on the Malphite ultimate. So although they didn't get the pick, TSM shouldn't be heavily punished for.
И надо бы Жоню.
The big difference really is that both teleports are down for TSM.
Потому что можно доджить такие вот длительные полеты от Тригара. Ну и особенно, когда он будет с флешом врываться, сразу же в Жоне уходить, и будет возможность у команды пинать флешнувшегося Бьорксона.
And once again, catching Olaf out, you mentioned the cage on Olaf really early. Getting him to pop the ultimate is a really big cooldown. Olaf is a fairly finicky
I'll just tell you how big
fighter. He really depends on a concise all-in push. He cannot have multiple attempts.
Yep, 48 seconds cooldown on that ultimate, so it's a one use, single use in a fight. And more importantly, if he charges to the range where his ulti can get popped for a cage, he takes so much damage that he either has to commit or just flee the fight and never.
Yeah, he builds half damage in his build. He's not a full tank, so he does get shredded very quickly.
All right, teleport wards are available. Sunday has teleport. We could see a flying come out here.
Good.
Так, ну а Олаф у нас занимается спидпушем. Однако смотрите, сколько контроля на стороне у TSM, и они просто...
Sunday has distortion, no home guard, so he can't really rush in as he should with the home guards.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he picked that up.
Huh. Once more teleports, but why get more of teleports with limited use than just one good teleport to really seal the deal and just rush in as quickly as you can to get maximum value out of that ulti. TSM should check that brush for a pink ward.
Yeah. I mean, they also need
team effort.
They have two upgraded sweepers on the team as well.
Sweepers don't. You probably sweep that brush and.
No, I mean for the regular ward.
Yeah, it's clean, and you're like, oh, there's a pink here every time.
This is just one of those games where whoever has the best last team fight will win it. Dragon taken by TSM. Score caught. Gotta be careful. Nagne coming from the side someday. No ult used yet by him.
Dyrus ulti back up.
That's right. 3 dragons for TSM, so they can
looking for a better target this time.
Try to find it. KT just has to back away again.
So we were talking about earlier, the choke point control from TSM is just fantastic. It is almost impossible to miss skill shots when teams are either face checking you or walking into choke points. We saw the face check go wrong earlier, but now this time we did see a fantastic cage from Bjergsen. Either it zones them or score overcommits and almost gets blown up.
That hyper late game that we're looking for TSM quickly approaching here. They already have the base wide open too. So continuing with the siege.
Tried. Score.
Ну и скоро опять получил. Минус половину хп. 2 скиллов. И смотрим. Отлично. Джинкса. Сейчас будет второй килл у Джинксы. И сейчас Бьерксен умрет.
And TSM loses a huge team
4.
fight. Those death timers are
4 в
long.
0.
Yep, 50 seconds there left on
50
most people,
секунд
and
есть
over
у
that on the
команды
solo laners, KT are
Кейти
going to go straight
Ролстер
up the
на
middle
то,
for
чтобы
this one.
You talked about this
снести.
earlier, Professor Kobe, it takes 30
Они
seconds
просто
to
должны
basically
сейчас
how quick
идти
can they
и
end this game?
Well, they're going past 30 seconds
They
here.
have an
Танчик.
end game jinx here, plus Janna, so KT can go for the victory.
It's all on Lust Boy.
TSM were so close.
They were so close, man. And I don't know if there's any stopping KT now. The death timers are just too long.
20 секунд.
And Lust
20
Boy is the
секунд
only
нет,
one
не
standing
успевают.
between TSM and
И
the
судя по
end
всему, это
of the
будет
world
игра для
season for them.
KT.
There goes Nexus turret number 1. Lust Boy goes
И
down.
между делом Джинкса уничтожает соперников. И близко, очень близко были к победе. Команда TSM, но какой-то один маленький неуклюжий тимфайт.
on that Vagar. Wild Turtle
И
did some
Вейгар
work
показывает
on
себя
that
как
Cogba.
очень и очень актуальный пик.
Definitely more impressed with the TSM of this week so far than the one of last week.
Yeah.
But I mean, the progress is just too little too late because at the same time, KT is also just getting used to the world stage. They're improving. They played pretty immaculate game. The only way for KT, and earlier in the game, TSM had a couple of setups where there was absolutely no counterplay possible from KT if TSM executed to 100% perfection. Luckily for them, that didn't happen.
That was one of those games where the tiniest of mistakes means the difference between winning and losing, and that's exactly what we saw. It was really very, very small things that gave KT the win in the end. What do you say? These guys, they're now 4-1 on the week. They've locked in that spot in the quarterfinals, so we know another team moving on.
Yep, congratulations to both Origin and KT.
Ну и да, KT тоже проходит дальше.
Alone would top this group that LGD would do so poorly, so very big surprise here in this group.
You know, now the big story here, I think, is KT versus Origin. When they have that game later, who's going to take it? That is really the battle for first place in this group, and that's such a big deal now because the teams in first and the teams in second, that seeding really matters.
Also, if you look at just their play as absolutes, if you compare it to the other groups, any team finishing first here could go far in the tournament because the second place
has looked really strong.
The second place teams in the other groups are likely to fall to either Origin or KT here, so they could actually solidify a very long run in this tournament if they make first, so that game will be incredibly important.
And Nagne on your screen right there, you know, what a performance for him on that Azir. Finally getting to play the type of game that we know him for from his play in Korea. Had a really rough week one. Had a rough first game, I think, of the day, too, but finally against TSM, when it matters most, he delivers.
Some redemption for himself at that Dragon fight, really cleaned up.
Some really good combo, also just the early push. We expected from an Azir. Yes, you let the Veigar farm, but the moment Bjergsen stepped away for that blue buff that Nagne already had, he knocked away 80% of that tower immediately. Right. And that opened up the pushy tower, call it what you want strategy.
Quickie, pushy tower killer.
And 2 tower lead for KT, who were up to this point the worst tower performing team in the league against the siege composition from TSM, so they bought themselves plenty of time to get rolling.
Well, KT, again, you know, looking better this week. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the quarterfinals for them, but whoever they end up facing, I think is going to have a pretty hard time.
Definitely agree there. The training in Group D, I think, for everyone went really well for all these teams.
Yeah, well, except for LGD.
I mean...
Yeah, Kobe, come on, man.
Come on. What a troll.
For the teams moving on?
Okay, there we go. All right, for the teams escaping from Group D, it went pretty well. That works. Yeah.
There's also just no innate weakness. Like, if you look at some of these teams, they have, like, these clear weaknesses that they have to improve and work around. I don't really see that necessarily in KT. Maybe if we analyze the games a lot deeper. The one weakness in this composition was obviously the lack of hard CC, but they play around that pretty well. Nagne and Arrow together, they work as a team too. You always see them close enough in a fight to help each other if they get aggressed upon, but far enough that there's never a potential of double CC hitting them. So in that sense, their team fighting has been pretty immaculate.
That's right. So now let's send it over to Shax, who is standing by in the interview lounge with KT's man in the mid lane, Nagne.
For sure. Nagne, congratulations. What a game on Azir. Fantastic. And you guys played phenomenally throughout the team fights, yet the game became so close, and TSM even almost managed to push your base. What do you think happened, and how did you end up winning it?
나그네 선수 이번 경기에서 되게 팀이 엄청난 한타력으로 경기를 유리하게 이끌어가다가 마지막에 아슬아슬하게 결국 따라잡힐 뻔했지만 극적으로 또 이겼습니다. 이번 경기에 대해서 좀 평을 해주세요.
일단 이번 경기에서는 상대방이 베이가를 준비했는데 우리 입장에서는 베이가한테 공만 안 맞으면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 초반에 우리가 라인전에서도 많은 우위를 점했기 때문에 좀 쉽게 이기는가 싶었더니 약간 베이가를 생각을 조금 안 한 것도 있긴 했어요. 그래서 그런 부분에서 조금 당황하기도 했고, 근데 후반에는 좀 상대의 집중력이 조금 떨어지지 않았나 그렇게 생각돼요.
So I don't think we were fully prepared against Veigar pick. We thought that after we saw that Veigar pick, we thought that as long as we don't get hit by Veigar's ult, we should be fine. And the lane phase wasn't too bad for us. So we thought the game would snowball towards our favor. But overall, we weren't fully prepared and we got kind of picked up by Veigar. But then at the end, TSM kind of didn't focus too much and they made some mistakes. So that's how we were able to capture the game.
You did, and it was off the back of a great Azir play from you. We knew that last week after your performances, you weren't the happiest person. We heard a video before the game that you were looking to do better and prove yourself. This week, how happy are you with your play so far? And do you think it is good enough to make it further than the quarterfinal, which you're already qualified for now?
слишком
나그네 선수
сфокусировались
지난주에 본인의 경기력에 좀 실망한
TSM
모습을
на
스스로 좀
убийство и
보여줬었고
допустили
경기
ошибку,
사전 인터뷰 영상 때도
собственно, и
본인이 좀 더
поплатились.
나은 경기력을 보여줄 것 같다고 말씀하셨는데 이번 경기 승리로 좀 본인의 경기력에 만족하시고 하는지 그리고 두 번째 질문으로는 지금 이제 이 상태로 본인의 KT 팀을 좀 더 8강, 4강 넘어 결승까지 캐리할 수 있을 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 제가 1주차에는 막 긴장을 좀 많이 하고 막 부담감 같은 게 조금 많아서 제 플레이대로 이렇게 하지 못한 게 많았어요. 근데 2주차에서는 코치님과 뭐 감독님 모두가 저한테 믿음을 주고 충분히 넌 잘할 수 있다고 그런 식으로 마인드 컨트롤을 많이 해주시고 저도 조금 편안하게 좀 생각을 가지면서 자신감은 잃지 않게 약간 패기 부리는 식으로 게임을 했어요. 근데 그게 오늘은 잘 풀리기도 했고 뭐 잘리기도 했는데 오늘 경기력에 대해서는 뭐 두 판 다 이겨서 만족하는 편이에요.
So I think for week 1, I wasn't too confident and I wasn't too sure of my plays. But during that transition from week 1 to week 2, but my coaching staff helped me reset my mindset and they gave me a lot of confidence and told me that I could still carry my team. So for today, I tried to convey that confidence but not be too cocky. Overall, I did make some mistakes, but I think I did well for the 2 games today.
Well, confidence is also what you'll need if you're going to go into that game versus Origin. Up next for you guys for that first seed in the group, and we know how important that is. What are your thoughts on that matchup and the middling matchup specifically?
마지막으로 오리진 팀이랑 1시드를 두고 다투게
Он
됐는데
совершил, конечно,
이제
некоторые
오리진
ошибки,
팀과 또 그
но
미드라인 엑스페케 선수와의
это все-таки
라인전에 대해서 어떠한 다짐을 경기 임하실 건지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 제가 지난 1주차에서는 모든 미드라인을 상대할 때 약간 부담감을 가지고 했다고 생각돼서 이번에는 어차피 일단 8강을 확정 지어놨으니 최대한 약간 부담감을 내려놓고 편안하게 게임을 임할 생각이에요. 그래서 뭐 오리젠이 절대 약한 팀이 아닌 건 맞지만 그래도 지금 했던 앞선 2경기보다는 조금 마음의 짐을 덜어놓고 게임할 수 있을 것 같아서 오히려 그게 더 좋은 결과로 이루어질 수도 있을 것 같아요.
So last week, I think I was too pressured while I was playing the other mid laners, but now we secured our spot for the quarterfinals, so I think I can play more confidently and show my plays, and I don't feel that pressure in my mind anymore. So I think I can play better for the next game against Origin and Xpeke.
Ну и говорит, что он готов к следующей игре с командой Origin, потому что они уже 100% выходят из группы. И поэтому он чувствует уверенность в себе и не чувствует никакого давления на себя. Поэтому он будет играть спокойно и покажет лучшее.
No, it's not. Alright.
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing the damage out of Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Pingu with the flash ult knocks Bjergsen. Comes back in, but they still need to be careful. Bjergsen has been untouched. Knocked in. Oh, huge blow, but Bjergsen lights him up. Damage taken by TSM. There it is. They're going to try to engage Big Jinx Rocket. They got Kog'Maw. They could get more. This is it. Dyrus comes in for the counter. Engage. Arrow gets low. KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
Так, и, судя по всему, я забыл включить микрофон. Во время интервью Нагни, это мидер команды KT Rolster. Ну, из интересного, что было в интервью, был вопрос относительно предстоящей игры против команды Origin. И Нагнин ответил, что на данный момент они уже гарантированно, то есть победив в этой игре, они гарантированно выходят из группы. Поэтому он себя чувствует очень спокойно и уверенно, и нету на него никакого давления. Поэтому это для них очень и очень хорошо, поэтому он постарается спокойно показать класс и максимальную игру, которую он может. Ну а сейчас нам предстоит игра Origin против LGD Gaming. Надеюсь, она будет очень быстрая, чтобы не утомить команду Origin, потому что после этого у них матч с TT Roaster, в котором будет фактически решаться судьба первого места. И лучше, наверное, все-таки побеждать и выходить с первого места, потому что D1, B2, так, а D2, A1. Ну, в принципе, без разницы. Вот конкретно в этой ситуации вообще без разницы, с какого места они выходят. Потому что непредсказуемая группа Б, второе место, неважно вообще кому достанется второе место группы Б, там все команды сильные и непредсказуемые. Сложно будет сказать, что какая-то команда более слабая. Нет, там все команды показывают очень хорошую игру, особенно Cloud9. Ну а группа А, либо Flash Wolves, либо Cloud Tigers, ну и те показывают интересную игру. Показывают очень сильную игру и вполне себя уверенно начали чувствовать. Особенно приятно смотреть, конечно, за Flash Wolves'ами, потому что их никто особо не считал фаворитами. Ну как особо? Вообще никто не считал их фаворитами. Поэтому довольно любопытно будет посмотреть противостояние этой команды с другими группами. Ну и мы увидим, я думаю, через недельку, когда там, смотря когда будут четвертьфиналы, естественно. А может быть и через две... Нет, ну через 2 недели это, наверное, слишком большой перерыв. Давайте глянем. Вдруг сделали расписание. Потому что вчера я смотрел, еще не было. Так, Group Stage.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Group D. Now, as we speak, Origin are setting up on stage to take on China's LGD Gaming. For XPK's new team, they faced more than a few critics coming into the tournament.
Четверга
The team
будут
focused
следующей
on
неделе
taking it one
четвертьфиналы.
step at a time, and it has always allowed them to defy even their own
И
expectations.
I never
в
thought we
субботу,
would be able to
через
compete
неделю,
at Worlds.
полуфинал.
And if we actually got to qualify to Worlds, I never thought we would be a contender.
Смотрим.
I thought maybe if we had an easy group, we would be fighting for that second spot, but never for the first one. And the fact that we are here now, actually, almost like we are like 1 win away of securing the qualifying for quarterfinals, is just crazy. I always try to have goals that are reachable. Probably when we qualify to LCS, I see us at least being a top 5 team, maybe in a top 3. And those were my realistic goals. It's weird because when you pass your goal, you have to get a new one.
We had a goal that we just want to get top 6 in LCS and then top 2 and make the playoffs, and then it was like go to Worlds, and now it's kind of the same thing.
Having that mentality is what it's been helping us all the time. When you have the expectations too high and you don't even get close to them, is when you are not going to be able to improve, because you're going to feel sad, like, why were we so sure that we will win and now we come here and we're playing bad, you know? And then you start to question a lot of the things you do, a lot of the things your teammates do, and we never had that. There's never disappointment in a loss for us. Some people were saying we will not get out of groups, some people were saying maybe they will get out of groups if they get lucky. And again, our mentality, since we hear all that feedback from people saying we're not going to make it, we ourselves believe it's going to be really, really hard to make it. We put a realistic goal, which was like, let's beat TSM and not get last in the group. I think that's what everyone would have been really happy with. And we ended up getting 3 wins in the first week.
So says I can do it better, and Origin beat LGD. The trend continues. These guys are looking great, and they're going to take down Team Solo Man. These guys are legit, man. With the crowd behind them,
Вся речь XPK сводится к тому, что на них по большому счету нет давления,
People
потому
start throwing those
что
comments
очень
that
мало кто...
XPK is the weakest link in Origin, when XPK is the worst mid laner in their group. Some people even say in the whole world tournament. But those are funny, those are actually, I like them even.
when people say that, I don't even get mad, or I don't feel like, damn, these guys are right, you know. I don't feel from it, because I have been around so long that I know exactly why they think that. And sometimes I want to say, like, okay, so besides the Azir games, tell me some game that I have underperformed that much, or more than one game that I have actually underperformed. These guys are super good, you know, and even if I play fine, I think they will still carry their team, or they will pressure me hard, or they will roam a lot and stuff like this. But when I started playing them, I realized that they were not any different from playing like the top mid laners in Europe. And when I saw how the lane was developing, I was like, actually, this guy's making mistakes. I can exploit. He's not punishing my mistakes. He's doing this. And every game I felt the same. I started nervous, but half the game I was completely confident, like if I was playing a scream or something.
Amazing, takes a lot of damage. Soaz trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by emo play. Expect is okay. Big goal.
Ну и Expect сказал такую мысль интересную, что он не чувствует
Since the beginning, I always dreamt of
разницы вообще особой между мидерами других стран и европейскими мидерами, поэтому он сначала перед игрой, конечно, нервничает, но потом видит их ошибки и начинает использовать их.
We have improved so much, and it's really like a crazy year, all the improvement we have been seeing from ourselves, and the fact that we're actually here with chances of making it far into Worlds is just crazy. It's weird because you have already surpassed every goal you wanted to, so you are not sad if you don't really make it, but at the same time, since you don't have that pressure, I feel like you just are performing to what you think. It's like, okay, let's try to get as good as we can, try to actually make it, and if we don't make it, then, well, we did more than we wanted to.
I have to say, I was probably one of the bigger critics of Expeke, and in this tournament I think he has proven me and everyone else wrong, because his performances have been great. And something else that I would like to add is people have been thinking about this whole origin, like Expeke is the owner, it's kind of hard to maybe coach the owner, but in reality I think his attitude is perfect.
His attitude is like, listening to that guy speak and how he represents his team is like one of the best attitudes we've ever seen in League of Legends. And he's just so willing to learn, so willing to take criticism, and then puts it into his gameplay and just proves people wrong in the Rift. It's beautiful to watch.
And to think that he's been around for so long as well, and he's still got it. Season 1 world champion Expeke makes his own team, huge risk, and like you guys were talking about, his mentality. I love when you're setting goals for yourself, don't set them too high because you set yourself up for failure, but then you exceed that and then you set a new one immediately. A lot of people don't set a new goal and they celebrate too much and they slack off a little bit. I think that's what happens with some of the teams, even here at Worlds. They just wanted to make it and they didn't set that next goal and get motivated again.
And here they are, 4-0 in the group, and now expectations are high. You know, I think that now it kind of comes to that point where they've been able to ride the wave of the underdog this whole way. But do things change here? They're coming down to the wire. There's a lot of pressure on their next two games. They need to pick up this win against LGD in order to afford themselves that buffer of whether or not they drop a game to KT, they can still force a tiebreaker for that first seed.
But they seem genuinely surprised. Like, they're like, wow, we were able to make it this far. How much further can we keep going? So they have the perfect mentality for this because it's one step at a time. As you said, it's just like, okay, next game, next game. So I honestly think that they're going to go into this game with absolutely nothing to lose. They've already qualified, and then just see if they can blow another team out of the water. Why not?
Mm-hmm. And at this point for LGD, it's spoiler time. So with that, gentlemen, it's time for the predictions. We're going down the line once again. LGD versus Origin.
Obviously, I have to say Origin.
Ну, разговоры просто крутятся вокруг одних и тех же вещей, поэтому переводить все, что они говорят, ну, я не вижу особого смысла. Кто смотрит мои стримы, уже представляет, что такое команда Origin, что они из себя представляют. Если кто следил за командой Fnatic с первого сезона, там, первый, второй, третий, они знакомы и с Озом, и с Expeke. Знаешь, что это такие ветераны Лола. Expeke до сих пор с первого сезона является чемпионом первого сезона по Лолу. И до сих пор в Лоле со своей командой, которая показывает великолепную игру. И, то есть, они не ставили себе каких-то там несбыточных задач. Они ставили задачу, а как далеко мы сможем пройти, а сможем ли выиграть эту игру, сможем ли эту. И вот так поступательно шли дальше и дошли до того, что они сейчас 4-0, и предполагаю, что как бы давление на них уже увеличивается, потому что от них начинают ожидать побед. Ну, с другой стороны, они играть могут расслабленно, потому что они уже в четвертьфинале. В принципе, им не важно с какого места, то есть они там не попадают на какой-нибудь искатель.ком, который имеет потенциал стереть в порошок любую команду. Нет, они попадают на команды, с которыми они уже играли не раз на разных турнирах. И, ну, естественно, Xpeki и Soas, а остальные не такие знаменитые игроки, конечно. Ну, Amazing, естественно, играл с Cloud9, если они попадают на Cloud9 с Cloud Tigers'ами. Ну, Xpeki с Soas'ами играли. Поэтому я не думаю, что какой-то проблемой станет. И я думаю, что они могут выйти спокойно и в полуфиналы. А вот в полуфиналах уже будет интереснее, несмотря на кого они там попадут.
It's been so tough for LGD. I almost find it a little bit tragic because you have so many incredibly good players, but it seems like the team is just completely mentally destroyed. Yeah. You hear it in all of their interviews that they've been giving, and it's rare a team gets so mentally destroyed, but they're actually admitting it in all of their outward media.
Ну и команда LGD чувствует себя очень расслабленно, веселятся, хихикают. Видимо, обсуждают, стоит не стоит банить Мордекайзера с ганпланком. Имп вообще откровенно засыпает. Хотя не забываем, конечно, про очень-очень разные часовые пояса, в которых находятся Франция и Китай. И, ну давайте, чего-нибудь интересное. LGD. Ну от вас вообще уже ничего не зависит, вы уже ничего не сможете изобразить, поэтому, ну сыграйте по фану, что вам стоит. Порадуйте зрителей, покажите чего-нибудь.
And it was funny, Jet, because this morning when we got into the shuttle, you looked at me and you said, oh, LGD 3-0 today. They're going to bounce back. But then you started laughing suddenly right after, and I was like, oh, okay, is he joking? Is he serious? What's really going on here? We watched the first game of the day with LGD, and you're like, yeah, no, that's 0-6. That's not going to happen. And that's a Graves.
Maybe I meant to say 2-1. Maybe they're gonna. Maybe they'll turn it around in between these last.
You know what? I'm glad we're seeing Graves. I played a solo queue game with him the other night. Felt really good. Let's see if they could actually.
They were spectating you. That's why.
Get it going.
Graves is good into Callista. There's a few things to note about Callista. She's so bouncy and so mobile. But champions that within the engagement range of Callista can just straight up out-trade and be more powerful. Trist can do it with the engagement window. Graves is another champion who just, because of his passive of getting the armor and magic resistance, will then win trade against Callista in short range.
You can dance around all you want, but here's a shotgun in your face. And then Graves will win the short trade every single time. If he has an AD carry, a support that can lock down Callista as well, setting that up will be easy. So Annie would make a lot of sense for PYL, and you have that massive kill lane then down the bottom lane.
Looks like there may have been a problem in Champ Select.
About Champ Select. So, looking at so far, what we have, they absolutely may want to. We did just get on to the desk.
Проблемы возникли во время
I don't blame them.
пика бана. Ждем, когда починят.
As well, being a flex pick for what could be happening on the side of OG, because Middy's more the Annie, but there's still initiation in that Fate's Call throw-in, which we've seen from a lot of teams.
So I'm a little confused with what's happening because the champion select is still going on our screen.
Just got word that there was issue with the client, so we're going to back out, get back in here. We are back into the lobby. So Middy, rest of the team, they still have a chance to chat before the game to talk about what's happening. See if we stick with the same bans. We'll get confirmation on that. And since from what we saw, did just get confirmation. Same thing all the way up to Janna.
All right, so the Janna counts against the final pick. So second Janna we get to see.
Very surprising again that Janna then comes in what you would assume was a kill lane, like all in engagement with Callista, shut her down in the landing phase. Janna obviously makes it again super easy for Graves to trade, but the kill pressure just goes down a little bit.
I think Janet Graves is just a really strong lane.
It used to be one of the strongest 2v2 lanes you could have, but again, it's a lot about how your AD carry trades and a lot about forcing people away from minions and zone them, then straight up killing them like if you run any support.
I think Imp's going for the kill.
He's gonna aim.
If he's gonna come away with anything from this World Championship, at least have it be a few 2v2 kills.
When did they not want to take the 2v2 last year in Worlds? They always tried to match up the lanes. It was a lane that wants to fight, and now Imp's kind of left by himself, and then the rest of the team's dying across the map. You know you can hear him saying, guys, please, stay alive for a little bit if you're going to put me on this carry.
This really has been the massive problem for LGD and this bottom lane, is they're not used to playing in this. Weird enough, they are not playing well around double teleport, even though they were one of the teams in the LPL who started running double teleport. So what happens is you need to play a lot more around your top laner, because he can obviously TP down to that bottom lane, and then you can nullify whatever advantage was built up. They don't do that. So instead they try and play around him, and he gets a kill, but then the other team is like, okay, let's TP down with 2 guys and just 5-man kill him. And that advantage doesn't do anything, and it's something POL was talking a lot about. They don't really understand this meta just yet, despite being a team who started double teleport in the playoffs of LPL.
So I feel like something may still be wrong. Flame is pointing questioningly at the screen, and we're back on our faces again.
More time for us.
So we will now walk backwards a little bit once again.
So we'll get this all sorted out. Flames client did bug out on that one, so it looks like go one to the other, maybe to back out of the way.
What a tough day for Flame.
It's
first game he gets destroyed.
Easy.
And now the client doesn't work for him. I mean, life is not easy.
Snuffing him out. It's not going to be easy to reignite that passion that he has coming in here, especially when he was hoping to fill bigger shoes in that top lane, and really things didn't go well. Not even really focused in his games too much, just not performing from the get-go.
Flame had a disappointing debut to Worlds, but it really seems like he's been subbed into a very difficult to salvage situation.
Oh, they kicked him down the hole. He's not getting up there, but the entire team's down with him.
Maybe they could noodle him back out.
Well, the thing is, we weren't even expecting go catfishing with.
Yeah, good.
But really, we weren't expecting to see Flame coming into this tournament, even though he was a listed sub, because throughout the regular season, it felt like during most of the matches that mattered, Acorn was playing, including all of the playoffs, and Flame was getting games, it felt like, mainly because he was on the roster and they wanted to keep him fresh in case something happened with Acorn. The emergency sub didn't seem to work out too well.
No. Again, the whole playstyle for LGD, if you look at the LPL season, was around Imp and Godread. So Flame was the carry top laner, but you don't want to put all your resources on the top side, so you take Acorn instead, who's more the team player with the teleport, and then you play around Imp and Godread. They're still trying to do exactly the same. Every other team is just saying, no, we just get our top laner ahead, and then he TPs down and he kills them.
Also, switching players in and out has been dicey for every team, not SKT. Any other team that's trying to switch, because
heard Easyman's reason for why that
maybe
works.
because I'm good.
It only took him 30 seconds to tell us.
But even when a team's having trouble now, you look at LGD, that becomes an even weaker point that you can hit because there's less communication there. You know, there's a chance that there is the honeymoon spark when you put your sub in, but nothing has been coming up for LGD throughout this tournament. On the flip side, I like that Peke was talking about that passion, because you look at that emotion and how he controls it so much, and the guy he took to come with him on this team, his emotions are all over. Soaz does not control emotions very well, but it's like opposites attract in that sense for Origin, and it just seems like they have the mentality coming into this Worlds that has worked, and that's not something you can just replicate in another day.
And you can't really fault anyone for not expecting Origin to win this group, because Peke said himself, he didn't expect it. They were almost happy just taking 2 wins over Team Solo Mid, and that was about it. But now suddenly, they've been playing so well, and they even lucky in championship first.
Look at what we got here. All right, so Rihanna fight is also picked up. There's a lot of potential for some crazy wombo combos.
О, что-то на этом чемпионате мира столько проблем вообще технических возникает. Я не припомню ни на одном турнире, чтобы было столько проблем и они занимали столько времени.
did die to an early game
каждый
from Elise, but then was able to actually
куча проблем.
at the 10-minute mark thanks to teleporting.
Sure, and that's the trade-off you have. You have teleport, so there's a higher chance you get stunned and then ganked and dies, but then you can just return to the lane, and obviously you don't really care too much, unless we see
Ну, Origins мне нравится.
too terrible, because you can then match it, you still have the long
Пик,
range,
потому
and
что
set up the ganks very effective, and you don't often need that ignite to
есть
finish
у
off
них
the target.
и полк,
I'm just a fan of double teleport, so...
есть у них и возможность для того, чтобы отпушивать. Потенциал для сноса вышек, только не самый высокий. Ну и Годви будет на Диане с телепортом, и это очень-очень страшно, между прочим. Годви классную игру показал в финале ЛПЛ на Диане. Он настолько классно заходил со своим телепортом, чтобы просто уничтожал соперников по 2-3 за раз. Ну и впервые за долгое время мы увидим Грейвсона, ДК. Так, ну и я буквально на минутку отойду. Стрим, конечно, активен.
And it's the amount of participation, like wave participation in the crowd is
usually you have a few rows that sit down.
Yeah,
and then it
breaks
discourages the rest of the wave.
Yay! And it goes around.
So share your predictions by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag OGWin or the hashtag LGDWin. Gonna see TBQ on another new jungler for himself this time. That Evelyn game last time still lackluster. Now the Gragas does being able to displace the team. And that bit of chaos work with what's been happening with LGD, because it's kind of been chaos from their side the whole tournament long.
Really for the entire team, not knowing where to be on the map in the early game, especially also for TBQ.
About to get into game 4. OG versus LGD here. Coming out of Group D.
Yeah, and as far as importance go for Origin right now, even if they lose this game, they can still place first in the group by defeating KT, because that would put them at 5 wins, and it would give the second loss to KT since Origin already beat them the first time. So even though I mentioned that this was a trap game, the only penalty for Origin to lose this is if they then lose to KT, instead of forcing a tiebreaker, they would place second automatically. So it's still kind of important.
Absolutely.
But not utmost.
So PYL decided to start with an early ward here in his inventory. I want to see where he puts it down. Normally you don't want to put that into standard lane swap positions, because they usually like 1 minute of information on this one to see if anyone is going to the top side of the map. Still has it in his inventory. Obviously Janna can sit very far back and only use 2 potions.
And I think it's safe to say so far at the World Championship, LGD has not had a first 5 minutes of the game that was clean or correct. So much of lane swapping is conditional choices, and even though LGD started off the KT game mostly okay, as soon as it went to TBQ to make the decision to go top lane early, he just completely lost pressure, and LGD fell pretty far behind. They've always had to play from behind because they just haven't understood how to play these early games in this new patch.
And again, it's just the amount of problems for this team with the meta, with the patch, again, switching obviously a lot of things around for them. I like the ward from Team Soulmate around this red buff. One of the few additions we often see.
Such a good ward when you carried over between games.
Exactly, man. You get it right there. Stuck at the red buff, and you get to see, oh, they were starting there.
The ward from Horde. You said Team Soul.
Yeah. It's all right. Yeah, you know. I'm trying to see if you guys are awake.
We are.
Okay.
I thought we were going to have to stop you for the OG guys, but it's fine. You're just saying TSM.
Cool to see Dyrus and Centurion taking the group.
Exercising strong jungle support synergy.
Easy fundamentals, same thing, same side here in the lane swap to start off our game. OG versus LGD. We'll see how sure of himself Peke is, saying that noticing a lot of the mid laners making mistakes, they're not capitalizing on him, and it has made Peke look like not the weak link of the team coming into the tournament, as was thought by many.
Oh, Oh, Peke has been looking absolutely fantastic. He's part of a lot more kills in that mid lane. He's really just having a big impact for the entire team. But Origin also have very high kill participation across the board for all members because so many of these kills are coming from these team fights.
They really do. We talked about TSM's BRX of 45%, 33% for Peke, and 30% for Niels. So that's a lot of damage you have to focus. You're going to take either one of them out.
So I just
gotta be
want
quick.
to talk super quick about what Origin is doing now in this swap. Because they had that ward on the red buff, before they knew LGD was starting in their jungle. That means you can now recall with your top laner and your jungler, sorry, top and support, and you can often walk up to this tower and take a chance of seeing, okay, are they still waiting in this bush? Because normally LGD would send these guys back to start playing their own jungle here near their own red buff, and obviously that means there's an opening for Origin to sneak in source and get some experience.
This is another big example of why LGD has been losing these lane swaps so greatly. If you're going to be putting your AD carry support in a lane with the top laner, you need to be able to threaten the 4-man dive. Otherwise, it's easily defendable by 2 people because 3 against 2 is not nearly as strong as 4 against 2. And yes, Flame was able to teleport back down, but now they're down and teleport. They haven't shut down anything from Origin, and Origin's going to pull ahead.
And now Niels wants this wave in the bottom lane to start pushing towards him. He got it all the way into the tower. Flame will get some farming experience, but that opens up for a potential jungle gang later on for Amazing once this melee champion. And Olaf has to try and farm further up lane, or you send your cannon down and you start 2v1ing him.
There were just 2 pings.
Origin is pretty quick on this one. It could be a 2v2 if Flame is able to land some axes. They could still be in a little bit of trouble just because of the level discrepancy. So there's a small chance LGD could have some way to fight back for this one, but with the damage that Flame just took, that possibility is done for. What I do need to point out is another continuation of having Flame teleport bottom lane is now Soaz is safe to be left up top lane since they know the threat of a 4-man dive is now completely removed with teleport being on cooldown from Flame. Maybe it could be from Godby though.
Look at this, Mithy gonna find TVQ as well in the jungle. Even more information given up here. Nice map movements by OG here to keep themselves in the lead.
And it's so key what Mithy is doing now, keep track of where TPQ is and get him deeper in that jungle, because again it just buys more time for Soaz to go even aggressive towards the minions. He doesn't have to worry about the gank. No TP for Flame at all. Now Godby might be in trouble.
И чуть-чуть не хватает, немного не там застанили. И Amazing спокойно забирает себе Остроклюва. Ну а Соас ручками фармит. Начал он до рано. Со щита и манопот. У него есть манопот. Так, ну а Годви не получилось забрать Остроклювов. И Экспеки опять задействует свой телепорт. И очень агрессивно играет Годви. Смотрите, только получил 6-й левел и сразу же влетает в Экспеки. Однако Экспеки очень хорошо разворачивает весь урон полученный. Проблема, правда, в том, что он без маны. Вот в чем проблема.
Have strong placement of the Orianna ball while always moving since Orianna has so many instant cast abilities.
Идут ставить варды поглубже. В этот раз у них хоть какой-то осознанный. И смотрите, Экспеки без маны, и поэтому в него сразу влетают. И ультануть, даже не смог ультануть Экспеки. То ли просто не успел, то ли маны не было. И вот это уже какая-то разумная игра со стороны LGD. То есть наконец-то они начали перемещаться. Вот неужели они в игре с Ориджинами что-то осознали и начали что-то делать, какие-то совершать маневры, перемещения по карте. Ну и Нилс на Калисте очень-очень хорош. Смотрите, он лидирует по крипам и держит импа на половине хп. Ну и ФБ у нас ушла Диане, что для нее, конечно же, очень-очень хорошо. То есть она, в принципе, очень плотный персонаж, с которым сложно драться. Еще дана и Ассасин, и тут ей еще Килл. И у нее лидирование по крипам 20 с лишних 20 крипов. Поэтому все просто идеально для Дианы. Ну и как-то мы еще до сих пор не видим. Чуть-чуть кончилась ульта у Олафа. Олафу против Мальфита вообще хорошо. По крайней мере, на основании своего опыта я могу так говорить. Другое дело, что убить Мальфита не получилось, по крипам они одинаковые, поэтому ничего катастрофического не произошло. Все равны, ну не считая мида, но как бы уничтожать Ариану, да, это хорошо, но она все равно будет второй саппорт фактически. Поэтому не так страшно, то, что убивают. Смотрим, и Годви влетает и немного неудачно, однако тут как тут уже вражеский лесник готовый поддержать. И смотрите, ботлейн пришел, а ботлейн на Риджинов опаздывает.
Get another kill on the Peke. That's now over a level advantage. They're grouping mid. They're looking to take this mid lane turret and start a snowball.
Ну и 6-го левела нет еще у Мифи, отзонить он никак не может. Ну и первая вышка, плюс за счет аутфарма соперников на миду. У них преимущество 700 голды. Ну и ждем движений каких-то от Амейзинга, потому что Пик и Эвелины предполагают какие-то ранние ганки, а ганков мы вообще не видим его исполнения. Да, сейчас он мог хорошо выйти, однако ничего. Ну и в опасности будет Нил с такой игрой, потому что просто гигантский урон наносит Диана. Ну и классное движение от LGD. Мгновенно уничтожили сквишового Кеннона. Ну и не отдают вышку LGD, чтобы не дать компенсировать преимущество свое по золоту. Поэтому посмотрим, что будет в лейте.
LGD will have stronger side lanes when it comes to split pushing with the Diana in one lane and with the Olaf in another one. So it should be very simple for them to keep pressure.
Так, Мифи может умереть опять. Смотрим, ждали ульта от Мальфита, катит Нилс, однако и в очередной раз классно ультует Xpeki, однако это ни к чему не приводит. Вот в чем проблема. И сейчас должен кто-то умирать. Должен, потому что у Годви нету маны. Ну и пробуйте.
Yeah, a really aggressive call there by LGD, and despite the shockwave combo landing on pretty much everyone, that's not what suffered.
Если бы чуть пораньше подошли.
I mean, he's behind him, but if he takes a step, Flame will kill him. Good to stay invisible there.
Definitely pushing their limits.
Чуть-чуть бы пораньше.
Great movement by LGD. Not something they were able to pick up this early in any of their games before here, and it definitely seems like it's thrown OG off guard just a little bit. However, Origin does feel like they still have a bit of strength here, testing the waters themselves. Gonna see what they can do.
And LGD simply keeps playing around where Godby is on the map. Okay, he goes to the top side, we send up multiple guys, he goes aggressive, and we can take.
Очень хорошо вкатило.
They're playing around where Godby is split pushing. So he goes on to
Калиста.
first, obviously misses the Q, but he still gets to knock back Nils with Minty. Yeah. And this is enough for LGD to really start to fight.
Однако тут подошел Имп и просто сделал ласт-хиты. А Ариана Икспеки в очередной раз показала свою неимоверную силу. Смотрите, сколько народу зацепил одной своей ультой и нанес с одного Грааля просто тонну урона.
And then once you start pushing down the minions, it's so easy for you to start moving. Leave the wave once it's going down to the enemy tower, walk in towards mid lane, walk in towards top lane, and then you have its numbers advantage when the fight starts and its Origin has to react. Like we saw just here, they have to come in fairly late or one by one basically, and they couldn't punish LGD for diving between two towers.
Something I was going to say about OG coming into this game that now seems to be lacking is
так, ну и вторая вышка все-таки упадет сейчас. И разменяются команды вышками. Так как у Дианы есть зуб на Шора, она очень и очень быстро может пушить, и сейчас она будет заниматься сплит-пушем. Вышел Сос, и сейчас он в опасности, потому что рядом уже Имп со своей ультой, готовый зарядить. И отходить придется команде Origin, и почти наверняка это будет стоить им вышки.
Always going to be Pekka waiting for the wave at his tower, so then Godwin can always move first, set up the play with his team.
Ну там здоровья не было у вышки уже.
LGD making moves. Like I said last time, this game at 33 minutes was 51,000 apiece between these two teams.
Ну и посмотрим, как будут складываться дальше дела у команды LGD, потому что это уже что-то напоминает топовую китайскую команду. Уже что-то они показывают, какую-то игру, на которую можно смотреть без ужаса. Ну, особенно, конечно, Годвин и Диане заслуживают прям очень и очень хорошего внимания и хороших слов.
And they are in huge danger of losing that right now, since LGD is snowballing their split push 1-3-1 competition, and there is no one who can really match the split push.
Так, ну и дракон, первый дракон в этой игре приближается, посмотрим, будет нет кто-нибудь его пробовать брать.
Luckily for them, as you just said here, they are
guaranteed. Нилс сейчас в проблемах и мимо ультует. И сейчас умрет Имп. Нет, не умирает, и Сос. Наконец-то подошли Сос и Икспеки, и размен 3 на 3. Очень-очень долго шли. как-то запаздывают в этой игре оригины, не успевают они реагировать на перемещение LGD. И классная игра Нилса. Во-первых, Табикю в очередной раз фейлит. То есть он не пошел никуда. Но очень-очень много времени потратили на то, чтобы убить Грагаса. И у Калисты уже не было ульты.
Force a teleport out of LGD, but when Peke got cut off by Flame, they had to ad-lib because they were actually going to lose the fight, and the teleport was there as an equalizer.
Well, this is actually where a lot of teams can learn what Origin does to adapt, if they are, to get back into this one, trying to open up that present that is mid lane so they can get themselves into the jungle for some deep rewards, something they have lacked all game, really on their half of the map.
Once again, though, the fight we see happening is down towards Origin's base. Because LGD again are having control of the map. They're the one who can roam without using teleports. Flame moved beforehand, didn't have to wait. He knew what was going to happen because they were the ones engaging.
На данный момент очень низкая выживаемость у Мифи. Если он сразу же ульту в тимфайте не включит, то он будет аннигилирован, особенно если это касается Дианы. И посмотрим. Смотрите, просто один в лед. Еле забирают, и даблкил сейчас будет для LGD. Если не трипл. И килл. Ничего себе. Так, и сейчас Экспеке полетит к Кимпу.
Really pull this into their favor. It looks like they can. Soaz now in that I think I can spot, and he very well cannot. He has to flash out, and he's going to be to safety.
This just goes to show the danger of trying to force a fight when the opponent has double teleport available.
Просто прекрасные дела у Дианы и Импа.
But they took too long trying to deal with Godby and Flame. You really saw how powerful Godby and Flame are at this stage in the game. And once
Только вот я сказал, что опасно Мифи вылетать куда-либо, потому что просто оверфит Диана уже на данном моменте, наносящая гигантское количество урона. То есть она один раз влетела в Мифи, и он уже практически мертв. Пришлось спасать Калисте своей ультой, и получила Калиста немного от Дианы. То есть смотрите, влетает в Мифи, сколько урона нанесла. Подошел Нилс и влетает в Нилса, снимает ему практически все. Слишком скришовый на данный момент Кеннон, и он собирает АП. Ну и непонятно, зачем Amazing, конечно, развернулся, словил топор, подавился им.
Funny enough, their TP advantage because both Peg and Source will have theirs ready. So this is
Ну
their
и
chance
посмотрим.
to avoid the 1-3-1 from LGD. And
Как смогут Ориджины использовать два телепорта, которые у них преимущество сейчас есть.
So you have a 5 versus 4. It can be one of the only ways for you to really get back into the game right now, at this moment, because we know how strong LGD are with their side lanes, and if we just keep getting this 1-3-1 split push, well, LGD is just going to take it home.
I wonder if this is happening. Bring back the Diana. Used to see it back in NA when
Страшные времена начинаются для Ориджинов.
With that teleport still.
And I hate to keep saying it, but before the group stage started, this is the type of play we're expecting from Godby. Split pushing monster, 1v3
Ну и
hard
да,
to take down.
сейчас будет Т2 на боте.
Dives mid, LGD gets a big lead and starts beating people with overpowered solo lanes.
It's just the first game where LGD did not completely mess up the lane swap and fall super far behind early on, as we've seen in so many other games they've played at this tournament. Now they were even
И
slightly ahead in some
им
experience.
тащит Старклювов.
Obviously, Godby because he got that kill in the mid lane.
It also was a instance of TVQ not going for anything hard within the lane's beginning. He was
Так, Кеннон у нас хочет, очень-очень хочет Жоню. Это единственный его шанс вообще быть как-то хоть полезным. То есть сейчас Ориджинам надо повременить со всякими драками, отдавать LGD драконов, потому что надо Кеннону Жоню.
There's no hourglass yet for Pekka, so he wouldn't really be able to stop the double engage jumping in on him in the one-on-one.
Пил у нас собрал Межай, и у него уже сколько, 10 стаков, если не ошибаюсь. Конечно, буковки маленькие, не видно ничего. Ой, ну 0.08 это очень и очень хорошо. И посмотрите, какой гигантский щит просто дает Жанна. Импу, что спокойно вражеские способности он перекрывает, по крайней мере одну. Ну а Ариана собрала Рабадон. Ждем следующих тимфайтов. Но Гадви вообще, у него слишком гигантский урон, чтобы на данном этапе с ним кто-то вообще мог дуэлиться. Он уничтожит любого. Причем даже если их будет двое, он сначала уничтожит одного, а потом второго. Бить его сейчас это что-то нереальное будет.
Where we're going to be so much stronger because our Diana and our Olaf right now are super.
The only thing stopping, I guess, just the Diana is that exhaust from Midi. So once that's down, it is free reign to everybody.
Yeah, and with how Godby so seamlessly uses the Crescent Strike with his Lunar Rush, you almost can't exhaust in time because the damage arrives instantaneously. They're trying to catch in.
И застанили импа, однако ни к чему это не привело. Абсолютно похоже на то, что умрет Amazing скоро. Однако нет, пришла Диана и добила Мифи. Только что сказали, что не надо драться Ориджином, потому что ну нету еще Жони у Кеннона. Ну и еще стак для пива.
So much of Ken and Kalista is built around the lane base, being goalies right there, and take that lead that into the mid game and have these big explosive.
Ну и самое печальное, что как-то очень плохо задействует Amazing Эвелину. Так, а Годви чувствует, что что-то здесь не то. Слишком много народу идет. Смотрим. Годви Сос ультует, и ни к чему, абсолютно ни к чему это не приводит. LGD благополучно отдефались. И преимущество в 7000 это очень много для 26 минуты. То есть смотрите.
He will shoot two of them away, so Mithy didn't get the full damage of it, so it wouldn't have killed him anyway.
And he'd already used exhaust on him, so I can correct what I'm saying.
И откинули Мифи как раз.
But this right here is the key thing when it comes to the split pushing. Notice how Godly's there so much faster than Pekka because he can move first with the wave pushed all the way down to the inhibitor turret, and then that also means for Pekka he can't follow. Because if you blindly walk into the Diana, you're gonna die. So he has to wait until he spots him on the board.
Пока очень плохо связано все у команды Origin.
So you have that wombo combo with the Malphite Shockwave.
О том, чтобы вардить вражескую половину вообще не идет речи. А своя, кстати, половина у них тоже очень скромно заваржена. Можно сказать, что у них нету движена даже на своей территории. Куча вардов на синем бафе, ну вот сейчас начали они наконец-то организовывать вижен. Так, ну и вышка. Солос легко затанчил ее. Ну, у Солоса-то как раз таки все хорошо. Он 2-0-2 идет. В принципе, нормально фармит. И печально, правда, в том, что у него магрезистов практически нету, ограничиваться исключительно мерками. И приходится отфлешиваться к Алисте.
So good trade for Origin at least. You trade flash on your AD carry for the TP on Godby. I think almost, I say it's a good fight, a good trade.
И Amazing'а просто отогнали и сейчас будут пробовать LGD брать на Шора.
But as far as the context of this Baron fight, if they're able to force it, it's
Потому
actually
что
really
Amazing
bad for
вынужден уйти и получает свою долю урона. Ботлейн Ориджинов. Могут пытаться, в принципе. Так, что-то со стримом в очередной раз. Что произошло? Товарищи Риоты, верните качество.
But a Baron call for LGD without any split pushing pressure could be also the way back for Origin. Because once you have these guys stuck in the Baron pit, taking some damage from it, that's where the Malphite kicks in, that's where the Shockwave kicks in. We've seen it before in this tournament as well, how effective that can be. So with no TP on Godby for now, again, it just buys a little bit of time for Origin.
It's basically what changed the last game, except for not an Annie.
Very true.
And no Vladimir.
And no Vladimir.
Yeah.
No Emo play.
Before the big fight came in, before Godby did the teleport in, I was talking about how Soaz has been on damage dealers for most of Origin's successful games, which makes some of their late game strategies very well, as they're kind of outscaling in damage, and then the creative use of shot calling in the mid and late game can find them fights, and they've been very good at dodging initiations. Normally it's really hard for super teams to dodge initiations, and
Мифи приблизился к тому, чтобы зарашить наконец-то Жоню. Ну и посмотрим, будет нет вомба-комбо в исполнении Мальфита и Арианы, потому что урона очень и очень хорошо вливает X-Пеки.
Always setting up that slow push with the minions while you're baiting around the Baron. So you have two fronts you have to defend on if you're Origin. Luckily, again, in double teleport meta, it's a bit easier to deal with because you can always just have Pekka sitting here. But it's still 4 seconds where he's not there. And if he's not there once Malphite goes in, again, that wombo combo dies out. So you have to TP very early
Он
to
собрал
fight for this
ботер
one.
на
Seems like he's going
Грейса.
to the backside with the team, so they're all coming from the same spot. Now LGD has that teleport, and they can do whatever they want.
That's why they just start the Baron. It's fairly safe. You disengage as soon as you see the TP, so you can now set up the wave one more time. And it's not there. They're starting it one more time because Pekka canceled his teleport.
That's strange that he didn't actually go in. But he'll make it there in time still.
They may be able to push mid lane here for Origin. They have to wait for Pekka
Да,
coming
ну
up.
собирается пушить
He's got to be careful to conserve his mana
по миду.
in case there's an upcoming fight. With no teleport
И
out,
опять камера у нас улетела
so about
куда-то
1/3.
слишком высоко.
Shield the Malphite going in and not have enough mana to do the ult double.
Раскрывают Риот и читерские функции клиента.
Should hold off on casting.
Job by Midi. Throwing shurikens, just staying on the edge of LGD
И
sideline
Мифи
there to
чуть-чуть
make sure
заработал
figure out where some
голды.
of the wards were placed that they needed
И
to
сейчас,
sweep.
судя по всему, будет Жоня наконец-то.
Up the bottom side of the map. You can see the dragon, and that will be
Ура,
dragon
ура, ура.
for LGD.
То, к чему все шло, наконец-то случилось. И сейчас умрет Нилс.
They didn't really have enough vision down here. They may have seen him come from one of the sides.
И
and then
вообще,
really
потому
he
что он
was still
ничего
there
не
without
видел,
seeing an exit.
никакого
LGD
вижена
just going
нету
to a dark side of the map.
у команды Origin. И готовиться к смерти и к спеке, потому что команда соперников уже подошла. Сейчас уничтожат Мифи. Зачем? И, судя по всему, первая проигранная игра для Region.
Toward that Baron. Just about to say this could be the small chance for Origin to get a pink ward down near Baron, but instead they're just getting it's a cat and mouse. Just getting caught out left and right. Nils walking to that bottom and not expecting LGD to just go straight over the wall and kill him. Also with that big wave bot lane, he was saying to himself, okay, they're gonna go back, take the wave on the bottom side, push it back out, they're not gonna go for my red buff. But LGD, you have the control now. Suddenly you don't feel the pressure anymore.
Почему LGD не играли вот так с самого начала? Почему им необходимо было заработать уверенность того, что они не выходят из группы, прежде чем заиграть? Причем они портят всю жизнь. Ну как, не всю жизнь, конечно, но довольно так неприятно. С другой стороны, это хорошо, что они победят Ориджина, потому что все равно появляется уверенность в своих силах, причем гиперуверенность в своих силах, и Ориджинам это пойдет на пользу, но и это не отменяет того, что все будет потом зависеть от того, как они сыграют после этого. Так, а у Мифи у нас уже не было. И чуть-чуть не хватило. Чуть-чуть Нилса не хватило урона, чтобы уничтожить Годви. А Годви разворачивается и за счет щита.
Both sides coming from LGD. One goes down. That's actually two already for OG. Is amazing heads for the Hills. They're gonna get Niels. And Origin can't even find safety under their own turret.
Просто великолепнейшую игру показывают.
Pushing up, Origin said, okay, we might have to just go for an engage here to stop the push with the Baron buff. But we just see how hard it is. They were hitting Godby, the mid laner, all the time, and he didn't even go down.
Yeah, Imp is untouchable right now. Godby is playing really well on Diana, and Flame is having quite a successful all-out game as well.
Я думаю, он будет MVP этой игры. Ну и как-то Мифи начал тимфайт, хотя у него не было Джонни. Ясно же, что его просто уничтожат.
Oh yes, 8-1 and 4.
Seems pretty polished now.
Oh, we're about to go 0-4. Logo.
Oh man! Yay! Look at us.
They're beating they're about to hand Origin their first loss at Worlds.
It's got to be bittersweet too.
Not a lot of people expecting it to be an upset with LGD's beating Origin, but right now that is the case. Man, look at this guy spamming the logo.
LGD's the king of upsets. We were calling all three of their losses in the group stage upsets, and then we decided, you're 0-3. We're no longer allowed to call it an upset if they lose. Now it's an upset when they win. Congratulations, LGD.
Well, here's that time that these two teams were tied at 51,000. Definitely a different story coming in here. LGD with a choose-your-own-adventure book on this run-through. 36 minutes, so as getting a little body slam there. TBQ wiping off the sweat, getting ready for another go. Throws out some Gatorade. Looks like they are just going to Haterade right now. It's killing wards, going in for the turret, taking it up flame. Why not? He has no reason not to. He is gigantic right now. Sterix, that Black Cleaver. He's even got the Spirit Massage finished up, so he doesn't get nailed by.
Закончен Рабадон для Дианы.
Guys are ready and prepared. Items ahead and surplus to take these fights over OG.
Сейчас кому-то будет очень и очень больно.
Two of the major components for Rabadon's death cap. I'm ready to see some AP Ghana. With the way, there's too many targets for OG.
Ну и да, судя по всему, Жанна сейчас будет собирать Рабадон, потому что у нее 16 стаков, если я правильно вижу.
So it's really smart of PYL actually to go full squishy AP damage, because if Origin wastes a lick of damage onto the Janna, the other three giant threats are going to kill him.
I'm afraid that Origin, no matter what they do right now, will not have the damage. So you just aim for that Janna, remove some of those stacks,
get a kill.
Get the kill.
That's good.
But you got the kill. You got the kill, so I say worth. You didn't get 20 stacks. That's the goal for Origin in this game. Avoid 20 stacks.
Zarena's talking on the analyst desk. Zarena's talking on the analyst desk. When you achieve your goals, you need to set new goals. Well, maybe if you fail your goals, you also need to set new goals because it's nice to achieve something.
And it's a simple one.
Так, ну и Origin, не знаю.
Shockwave, there's no flash.
Obviously, Origin can still achieve their goals in first place in this group stage. They've achieved so much, and this loss doesn't actually punish them that
Что даже необходимо делать? Ну, по идее, естественно, тянуть в глубокий лейт, когда уже не важно, как ты фармил и что ты делал, у тебя появятся все коры. Ну, а Диана вообще на изи соло забирает дракона. И это четвертый дракон для команды LGD. Они в этой игре берут все, что им надо. Ну и сплит-пуш от Импа. Так, успел Мифи уйти хотя бы в зону. Чуть-чуть подольше прожил. И сейчас умрет Мифи зачем-то. Что-то странное. Такое ощущение, что Ориджины сознательно сливают.
Imp gets another one, 9-2 and 6 on the game with that Graves, and they're going to be going for the Nexus turrets.
Imp using the passive, man. Look at that all player.
First Nexus turret goes down, the LGD
Ну и эта игра, давайте посмотрим, с кем они там.
LGD finds themselves a win, and it will be over Origin.
Yeah, this is probably the result that Flame wanted to have on his Worlds debut. Imp, a smile. After all of the pain he's had to undergo so far at Worlds.
Так, если Ориджины выходят со второго места группы D, тогда они играют с группой А, и тогда вариантов попасть на Фнатик у них нету. Поэтому это может быть вполне себе сознательный выбор. Поэтому как-то меня терзают смутные сомнения по этому поводу. Вполне возможно, что Ориджины решили в том числе и специально слить. Чтобы не попасть со Фнатиками. Хотя не похоже, чтобы они кого-нибудь боялись.
LGD just wants to prove him wrong. That's it. They just want to prove him wrong.
You know that person on the English language broadcast that casts our league sometimes? He just lost faith. Let's prove him wrong. I think there is more to this.
Great game though. I mean, from LGD right here.
Предстоит игра. Так, игра предстоит LGD против Team Solomid. Ну и интересно, смогут ли это не показать игру такую же, как против Ориджинов, потому что это будет просто очень и очень интересно посмотреть на это. Реально ли они набрали форму или у них случайно так получилось? А может, Ориджины стратегически сливают? Ну, посмотрим. Жизнь покажет.
Definitely looks like you could put a stick in the spokes for what's going to happen here for OG.
I still do think here for Origin, they have to look at this early game and just quickly talk over like what went wrong, how could we allow them to just dive our mid laner, what could we have done different. I'm sure that's what the team is talking about now. And then it just needs to be fixed in 15 minutes basically before the KT game so the same mistake won't happen because they're obviously watching this game, they're looking at what was going on, and maybe they found an opening even though they're playing the next game already.
KT got to watch that entire game. I'm expecting a much different drafting phase from Origin. Like they had shown the mid lane teleport Orianna so many times throughout this group stage. Like you can see teams are finding the holes of, oh yeah, he has no second defensive summer spell. Let's kill him in lane. That's happened 2 out of 3 times now.
The thing for Origin with this pick and ban phase is Kalista first pick was not a surprise. I mean, we're going to see that very often. Kennen came in, it did the same in the last game because it's a flex pick. So that was the same once again. Obviously a lot of jungle bans happened in this game and Gragas was picked away, forcing Amazing onto a new jungler on the Evelynn. Didn't have much of an impact. But a lot of the early picks could very well be the same. It's just if Origin can play different with these picks because Kennen and Kalista relies so much on that 2v2 lane. They didn't get it in this game. They could never really be that bully. So it had 0 impact also because P-Well could pick Jenna and Kate.
One interesting thing though is they knew exactly who Solas was going to be laning against in the Olaf, and oftentimes Origin has made sure that Solas has a stronger split pushing threat in the game. It's one of the ways they generate most of their plays with double teleport, but that's not something you're ever going to be getting with the Malphite. And they knew that like, they were picked into that matchup because Malphite was the last champion Origin actually selected, and the last choice on LGD side was Diana. So I'd actually would have expected them to flex the Kennen up Kennen in the mid lane into Olaf. At least he can bully early.
Yeah, but you don't want to run that because, especially after level 6, Olaf just
he
just takes you out completely.
That's a long
As a Kennen player, I don't like that matchup. No, let's head over to Shocks in the interview lounge for more on LGD's first win at Worlds.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined by the AD carry Imp after LGD finally securing that first victory. And receiving the applause from the guys here as well. Imp, in this game, you guys played phenomenally. You honestly played like we had expected LGD to play. What made it finally come out in this game?
임프 선수 일단 첫 승을 축하드리고요. 오랜만에 같이 인터뷰하는 거. LGD가 이제 본인의 경기력을 보여줄 때까지 너무 많은 시간이 걸렸는데 많은 사람들이 이제 예상한 그런 LGD의 그런 탑 클래스 경기력. 근데 왜 이렇게 많은 시간 동안 고생하다가 이렇게 첫 승리 거뒀는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 그 중국에서 경기를 치를 때도 그 정규 리그에는 한 6등, 5등으로 끝내놓고 나머지 남은 거에 이제 플레이오프 시작돼서 천천히 올라가는 슬로우 스타터라는 이름이 있었거든요. 솔직히 이런 걸 변명으로 하기엔 좀 뭐하고 준비 안 했는데 이제 와서 열심히 하니까 그래도 지금이나마 잘 하게 될 수 있는 것 같아요.
Even back in China, we were called a very slow starter. We would do like 5th or 6th place during regular season and climb up that playoff. So I know it's a bad excuse, but I think that also worked here. Like we didn't prepare as well during the very first week, but yeah, I think we're a very slow start at that kind of point.
A bit too slow of a start, and honestly, I had expected to interview you a couple of times throughout the tournament, and I want to go back to a video we saw of you before the tournament where you said, I hope that I will be the one playing this time, and then today we saw you say, it's up to the heavens. It strikes me as a very non-imp thing to say for a world champion. Where did that come from?
тоже
사실 저희는
точно то же самое случилось здесь, то есть немедленно сгонялись, ну и заиграли.
이제 사전 인터뷰 영상에서 임프 선수가 이번 대회 동안 내가 안 울었으면 좋겠다는 얘기를 했었고 어제 그러니까 이번 또 인터뷰에서도 하늘에 모든 걸 맡기겠다라고 얘기를 했었는데 사실 임프 선수다운 발언이 아니자한테 약한 모습이고 월챔 우승자 출신이라고 하기에는 되게 약한 모습인데 왜 그런 멘트를 하셨는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
제가 제 실력에 대해 잘하니까 그런 것 같아요. 제 실력에 대해 자신감이 없어가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
I think it came from lack of my own confidence, my performance.
Is that something you think you can build up again looking at next year?
недостаток.
What will it take?
내년엔 그러면 어떻게 하면 다시 그런 자신감을 다시 쌓을 수 있을지.
В неуверенности в своем мастерстве все проблемы были.
제가 한국 팀이랑만 하면 너무 약해지는 것 같은데 한국 팀 원딜이랑 안 하면 제가 잘할 것 같아요.
I think as long as I avoid playing against Korean teams and Korean ADCs, I'll be okay.
All right, we'll see if that happens. Finally, though, I do want to get a little more information out of you. Who do you think, seeing how you won't have to play any of them anymore, are the number one and number two team in the tournament right now?
команд и корейских АДК,
마지막 질문으로
все будет хорошо.
더 이상 대회에 이제 출전하지 않으시니까 임프 선수는 객관적인 그 평가를 했을 때 지금 대회에서 가장 강한 두 팀이 어디를 생각되는지 말씀해 주세요.
SKT랑 가장 강한 두 팀은 SKT랑 쿠 타이거즈.
SKT and the Crew Tigers still rooting for those Korean teams. Well, thank you very much. Awesome to talk to you as always. Imp. Now, guys.
Так и не понял, о чем они последнее поговорили.
Thank you, Sharks. LGD finding their first win there. I think most importantly, we have to note what Jap pointed out is that Spawn over here jumps off of the LGD bandwagon, and then LGD decides to run him over with it.
And then they reversed a couple of times as well. Like, that was a very heavy hit, but thank goodness for LGD. Like, they went back to their guns. PWL literally picked TBQ up, took him to the mid lane, got Godby the kill, and they ran their split pushing style. And one thing that I will point out about this team, they haven't had a good Worlds, but their allocation of farm that game, you saw that every single carry on the team got equal amount of farm. This is what the team was famous for in China, because you see eventually Niels has to fall behind because they can only give farm to two people, the two split pushers that are going up against Flame and Godby, and then Imp just runs over the game. It was really good to watch, but in saying that, it's way too late and Origin really had nothing to play for.
Yeah, this was them picking up those side waves and having that wave manipulation on those carries, but also the skirmishes, the diving, very heavy. PYL got a ton of action that game, and he was even playing Janna. He's not playing this type of dive-in champion. And we saw them grouping up very early sometimes, and they were playing around the Diana, and I really, really like that. They unlocked Godby, and then he became this gigantic threat.
And PYL was famous for Janna. He was the first Chinese support that people really gave credit to Janna for. They're known as heavy engaged. He's a great disengaged support. Where has this been the whole tournament?
Yeah. Unfortunately, too little too late. Hasn't been here for the tournament. Want to hit Origin real quickly, Yamato, because as was mentioned, they've got to hop right back onto stage, go up against KT. At this point now, with that loss, it's win or lose, first or second place. They can't force a tiebreaker now because of that loss. So mentality-wise, you've only got 15 minutes. As a coach, what are you stepping up on the stage? What's Hermit telling them right now to make sure that they can get back in line for a win against KT?
I'm pretty sure they prepared for KT already, like, more heavily than they did for LGD, because they couldn't really, I think they had low expectations for LGD, and also on top of that, the KT game would be the deciding game, no matter what, if they won this game or not. So in the end, I feel coming into the game against KT, like in this game, I think Origin's way of, when they fall behind, I feel like they struggle, because in most games that they've
Возможно, Origin недооценили команду LGD, той игрой, которую она показывала все это время. И поэтому так и сложилось. Но вот насчет корейцев, с которыми сейчас предстоит играть, то они уже давно должны были подготовленными к ним быть и, в принципе, ожидают очень и очень тяжелой игры, поэтому вполне вероятно, что хорошо сейчас отыграют Origin
and then disengaging when he needs to. So they have enough out of that position for me in the support to really get it done. I expect them to play much more aggressive triple threat style.
We'll have a little more time to talk about that game on the other side of the break. Earlier, we opened up our expertise to you with the hashtag AskTheDesk. So let's turn to Twitter and see what you want to know. First up, at Keegan Holm writes, will the amount of champion diversity in champion picks thin out later on in the tournament? An important statistic to note. To this point in time, there have been 68 unique champions picked. That's compared to 59 across the entirety of Worlds last year. So we already have a more diverse Worlds than last year. But how do you guys expect this to trend?
Well, that's also half of the champions in League of Legends, exactly.
Вполне возможно, что Origin
this is going to trend as we get in the quarters. There's going to be less teams, less strategies
LGD
all over the
подошли
place.
расслабленными и, естественно, поплатились за это.
Tom Kemp's this game, Tom Kemp's that game.
Великолепно зашла Диана в эту игру. То есть Годви себя свободно на ней чувствует, особенно с телепортом, и просто чудовищный сноубол этого персонажа произошел в этой игре. Ну и Керила как могла, ну и, естественно, вторил ей очень хорошо им на Грейвсе, что довольно тоже необычный такой пик, и не знаю, как-то странно очень играла. команда Origin не так, как обычно. То есть они всегда знают, чего они хотят, куда они идут. А здесь очень и очень клишовый Мифи на Кеноне постоянно пытался бегать за Дианой. Зачем? Зачем? То есть он не успел еще зарашить Джонни, он уже пытается кого-то ловить. Естественно, Диана там, Гловерфит, Диана, Коралл и там всех. Вообще никаких слов нету. И непонятно, что делали Origin в этой игре. Ну и, надеюсь, они подошли более настроенные к игре с Кити Ростер, которая сейчас будет, потому что все-таки корейцы, и всегда стоит ожидать с ними очень-очень напряженной игры. Поэтому, надеюсь, очень надеюсь, что они чего-нибудь покажут.
Mid and late game, but I also want to cover early game too. So late game and mid game, I would pick hard engaged type champions so that you can force team fights on the people who aren't there. When people are saying go to the source of a teleport, sometimes it's better to just engage on the people trying to blow people up that aren't with the teleport. But during the early game as a jungler, I like to go towards the mid lane. I like to go towards the person who doesn't have that defensive summoner, like the Orianna that we've been seeing. Blow them up, take a support and a jungler, go towards that lane, shut them down, and that's how you deal with Twisted Fates as well. You try to get them early, but then you also try to get to places before them as well. So that's how you combat that in the early game, and I think that's a big part to snowball it, because if the TP gets ahead, then you can't split push with multiple people if they're ahead against you, so it becomes a big problem.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see if any of the teams decide to take the expert advice on this desk. We need to take a quick break, but the battle in Paris continues with Origin versus KT Rolster. We'll be right back with more Worlds in just a moment.
Время 9 час, выходит она.
The amount of wave participation in the crowd is at least like 95%.
He's slicing Maelstrom, cannot stop Flame, and him coming in off the wing. Oh, nice collateral damage, but there's the Wombo back in. They are now going to take down Imp. Here comes the TP from Soaz. Do they take down Imp? That's the unstoppable force that's required to do so. But here comes the Command Protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Both sides coming from LGD. One goes down. That's actually two already for OG. His amazing heads for the Hales. Maybe makes the right choice. He puts himself in base, but it's also in range of Godby. He was just waiting to see where the hamster went. LGD finds themselves a win, and it will be over Origin.
Нет, макароны остались там половина сковородки, наверное. Ну, давай.
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship. In just a moment, Origin will return to the stage as they take on KT Rolster. Now, this game is going to be the deciding factor for which team comes out as the first seed and which team comes out as the second seed. A lot on the line in this game. I'm going to start with predictions here, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to explain your thinking as we go down the line. Yamato, once again, we're starting with you.
So I'm going to choose KT simply because this time KT has red side, and I feel that the matchup between Someday and Soaz is favored in Someday's favor, of course, and Someday getting the counter pick is going to have a massive impact because last game we saw them face each other. They kind of just threw in the mid to late game. So I feel like if KT kind of solved that problem, I feel they have the edge.
Alrighty, Spawn?
Yeah, this was a harder game for me. I'm also going to go with KT. The reason being is I think that Niels and Mithy have now been shown that they are so much importance for their team, and I think the double teleport thing will start catching up with Origin a little bit as well now, just like it did for LGD. And I think that Someday's usage and his zoning of backline has only improved as the tournament went on. So I think that Someday's going to have, once again, another massive game, and the bottom lane of Origin is going to start becoming a huge focal point for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with KT on this one. I feel like even though they got out macroed last time, a lot of that was Nagne in the mid lane was not able to hold up on Echo. And I think that Echo is not something we're going to see again, and most likely for a lot of this tournament. I don't think it's a favorable pick there, and they wasn't able to get in a Kog'Maw composition. So Someday in the top lane, like Yamato was saying, I think is a key to victory here, and they're going to be able to exploit the rest of the map through that.
So no faith in Origin here on the
I have faith in them. I feel like Origin could take this home. There's a very high chance, and this was, like Swan was saying, a very hard game to predict because these teams match up very well on paper.
All right, so the desk is slightly tilted in favor of KT.
I mean, LGD's been losing all tournament.
No, yeah, Spawn is just entirely tilted as an analyst. But the desk itself is tilted in KT's favor. It's time to see who will go to London as the first seed from Group D. So let's send it down to the casters and get this one underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Great stuff on the day, guys. It's been amazing listening to you go back and forth, but we do have more games to go. Myself, Jat, and Deficio still here, and this now for OG means they have to kind of wipe the slate clean. Yep. They're still on blue side, but does that hurt? Nagne came out very big last game. He may get a counter pick that he wants coming into this pick advantage.
So Origin as a team really like to target ban. We saw TPQ receive the Lee Rek'Sai treatment against Team Solo Mid. They banned away 3 mid laners. I think they're going to ban like a Zia against Nagne. Could even go for the Blanc ban potentially. Take a Lulu away as well on that blue side. Aim for him. Try and shut him down a little bit. We of course get Mordecai as a gangplank from KT. And then they could potentially get 1 target ban.
Yeah, week 1, Nagne was actually one of the weakest mid laners at Worlds. Statistically, he had massive CS discrepancy and wasn't doing damage in teamfights when compared to the rest of his team. But today has been much different. He's had some really solid performances. He had something like an 80 CS lead over Godfrey later into that game they played earlier today. And they have actually chose not to fully target ban. Well, they did target ban. You're correct.
Sure. You get at least there's a ban against him. Lulu, of course, a flex option. Would still expect that to go towards the mid lane. But it's a very standard blue side ban now because you don't always want to first pick it and then show your composition already with that first pick. Now, I like the Kalista ban from KT. I think still LG should have done that last game.
Yeah.
Means at least obviously 4 amazing.
Talking about how Niels is kind of flowing under the radar here, but Spawn made a good point. You see how important Niels and Mithy are to the team. So once they do get hit a little bit, they can't start to produce results. Here in the picks and bans, Elise is picked up by Amazing. Allow some catches and starts in the early game here if he wants to go hard. We've seen him kind of power farm with that champion in the beginning of the game, though.
Very, very smart top lane in these lane stops, knowing when to back away, don't want to risk himself getting killed 2v3, 1v3, whatever it is. But I think we also saw with Origin in the last game is when Mithy is not on the hard engage support, how that has to go over to someone else. This last game it was over to Soaz. You talked about it in the game as well, how it kind of eliminated them from running triple threat composition. So I think getting an engaged champion for Soaz is very key for this team. Oh, sorry, for Mithy. It's very key because he's so good as well as timing when to go in.
And I think it's smart of KT to not pick Darius early against Origin. Origin has actually been saving when they're on red side their last pick so Soaz can pick a counter matchup, and getting rid of that advantage for Someday to actually pick a counter matchup to Soaz is huge. So even though Darius is up, because both Someday and Soaz are so good at counter picking, I don't expect the top laner to be picked until last for KT. Or they can just wait a little bit and hope that Origin shows their hand early.
Origin might want to just flex again the cannon. obviously means you can't really pick your support at the same time.
Смотрим, чего возьмут Origin.
To happen.
Я
Another
думаю,
champ
Браун
that's
все-таки
open.
будет
In this
залочен.
case, I'm only saying this because Jinx is here. It's Tom
Ну,
Kench. And I think the Tom
Оп.
Kench Jinx combos we've seen so
Сыграть
far
опять
are
в
very, very
защиту
good
Кога.
because it kind of gives Jinx that extra mobility she needs to survive when the engage happens from the
Почему
other
нет?
teams, and also in the laning phase you kind of turn into a
Почему
farm lane.
Yeah.
I want to see if Peekaboo wants to play it. Also against the Thresh.
Вполне комфортный пик.
So we're actually
И
we've been doing a
посмотрим,
fair bit
может,
of talking
все-таки
about
будет,
Tom Kench versus John,
все-таки
and we
будет у
thought
нас
like maybe why we weren't seeing John is because Tom Kench was doing that job better. But I
как
think there's a
мост на
little bit of
миду.
nuance to this, as the Darius actually is
Как
locked
там мы
in,
его
so there's still
в
going to be the
этом
possibility for
чемпионате не
Origin to pick
видели
counter
еще на
matchup.
этой
But
позиции.
I feel like Jana is better against AoE teams because she can disrupt the wombo combo, but Tom Kench is much better against single target teams. Both are good defensive supports, but they have different strengths.
And Origin right now have a lot of single target CC to catch out members of the pick composition they're somewhat building with the Elise and the Thresh. Very, very standard. That does allow the Tom Kench to stop this guy from dying. Again, I don't know if KT wants to run it, but it's still fun to always look at some of these new support picks coming into the scene and where they start working in the meta.
They will lock in the Shen. Since week 1, we have not seen the Ninja take place back on the Rift, but it's actually going to be locked in here, meaning the support Shen for Peekaboo.
So two things KT are doing in this pick and ban phase. One, they're getting ready to counter double teleport by having Shen support, so you can shut down what Origin used to beat KT in the last game.
Save that
Obviously,
one guy that gets caught.
Yeah, exactly. The 1-3-1 split push and stop that one-on-one from ever really happening, so you have extra global pressure on your support. And by taking Darius, you have that last pick for Peekaboo, last pick for Nagne, in case a TF gets locked in from XPEK here. So he might be able to get a good matchup, take a LeBlanc into it, take a Fizz into it or something, and try and kill him in lane.
I'd love to see Twisted Fate from Peke here.
Жирные, жирные.
I think it's really important that they're able
Товарищи
to
собрались
focus
у
down
Кейти Ролстера.
Sunday in lane, but at the same time,
Неужели
keep their AoE damage going. This is such a heavy magic damage team if they lock in these picks.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times.
Неужели
I think the reason Origin
full
does not want to
damage?
go for Twisted Fate is
Ну,
because
почему, с другой стороны, не попробовать Ориджином? Они 100% выходят из группы. И попробовать такую композицию, почему бы нет?
Do you think Victor, after some of the nerfs happening to his early game, is not as safe
Ну и
as
посмотрим, если
he
удастся очень удачно
He runs into some
зацепить
problems if he tries to
кого-либо из керри в команде Кейти Ролстер, проблем уничтожить остальных вообще не возникнет. То есть один хороший влет Соза с флешом, и все. Пиши пропал для Кейти Ролстер, и опять Диана. Вот это хорошо.
The same in the last game. It's so difficult for these control mages to really pressure her early game. Again, she can start.
Это хорошо для Кейти Ролстер, потому что она тоже очень и очень плотная, поэтому ее махом-то так не убить. А вот Виктора она может вполне загнобить, особенно если ей чуть-чуть помогут. И слишком уж хорошо она сноуболится.
And you can very easily dictate when do you want to fight. Do you want to shut down someone 1v1? Do you want to tower dive him? On the side of KT, and of course Darius is going to be the rock sitting in the other lane.
Ну и Соз в этой игре, я думаю, больше будет своей ультой защищать своих тиммейтов, чем инициировать. Потому что им необходимо будет дождаться, когда кто-нибудь влетит.
And on the topic of the mid lane picks, Peke versus Nagne, Victor versus Diana, I think that's an incredibly swingy matchup.
Sure.
Because Diana needs to fully engage onto Victor. If she can blow up Victor, she wins outright. But if she comes in to that range, she will get stunned in gravity field and then counter blown up by Victor. It really just depends on who gets a little bit ahead in that matchup.
You see the coaches shaking hands and heading off, leaving the teams now to fight for the first spot in Group D. Who's going to be able to grab it here? Origin or KT Rolster? Send your hashtags over to Twitter, hashtag OGWin or hashtag KTWin for who you think is going to come out into this game. OG a bit warmed up, trying to clean the slate. KT just had a chance to watch that game, and the first time that OG
Потому
is
что
halted,
очень непросто придется команде Regional
we'll have to see. We're about to be on the rift. A very big game here
в
for
этой
Group
битве,
D
потому
to
что
show
ну,
us who will
все,
be
абсолютно
that
все
front
сквиши.
Possibility of tiebreakers is no more. Winner of this game will definitely be first place. They have both secured a spot in the quarterfinals,
Ну,
but
переигровок не будет.
also if you're a second seed,
Победитель этого матча автоматически входит на первое место.
undefeated SK Telecom in your first quarterfinal matchup, which neither of these teams want to have to do. KT had to face SKT in a best of 5, and that was a 3-0 in the finals over in LCK for the summer.
Maybe you could get the Flash Wolves #1 seed coming out of Group A. So you're rolling the dice here. It could go very wrong, or maybe you could get a matchup. I think both these teams would look forward to playing against the Flash Wolves. We're going to have to see what happens, obviously.
You can't really predict anything this world. Everything has been blown wide open.
So,
besides that C group.
About this early game here for Origin, they will very much
Так,
like
не
us
надо
stand
фейсчеков,
late,
Соус,
getting
не
Source
ходи
into the
туда.
one-on-one. He needs to be so careful though.
So it's going to have to blow a flash here over the wall. Do they follow? It's going to be Someday.
He
just misses.
Два флеша в 1 на 1.
To face check that brush, Origin wins that trade. The top laners are down flash. Arrow used his flash, and Peekaboo used both summoners. That was a 4 summoner for 1 exchange. And Origin still gets counter wards. They lucked out big time there.
And they now know KT's going to be in the top side. We just said it before, Origin wants standard lanes. KT does not. You don't want to face head on against the cannon.
Должна ганкать Джинсу. Кстати, можно спокойно набить и Дариус.
KT can be very happy if they get.
Если Соус удачно его застанет, там на изи его убить будет в начале. Хотя он начал, смотрите, с сапога и 4 хилок, поэтому не так много будет.
And then recall and swap the lanes around.
Looks like it's going to be Soaz to lane. We'll see Someday getting his level 2 in the jungle with score, and then he'll head back down. Get that Darius matchup in the lane versus Cannon. Both their flashes are down, so he's going to be keeping the range on the side of Soaz.
2 на 2 на топ-лейне.
It's also a bit of a strange open. That's not a
И
double
очень хорошо продамаживает Нилс.
And amazing actually solo
Однако Эрл, смотрите, сколько он его
That was actually a really great taunt.
продамаживает.
Stopping the relic for Midi to get the ones that Niels couldn't reach, so even a little more pushing them back on their heels as they start off this lane.
Совершенно чуть попроще в этом отношении, потому что достаточно бросить меч, не знаю, там в тележку, и Джинса его отхилит. Ну и плюс он может спамить.
Yeah, and thing is, Soaz is going to get a good lane.
Спамить своим мечом.
And then the wave wasn't frozen on the bottom side, so he's getting the giant wave that Soaz pushed into the turret. That gives Someday an experience advantage in that bottom lane where both members are flashless. Plus this top lane, since Niels was late to the experience war, is going to be losing that as well. Both side lanes
потерял
are
тележку.
currently for Origin.
Нехорошо. Экспеке, проснись.
1-1 backs, you're definitely going to try to get the advantage of getting back in time, getting yourself in the lead. Whoever uses it to the side lane, better work first.
Yeah, I really like that blue buff on Someday. Again, he has to sit and spam the max range axe to farm properly, so he needs it to keep up with Source. We might also see if Source keeps being a bully in his lane. We just have score coming out for the first early gang. Trying to at least force a flash. No, he doesn't even have flash from level 1. Score should definitely move down towards the bottom side, and basically was doing exactly the same.
Yep, both junglers
Смотрим, и лесники пошли на бот. Вряд ли что-то произойдет. Нет, Рексай заходит через красный баф у Ориджинов. И посмотрим, сейчас будет файт 2 на 2. Да, и нет, проблема в том, что далеко. И Соус сейчас умрет. Лучше бы он отдал килл. Зачем он доджил? Отдал бы килл леснику. А так ФБ уходит топеру. Ну, Соус, зачем? зачем?
Really clever pathing by Score to get down for that gank. Amazing thought he was safe because he really didn't expect a Rek'Sai coming in from that angle and therefore wasn't afraid of a counter gank. But then the counter gank did arrive. There was no reason for Peke to match.
Видно же было, что Дариус запушивает, и Rek'Sai зачистила вар. Вполне можно было предполагать, что зайдет Rek'Sai, где-то она рядом. Ну и очень неудачно стоял Дариус.
This is exactly what they did to Peke when he blew his flash last game. Can't get in close enough though. KT is really trying to put the hurt on early.
Потому что Дариус оказался в толпе своих типов, и в итоге у Amazing не было возможности попасть коконом в кого-либо.
Which it was expected to be, would almost always be very difficult for Origin to execute because Darius benefits from taking the fight and not the poke.
I absolutely agree. Darius wins pretty much every 2v2 matchup, which means counter-ganking for Darius is exactly what you want to do. Yeah. Which is why I have to credit Score's pathing so heavily. Amazing was there first, but Score took a really clever path
еще не бэкался, поэтому он без маны сейчас. И Мифи прервали рекол. И это еще одна маленькая победа для Regions. Виктор первый апдейт получил на свой посох, теперь ему проще будет запушивать. И смотрим, в кого попадут. И я чувствую, вообще никого не поймают. Слишком они как-то топорно действовали, то есть видно было, кого хотят поймать. Можно было довольствоваться и саппортом, ну зачем? И посмотрим, 3 на 3 будут нет пытаться драться. И у Нилса нету маны, поэтому они просто дают возможность потратить кучу времени вражеской команде.
I have to credit a lot of the way KT has been playing this game. The way Arrow and Peekaboo dodged that gank, despite not being in position at the beginning when the gank arrived, the discipline they had on when to use their flash and escape summoner spells avoided what would have been certain death for a lot of other duos.
So we're seeing some good decisions. Again, fight down the bottom lane. Someday walks into his minion wave. He's against double skill shot champions when it comes to the cocoon from Amazing and obviously most of the damage from Soas. And he just dances around the minions, barely takes anything. Rek'Sai joins in. It's a lot easier to execute that 2v2 on the side of KT, which they did. Now we see the lanes swapped around. Bottom lane's going down to get some of the control on the bottom side near the dragon. That means
так, ну и в этой игре хотя бы Regions поглубже вардят.
That's very, very key for them. KT not being able to mirror it and do the same. So good little change from Origin being a bit faster, recalling.
Yeah. KT has a teleport advantage for another 40 seconds as far as top lane is concerned. Also, that's an advantage for somebody. Oh, he actually caught him with the Uttering the Decimate.
И Соас попал под топор. И это для него больно, очень больно. Потому что он вынужден идти полностью в урон.
Not really worried about that matchup for Sunday. Nagne getting the blue in mid lane, good pink coverage on
Ну
the
и
side.
с другой стороны, хоть на нем киллы сделали, он очень хорошо фармит. Смотрите, 10 крипов преимущества над Дариусом. И телепорт. Скоро у Дианы отойдет, и вполне возможно будет ганки. Ну, мимо, опять мимо. И сейчас будет тимфайт 3 на 3. Нет, все отходят.
Bit of a help there to give themselves some more control. Vithi and Neil's trying to push up here in this bot lane, but Peekaboo's been hitting these taunts, then the choppers every time. It's just enough, and that was a great lantern to avoid so much damage from Niels.
And Niels has gone Sheen though, so he wants to be able to trade back in a lot of those scenarios. He's actually not worried about
может умереть сейчас Amazing. Ведь что с ним происходит-то вообще?
Call that the point of origin. When you're standing right on the
Сейчас
stun,
умрет
the stun
Сос,
usually
потому
does
что
not
будет
hit you.
там.
Cocoon missed there. Amazing goes down right to the top side. They are just obliterating this half of the map as now we see Soaz go down. And Nagne actually uses this for a chance to go hard as well on Peke.
Some big problems for Origin here. Not communicating
Что-то случилось, я не знаю, после первой игры с Amazing, потому что, ну, вообще он показывает 0 игры.
Backs away from the bottom lane. Instantly we see a play on top side from KT. They get 2 kills for it. Some miscommunication from Origin in this early game, and you can't afford to do that.
Yeah, especially against KT, because we can see how aptly they capitalize on the
Печально,
smallest
печально.
opening.
Элиза вообще
When
себя
they
не
killed
задействует.
Amazing,
Столько
we also knew it was
фейлов.
safe for Peekaboo to abandon bot lane, since the jungle
Неудачный
lane
ганг
was
на
not going
боте,
to come,
где
and
умер
there's no
Сос.
way Arrow was punished by that,
Сейчас
so they take one play and pretty much
промазал.
half a second later turn it into a second play in order to get 2
На
kills.
топе выходил сейчас на ганг Дариуса, опять промазал. Ну что творится с ним? Сплошное расстройство, что этот Amazing в этой игре. Ну и хорошо. Ой, куча возможностей для пуша у команды потому что все-таки Дариус АДшник, он лучше пушит, чем Кеннон. Ну и у Кеннона нет возможности использовать электричество, чтобы запушивать, потому что иначе его подтянет к себе Дариус и начистить лицо, что не есть хорошо для Кеннона.
All teleports up in the entire game.
That's true. It would be pretty bloody.
Which can set up some really explosive fights.
Ну вот как сейчас, например. И, судя по всему, Сос опять будет умирать, потому что есть ульт. И просто Сос гнобят как только могут. Так, и Нилсон.
Completely caught out as soon as KT has the teleport advantage.
Another mistake from Origin right here. Beautiful play from KT. They invest Rek'Sai's ulti to get a kill on top. So they know, okay, Source is dead, he cannot TP down to the bottom lane. And suddenly Origin decides we're gonna push on the tower. Obviously KT has now the advantage with teleport on 2 members. Instantly join in, pick up more kills, take the mid lane tower, can now rotate Arrow to mid lane if they want to, or even top, take down another one, and really get out of control.
I think they are out of control right now.
Absolutely.
And this is a perfect example of what we call an arms race, as far as global skills are concerned. Origin has been getting their advantages by outmaneuvering people around the map. So both sides have double teleport, but KT also has Rek'Sai and Shen.
И Нилса зацепили.
They then know someday can teleport uninhibited.
Очень коварный таунт, естественно, от Шена, Кусаки, от Джинксы, и можно было шевелиться каким-либо образом. Бедному, Кагмалу. Ну, в общем, мне нравится не пик Кагмалу в текущем.
And I wonder where she normally will play against like 4 globals from KT.
Потому что, ну, надо защищать, надо защищать.
Кагмалу,
а когда у вас вся команда сквиши и дэмэдж-дилеры, ну, как-то это немножко странно
смотрится. That is not hard engage in any way possible.
And how do you flank a team where everyone can teleport on the map, aside from the Jinx, who gets to shoot a Super Mega Death Rocket as well?
Oh, Peekaboo onto the turret. That's going to be amazing. The repel, nicely used to get himself to safety. It looked scary for a second, but it was okay for Origin. Arrow keeps himself safe. He does have to flash away from that slicing maelstrom and Soaz to get himself to safety. Mid turret, however, going to be taking some damage. Nagne now coming up as well to assist on that. Looking at the cooldowns of some days in Nagne's teleport. Should be all right to have those up soon. And actually now mismatch once again with Soaz and Peke as they just made a move.
Oh, Origin needs to be careful. 5 members are going to show up.
That's a long run. They have so far to go down this lane, and right up the river is coming Someday and Nagne, a wall of death that OG is about to be running into. The Voidus tries to slow them down, but it's not going to be enough. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one.
Unless Origin is staying grouped up, they are not allowed to be that far up on the map. KT is just taking these free kills all across the map right now. It's just like candy everywhere.
Так, ну и что-то в этой игре вообще как-то XP себя совсем не проявляет.
It is so easy for KT to manufacture a numbers advantage if Origin isn't sticking together or near a turret. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, because Origin is consistently pushing up beyond their safety zone, and they're not grouping.
Right. Look how many forward wards they actually had for that. Pretty much a tribe rush. Didn't know that really anybody was coming up the river until it was too late. Now into the mid, a good play by Mithi. They may have Nagne for a kill, but Score will pop them up, deny the damage. And they just have the right composition to get out of a sticky situation.
Ну и хотя бы, ладно, Amazing забрал драконом какой-то небольшой шаг вперед. Такое ощущение, что они в последних играх вообще забыли, зачем они играют. Непонятные маневры совершают, умирают.
Not communicating properly, listening to each other, and then all these globals happening. You start falling behind, and then suddenly you're accomplished.
Ну, Роустер чувствует себя очень-очень хорошо. В очередной раз мы видим оверфит Диану. Ну, как бы пока еще не оверфит, но 2.02 это очень и очень хороший для нее старт.
I think one of the reasons the teams that haven't had strong early games have struggled more
ну и Джинкса 2.02. Это тоже плохо. 5.01 Дариус. Кенану вообще плохо.
Almost no coming back aside from being ridiculously creative or having a completely different stylistic team composition. But if both teams are willing to go with a heavy double teleport strat, the early games can.
The problem is when you bring two teleports to the fight. Так, ну одну вышку должны сейчас откатить. И вынуждает Солос. Ну, сейчас умрет Солос.
The rocket flies by, but it's already 2 members down for Origin, and they are losing ground fast in the mid lane.
Desperation calls for Origin. Just trying to get a kill.
Yeah.
Never really a backup plan or plan B to get out after you've gone for that kill.
Тут тоже все становится понятно. И смотрите, забирают все-таки. Забирают, однако Джинкса может дамажить. Из ничего сделали 2 килла. И если сейчас Мифи попадет, Мифи попади. И давай. Все. Молодцы. Но это больше заслуга Кейти Роустер, потому что на пустом месте отдали 4 килла.
Extra gold from KT. They were losing this game awfully, but you're right. That also the kills were on Pogba, which is huge.
1000 голды откатилось на данный момент. Еще парочку детских тимфайтов, и Origin вообще одумается и хорошо начнет дамажить. Ну, хотя плохо дела вот у X-Пеки, у него вообще даже ассиста нет. То есть смотрим. Влетает Нагни. Ну и два тайр-шота получает Джинкса. Ну и вешка у Нилса откатилась, и он спокойно смог разорвать эту Джинксу.
Even with that, there's still 3,000 gold there. But now they have a chance.
Scratching back, definitely grabbing the first rung of the ladder in a necessary climb. They got 3 needlessly large rods to help as well coming out of the base before and after that fight.
And they finally get a chance to group now in the mid lane because there's no teleports on the side of KT. So there is at least a small opening to get together as a unit, try and push up, have source.
Кстати, у нас еще и Элиза идет full ОП. Смотрите, то есть она сейчас рашит релай. Будем считать, что и надеяться, что это является правдой, что Origin хотят какие-то вещи попробовать с сильными командами. То есть у них сейчас полная и спокойная возможность поиграть с корейской командой, занявшей, напомню, 2-е место в ходе регулярного чемпионата Кореи. То есть у них есть возможность поиграть с сильной корейской командой, и причем от этого не будет ничего зависеть. То есть они могут и проиграть спокойно, с чистой совестью, и это на их будущее никак не повлияет, кроме того, что немного соперники отличаться будут. Причем независимо от того, куда они попадают. Так, ну и Соус готовится получить данк. Да?
Great buy on the Merc Treads, did not stun him for enough time. Someday comes in, kills Soaz. OG, a little late to the top side party as Someday getting much bigger, is killing Soaz much faster. 6-0-2 for him. He has been having a fantastic tournament.
There's actually been a lot of talk about who is the best Korean top laner here. Is it Someday or is it Marin? Both of them are playing absolutely out of their minds.
You can add in Smep, another top laner that's really been showing up in this tournament here. So all 3 Korean top laners.
All right, they're pretty good.
They're decent.
Well, some of it does speak to the style of the way Korean League of Legends have been played even before Worlds. We talk so much about how this meta is unique, which it is, but even before this, top laners in Korea were getting a significantly higher number of resources from their team than any other region. So they're already accustomed to doing this sort of thing, and beyond the early game, the mid game and the late game is still formulating somewhat the same way, and they're very comfortable having kind of these top lane carries,
на постоянный мувспид, 20 дополнительного мувспида.
We see Arrow carrying on Mord previously earlier. These guys can switch it up with who's really pulling the hard carry. Nagne as well stepped up.
Ну и у Кога, в принципе, дела хорошо. 3 килла, 2 ассиста, и он на 30 крипов аутфармит джинксов. Поэтому он вполне может с ней дуэлиться, ничего не теряя в этом. А вот у Экспеки не так радужные дела. Потому что сложно стоять вообще против ассасина. Особенно если этого ассасина вначале неплохо так сноубольнули. Ну и преимущество 4000 вернулось обратно. И печаль у Экспеки с маной.
KT can start setting up pings around Baron. Already bought them. You can see 2 guys coming from base, Arrow and Peekaboo. And you know what? We just have another way now of baiting.
А почему он оставил пинквард? Я немного не понимаю.
OG can still bring out the brush. I know it's a Fnatic brush, but it still has to be in the playbook. Get him to brush, make it happen, get a bushwhack fight, and just surprise KT. Not really a team you want to group up on, so if you could get somebody like Arrow first, it would be the best. KT, however, moving too good around the map right now, getting everything they want, and wards in place, so OG can't even enter a brush without KT knowing right now. Amazing. Trying to force Peekaboo out, but there's not much they can do. 1 sweeper there, but you can see he still has 3 around that area, and these sweepers aren't upgraded yet.
Yeah, it's so hard when you're working on these low gold incomes.
Ну и самое печальное,
you want to upgrade the sweeper, but it's absolutely necessary if they want to have any type of safety or pushing up. Because one of the
рядом.
Go for it. He had to respect the flash from score, which is why Neo's flashed away early. And there's Someday.
Ну и
Someday is walking around in wards right now, but they can't do much about it.
Хорошо уходит.
Leave this guy be right now. He goes up towards the top side. No flashes need to be burned there other than Niels to get out of the fight, but there were some ults.
И у Нилса 2 кора, он сейчас намного полезнее, чем Джинкса. Ну и если сравнивать их дуэльный потенциал, то всегда в дуэли один на один.
Which makes them completely open to flank teleports if they do group up as 5. Sure, now they kind of have a bit of a window.
It's also just for Origin the fact that if they ever move forward, even if you have all the sweepers in the world, you're just gonna see Nagne and Someday run from their lanes. They push so far down through the jungle. Origin have to just appear behind them anyways. Like there's so many ways for KT to flank as long as they have the side lane control. Meaning that Origin has to catch someone out in this mid lane among the 3 guys.
Так, спеки у нас сейчас будут ловить и поймают. Прощай, спеки.
So, Origin reaching a little bit for resources here, possibly a finished item for Peke as what would
нет, не хватило, забирает. И неожиданно обнаружили Диану. Точнее, Диана неожиданно обнаружила Оригинов, которые хотели взять по тихой грусти на Шора, однако не получилось.
They do so. Nagne goes down and 3 are dead from Origin.
I think it's safe to say that Nagne is playing much better than he did last week.
Ну и Nagne самым неожиданным образом вообще неожиданно для него прервал взятие на Шора. Так и сейчас будет ульт от Соза и смотрим, сколько они смогут взять. Наконец-то первый ассист для Xpeki. Однако у нас три представителя KT Roster.
3 guys can go down to the bottom and get a kill, and you can still stop the Baron at first. 1 guy just killing Soas with Nagne jumping and taking on, and then the rest can just return.
For being 0-7, that was a really good play by Soaz to get some return kills and even more kills on Anil's. Also, I thought I was going to make it and not call Origin Fnatic by accident when I see Soaz and Peke at Worlds. But I saw Soaz teleporting in at Worlds, and I thought I was Fnatic. I failed.
Yeah. You only had an entire year to realize.
I failed. Well, it's Worlds.
That's all right. I had Super Hot Royal so last year. Don't even worry about it.
Ну и смотрим, какой.
So teleporting on the lantern, classic good play.
Телепорт на фонарь. И жаль, что урон пришелся на танков.
The problem is he just never gets the chance to sit and deal damage because 2 or 3 guys are coming in from different sides and they always just jump straight on him and take him down as fast as possible.
Still quite an effective Baron. If Nagne has it, he can kid himself in those side lanes. Someday did lose it, so that won't help as much. The teleports are down on both sides now, and they're not timed with KT's side. OG kind of working with the same timers, so they may be able to make another big play. But right now, get a lull. 13 seconds until Dragon. I think this is easily going to be KT's seed. Origin cleaning up some resources in their own jungle.
And we just need to see Origin.
Пока ничего еще не ясно. То есть могут Ориджины камбэкнуться, достаточно убить одного керри.
KT can see everything. They always know Source that is tier 2 tower. They know Pekis that is tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. So they are never going to be surprising KT at any point. So it's about Amazing and Mythy who creates a trap in their own jungle. And when who walks in like he's doing now, you catch him out and kill him, and you buy yourself some time.
And this is so great. Score top. Score has ult up. He can farm alarm down to the Dragon if necessary, but doesn't need to. KT just grabs the Dragon.
Собрано жжёние, по большому счету, все. И, ну, скоро, возможно, будет Леандрий, либо Вольстав, видно будет.
Now towards the mid lane. This turn, they dove under a little too hard last time. A little trial and error to take it down first before going past it. And now the outer ring of turrets getting beat up very hard on the side of Origin. Looks like the bottom lane is the focus with the Baron being and Dragon being down. It's all about the turrets.
That small little opening Origin had where they didn't manage to catch Peekaboo when he cleared out the ward is now gone because KT has moved in with every single member. They've taken over the jungle. So we are looking at basically a tower dive for KT going wrong.
Right.
That Origin can punish a second time to buy more time. But because KT made that mistake at first, I think they've said, okay guys, we don't have to be over-aggressive. We can keep just playing it fairly safe like we've done for most of the game outside of that one play.
Yeah, and that one mistake stalls the game out substantially. During the regular season, even just looking at Peekaboo games, KT played longer games than most in the LCK, who already played kind of slow games. So they made that mistake, but they haven't been the best team at actually winning games quickly. They've had pretty solid secures. Once they get a lead, they often don't lose it, but they definitely don't know how to do it very quickly, which does leave them somewhat open to potential counterplays. And this game, while 30 minutes in, with KT having control throughout most of the game, is still only a 5,000 gold lead. And the later this game gets, the less relevant 5,000 gold becomes.
So wards just outside of the sweeping range. Do you see what KT is trying to put in here? Origin will know they have flank wards on their shoulders left and right, so they're trying to set up pinks to stop this from happening.
Для них задача делать нормальный вижен себе хотя бы на своей части, чтобы была возможность безопасно отдыхать. Эрол просто уничтожит. Нет, ничего не будет, потому что идет Шен, и сейчас умирает. Умирает Соло.
And Mithy, I think they were trying to deter KT from taking it.
Нилс может настреливать. Однако это не помогает. И Amazing может сделать даблкилл. Однако кресит Xpeke самым наглым образом. И получает свой наконец-то первый килл.
Mills using the passive really well, getting that kill onto Someday just before. And really just for Origin. They managed to sneak in behind KT, even though it should almost be impossible for Mithy to get in there and land that first hook, but there's no follow-up for him.
Soaz literally cannot move past Darius without dying. So I
То есть ставки на КД смотрела и релай. Это вообще просто бесконечный, возможность бесконечного кайта. Естественно, пока у тебя мана есть.
He continues to tank the turret, and so does Arrow.
Somebody could easily walk out of that one.
Look, really, Mithy walked too. Two pink wards just sitting there. They had no right to be in their own jungle.
And that was the thing. Mithy didn't need Soaz to do anything. He needed
Нилс
Mills and
имеет
Amazing to be able to
потенциал
follow him
закерить
in there when they made that
игру.
pick. Get that first kill onto Arrow, because what KT did wrong.
Не знаю,
Small thing,
насколько у него это получится, потому что сложно ему защищать. Точнее, команде будет сложно его защищать, потому что не все наносят урон. Вот в чем большая, просто гигантская проблема. То есть, если они используют свои способности для защиты, сложно будет урон наносить. Им придется отходить после этого. Единственный шанс это кого-нибудь поймать. Ну и да, Пикабу купил итем, который превращает крипа в большого и страшного, на которого магические атаки не действуют. И это такой грамотный очень выбор.
So suddenly Origin will have even less ways of stopping that split
push from happening. Потому что команда практически вся магия. И такие крипы это очень-очень эффективно. Смотрим. И пытаются зайти как-нибудь получше Соас, но у него и так уже 8 смертей. Смотрим, Amazing.
And Origin is looking at darkness right now, and is why they cannot enter.
So good move from KT, pulling away, not risking that big 5-on-5 and
так,
trying to force Origin to move away. There's no minions pushing down towards Origin, so they can safely stay.
хоть и саппорт, потому что он очень спокойно может сбежать к своей команде, помочь ультой. А Нилс делает классную работу, он запушивает. И Ориджины выиграли себе еще дополнительного времени. И сейчас... Нет, увезли. Увезли на кресле каталки. Спеки. Ну и заберет. Нет, не успел. Ай. Не успел Нилс забрать, ну чуть-чуть не хватило времени.
After this, it starts to get a little bit hairy, but it's still about the Baron. Now that it's spawned again, does KT get both Barons in this game, or can Origin stop this?
KT, конечно, будут пробовать, однако рядом Кеном, и он уже может дамажить. У него есть флэш, и влет, должен быть влет сейчас.
You expect him to go. It was given. Now all 5 members are going to be baroned up. They can play whatever lanes they want. Lantern is out, so everybody in the front line has to be very safe of their positioning. So as that is not where he wants to be. He's wanted the flank. Officio, you said it was going to be.
Нет, его все-таки отдефала команда. Однако Мифи пострадает. Однако, смотрите, Виктор где-то нашел Диану.
Pekka got a solo kill off the screen here. But once again, KT, they go back to start the parent. Origin couldn't move in time to stop it.
Сейчас Xpeki должен собрать релай. Это даст возможность больше и лучше кайтить KT Ростер. Потому что урон есть у команды. Могут они убивать KT. Ну и смотрим. Нагни. Ну, это ошибка Нагни, конечно. Что он не попал серпом по Xpeki. И потратил свою ульту.
But I'm seeing greed from KT right here. First,
again,
Фейлит send the Jinx to top side to take that tower faster than they have to. They could slowly just
это большая проблема. Вот сейчас он был просто в миллиметр от смерти. Но вот как сейчас в такой ситуации дефать вообще команде Ориджин? Тем более против Нашора.
So they have allowed Origin to get something, at least, in a situation where Origin weren't really supposed to do anything.
Yeah, and when we do get team fights, if we do, so much of this will be on whether or not he gets instantly blown up. He has gone such an aggressive build right now, just completing his Infinity Edge. There's no McHale's anywhere, and there is a Death Cap Diana on the other side versus no magic resist on Niels. If a Crescent Strike lands from Nagne onto Niels' Kog'Maw, I think he's dead.
Yeah, it's bad.
Unless Mithy would basically have to flay him out of the Lunar Rush in order to keep him alive, which is possible because Mithy's really strong. I also don't even expect that to fully happen because this is now KT with the Baron buff, able to put up strong split push, and they're using their weakest members to split push, the jungler and the support. When have we seen this? This is the perfect 2 people to have on the side lanes. It makes it so hard for Origin to engage on any of these waves.
Почти уже упала вышка. И Пикабу уже, смотрите, не боится, Саппорт не боится топера вообще никак. Пикабу спокойно запушивает лайн и...
They have to go for this tower now, though. Arrow can take it down so quickly. Look for Origin to try and catch him out with some sort of
Ну, хотя бы Нашор баф спал.
Minions to get himself back in, but the minions definitely aren't coming out of the base
Смотрите,
either. They are going to bring up Peekaboo now. Yeah. Looks like everybody goes to mid lane. This is going to be all or nothing onto this turret. OG has to be ready. We're talking about if Niels gets hit up, it's going to be eyes from Middy on him with that face of the mountain and the shield from the locket.
These are the moments you either use your base gates or you use the home guard teleport because they know they're coming in. Soaz was actually recalling a little late, but he's now in home guard teleport position. Will he trigger it?
He's gonna have to. He's going way far back here. Could go to the right, but it would deter KT right away. There he is.
И зашел, смог зайти, Сос.
The cleanse gets himself out very far. He's gonna be safe. Score is forced to flash.
Однако Эрол смог сбежать.
Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? 3 members of OG fall immediately. Soaz could not do enough damage. The spread of KT on the slicing maelstrom was too good. It's like they expected it.
The 0-8
Зашел, конечно, Кеннон, однако смогла слышаться Джинкса.
But at the end of the day, they did enough damage to the backline. Origin couldn't finish this off, and it looks like KT's going to get first in the group.
First in the group, OG coming out 3-0. KT with a falter in the first week, but they patch things up. They get eyes on the prize. They figure out how to take down Origin from the get-go. 24-15. Neil's trying to have one more thing to say about it, but it's all about Arrow. Eyes on the Nexus. You're not going to be able to stop that. And KT take first place in Group D.
Niels very nearly killed everyone at the very end there, but KT, what a day they've had. 3-0, going from second place to first place in the group.
And Origin really needs to look at this early game now. Fell behind the first game of the day versus
Кстати, я все-таки зарабатываю очки в прогнозах.
KT couldn't come back either. They're just getting pushed so far down. They cannot use their own double teleport. They were so good at using it the first week.
Origin у нас все-таки на втором месте. И сейчас нам еще предстоит матч LGD против Team Соломи. И это будет решаться, кто займет последнее место. И я надеюсь, что LGD все-таки покажет уже игру, что и против Ориджинов. И тогда LGD выходит на предпоследнее место. И в моем прогнозе появляются еще очки. Потому что я в этом случае угадаю и последнее место.
Every other team we've seen problems, things you could punish. Origin showed some today, but KT of course showed up big time and deserved to get number 1 in the group.
They really did.
Origin как-то вообще не могут играть против Дианы. Не получается у них играть. Ну и Сос вообще фейлит.
I'm still looking at Sunday though. On this team here, every single game he plays, the decisions he's making, I'm not even gonna just praise his mechanics.
It's true.
The brain he has, like, the way he reads the game, the way in these lane swaps, he always managed to be at the right position. He never gets caught out. He never gets killed on the tower or anything. He always backs away, maximizes farm and experience. And then he just have these moves where he's sitting and waiting in bushes, and Sora sneaks up on him, and he just kills him instantly. And it further increases how far ahead he gets in the game.
Было бы круто. Он смог бы задерживать. Не знаю, возьми Наутилуса. И было бы вообще шикарно. А так, его уничтожали просто мгновенно. К тому моменту, когда он мог ультануть более-менее нормально, у Джинксы там уже откатывался флеш, и она спокойненько сбегала.
Is really difficult to execute well. And
you're getting pulled in every direction.
It creates a lot of creativity. It's 4 different people that are capable of filling the split. You need to be able to keep track of all that. Like, where's the central shot calling? How well are they communicating together? There were slight slip-ups.
Последнюю игру я, наверное, посмотрим, как у меня получится, и ее скомментировать.
But ultimately, it's because they were so far ahead.
And Origin had a lot of problems early on when it came to communicating as a team. Again, we saw like Nagna leaving lane, he was paying the basic stays in the jungle, dies. Whenever the teleport was available for KT, Origin would respect it and still go for a play early game and get punished. That was really what set KT so far ahead, because they were better, better communication, and of course double the amount of globals also help. Can we just highlight how fantastic it is to see a composition versus a team that are so good at running double TP?
So like you could theoretically fit more globals on the team. You could put like Shen top lane, AD carry TF, get Tom Kench, you could do those things. But that would actually be bad, because you'd be way too committed to one specific thing. And even if Origin had picked more of a teamfight composition without teleports, actually, they would have been better prepared to deal with the massive globals, because they were completely behind in that arms race, and KT crushed.
Well, KT Crush get first place in the group. Right now, Shox is standing by with one of our winners. So let's check in with her in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Peekaboo, who is going to do this in English, so bear with us. Very glad he is willing to do that. First up, congratulations.
Thank you.
First seed in the group. First, tell me about your strategy in this game. You were moving around a lot on the map.
Last game we played with Origin, and we thought we were gonna win this game, but the final we missed Baron calls and then we missed the ordering and landing swap, so we lost, and I got really angry about that. So I tried to focus on that what we did wrong, and yeah, that's why we can win Origin, because we did really practice well and we tried to get win. So that's my strategy, and I try to keep our teammates to get really easy on game. So I keep moving around and roamed. So that's my play style. So well, that was a good things to move.
Yeah, very good strategy, and it worked versus OG. In the end, Origin also still showed some good moves, some good shot calling. How do you think Origin can do in the rest of this World Championship?
Origin is a really good team, I think. Maybe Fnatic and Origin is the best Europe team in this world, so maybe Origin can go like a final, maybe if they come. And yeah, so
if they recover from this loss versus you guys. You guys played great throughout the group stage, first seed. First, I want to ask you something about Imp, because I heard that you guys are really good friends, and it's because they won the last game that you guys were also able to secure the first seed. You're going to give him a big thank you.
Yeah, thanks for Imp, because if we win Origin, we need to play against one more time, so I'd like to thank Imp, and I love you, Imp.
Well, there you go. He'll be happy to hear that now.
Yeah.
Finally, first seed, fantastic play so far. I heard that before the World Championship started, you said that SKT could win the whole thing, or maybe you guys. You guys are already really good, but what do you think you have to improve on the most to be able to make that happen?
Well, nothing to say, but I just need to focus on what I'm doing, because I really made a lot of mistakes during these seasons and during the game. So I need to keep more hard about myself, and I just need to keep carrying our teammates. So that's the point, I think.
Okay, well, the team has been doing incredible since you joined that lineup. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for doing this in English.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. KT, the first seed. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shox. Congratulations to Peekaboo and the rest of the team. A much-deserved first seed there after a tremendous day today. Zyrian looks like you got something.
I want to talk about Peekaboo really quickly, because that guy has an incredible work ethic. And when he said that they lost the game and they were really angry, when Peekaboo says that, it means he's playing his heart out every day. He's the guy who was on SKT, an elite team, and they said, you know what, we're going to bench you for a little bit, have you recover. And he was like, I'm bouncing, guys. I still want to play. I don't want to recover. I want to keep working. And he jumped to a different team. He got picked up by KT, and you saw their season completely turn around. So Peekaboo's putting in that work, and even there, he just left #1 seed of the group. He's like, I still had mistakes. I need to clean my play up. I need to get better. In my opinion, that's what I see as a world champion mentality and a worlds type player. This guy definitely elevates the teams that he's on, but he's not blaming other people. He's always looking at himself and making himself better. And I think huge shout out there to Peekaboo for that.
Well, that's a great endorsement there for Peekaboo.
Let's look at incredible. And it shows in his play too.
And everyone agrees. Let's look at the rest of the team though, because it's not just Peekaboo on this team. I want to look at the rest of the team that was a part of this 3-0 performance on the day.
Let's look at their top laner for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think we've seen a carry top laner like this for quite some time. And watching Sunday, you heard the guys on the desk, like his decision making's good, his mechanics are fantastic, but his team fight impact and how intimidating it is to play against someone this far in your face as an AD carry is just amazing. And he's in a group with like Niels, he's in a group with Imp, these players that are supposed to be absolutely gods in their roles, and he hasn't had a bad game. Like some Sunday is well and truly a rover on the West Coast. He was the MVP of the LCK, and so far he's been by far the best top laner in this.
Oh, I think it's very important to highlight though, like in this game, KT, like they played out, it looked kind of similar to the first game against Origin. They had the advantage on Sunday, but this time they kind of pushed it to further limits. But we also saw some slip-ups when they kept like diving these turrets and kind of overdove in a way, like once in the mid lane where Nagne kind of jumped in, and then that one time in the top lane where they just dove and like I think Arrow died as well. I think like the late game and mid game decision making still needs some fine tuning.
See, I don't know if they are slip ups. Sometimes, Yamato, it's just about sending a message. When you have a
No, everybody stop listening to what Spawn is saying right now.
Do whatever you want.
No.
I hope LGD was also sending a message as well for your sake. But oh my god, yeah. The thing about KT is they reached that mid game and it just looked like Nagne really wanted to blow people up on Diana, and he was just using his Q to get to minions, to R and then R again, and that's not enough damage even by calculation standards to blow the person up. So I just feel like they're going way too hard when they could just calm down a little bit. Take that turret and then you're fine.
I want to talk about the double TP meta that is developing. The guys in the caster booth touched on it a little bit. The idea that if you do fall behind or if you do create an early lead, it is that much better. Yeah, it has so much more impact on the map. Yamato, you were talking a little bit about how this summer spell scales so well.
Yeah, it's like my biggest difficulty with Origin's team composition is if they fall behind, it's pretty much like it's so hard to get back. Even though KT, as I mentioned, had these slip-ups, like Origin's team composition is full magic damage. So like, even though we had a 3k gold lead, it means so much more simply because the magic resistance they buy just means so much more. But back to your point about teleport, I feel like in these matchups, like on the other side we had the Shen and the teleport to just counter that, and then we had the snowball on top. So if a team with the double TP obviously going to end up ahead, it just shows that they will just snowball the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's something that I talked about when countering the double TP, is you have to take it to them early on. Because if they get that lead, they put the people in side lanes, and then they can 1-3-1, no problem. And then you don't have people who can hold up in the split push, who slowly but surely lose those lanes, and we saw Sunday doing that the entire time.
Hey, we all got it right. They went double AP teleports as well, and there was a banner of command. Peekaboo was a legitimate split pushing threat in that game with banner of command Shen, because there's no one could kill that creep.
Lastly, a little time for reflection here on Origin's performance today. They are still making it out of the groups. They did what they needed to do to secure that second seed. However, that's probably not what they hoped for after their 3-0 start last week. Looking at them specifically, individuals, Soaz in the top lane did not look good in this game. We saw, reminiscent of some of that old tilty Soaz that can sometimes come out if people target him.
Yeah, you can actually really see it in his player cam too when he's on tilt, because he gets his face, he just definitely sees it. And that's the thing, is they targeted him specifically. They went after him level 1. They were hiding in the brush, they blew 4 flashes just to get his, but they capitalized on it. And Soaz is definitely the guy that, the team needs to be able to keep him centered, keep him focused, because this is what happens when that goes off. And he starts ending up in positions where he's the sole member engaging on the team from the back, from the flank, and it's just not working out for them.
Something that worries me though is like today I feel like Origin, it was a complete different Origin than what we saw last week, simply because I think the draft with this full AP composition feels a bit lackluster because of the banner command, as you said, the MR efficiency. I don't like this full AP composition anymore.
Yeah, they felt like they got a little bit exposed today in their strategies, but they did make it out. They've got time to regroup, refocus, and do what they need to do for the practice stages. We're going to step off the rip for just a moment, and when we return, it's the final game of the day as LGD goes up against TSM. We'll be right back.
We're going to do it for first place, boys. Do it for America.
Do it for it!
Do it for America, guys. Do it for America.
So as Brainsoft takes the low road, Leos tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Score does get the Baron, and actually a good call by Fnatic. He's going to have to push himself out. Someday goes down. Double kill coming in for Niels. The apprehend misses amazing. Someday almost living, but goes down to a cat. Surprise! And that's going to be one last shot. Nagne Sanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turret's down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT takes first place in Group D.
Сегодня? Я не видела еще. Сегодня?
Я тебя спрашиваю, когда было сообщение?
А, вот она. Ну что ты, я просто...
Сразу вот видно, кто за нас переживает. Вот так вот заходишь, смотришь, о, сразу видно, кто. Весь мегафон. Остальные что-то как-то.
I want gaming group. Ага, круто.
Вот, тут как раз вот так вот хватает шариков, и вот тут вот шариков нет. Как бы туда прыгать-то нормально. Даже удобно, что здесь прыгать визуально чисто наблюдается мой. Вот так вот выходит. Здесь стоит толстый телевизор. Надо его. Ну, я хочу этой пленки пупырчатой делать. Так, три парня. О.
Пай, папырышки.
Вот это вообще зачетно. Это надо длинный свет пускать не читал.
Может, настоящая?
Естественно.
Прям как не настоящая.
В смысле как не настоящие? Просто они ухоженные. То есть вот такие тебя не смущают, да? Я хочу играть в лигу. Шеновик Сай страшный.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds. The players are getting things set up for today's final match, LGD versus TSM. Now, neither of these teams can make it out of the group, but both will be looking to end their Worlds journey on a high note. A player in particular who will be looking to do that is Dyrus for TSM. He's outspoken about the fact that he'll be retiring after this year, and I'm sure is certain would like to end with a very nice game under his belt.
Having it be Dyrus' last ride, and he made some posts about this, that he's been thinking about retiring and all of that, but you have to look back on this guy's career. He was there at the start when TSM really took off and started taking over North America as the #1 team, and they had a big stronghold, ironclad grip on that. And a lot of that was because of Dyrus in the top lane. And with him leaving after this game, this might be his last game here, he's the last of the old guard. It's a completely new face TSM after that, and you really have to take that in and just support the brand still. They still have Reginald and all of that, but that would be the last player. So Dyrus, regardless of how he's played on the world stage, regardless of what you might think about him, this guy deserves your respect because he has been there, and he's made it to every Worlds. He has been at every World Championship, and only a handful of players can say that. So, heart goes out to him for this game.
Yeah, started with Epic Gamer, played with a lot of the old guard, Dandy and West, right? He's like famous for like Olaf, Singe, Jax. His Gangplank and Udyr were amazing. Like this guy at WCG's had some of the best troll plays ever. Like his Surfer Singe Season 1 World against like Shen is what inspired Looper to pick up the champion. This guy has a history book that you could not rewrite if you tried in League of Legends. And you know, it was great when he first came over from Hawaii, moved into the TSM house. He's had a fantastic career, and I can't wait to follow what he does afterwards. But this is definitely a huge last game for him.
It's like for me, I still have memories of when TSM, they had this period when they were scrimming and playing tournaments on EOS. And I remember watching Darius stream and just sniping him and playing against him. And to me, he was a role model for me back then. And I think Darius is a goddamn legend.
There you have it. I feel like that's all that needs to be said before we get into this game. The teams are ready, so it's time to send it back to the booth for the final game in Group D.
Thank you very much, Dash. And there is quite a bit of energy here. A standing ovation as Dyrus was just on the screen. Everybody was take my energy and chanting Dyrus' name over and over again. So he has to be feeling good nonetheless coming into this.
It's happened a couple times. The crowd here at Paris during the group stages has just yelled, "Take my energy,"
so
over and over when prompted by the casters. But it's nice to see.
Really.
It is, and I mean, full respect to Dyrus, and his career has been fantastic. Analyst Desk, I think, talked a lot about it. And he deserves all the praise he's getting.
All right, Singed.
Singed. Okay, has to be first pick.
That's going to be a question. Do we see a pretty try-hard game, or do we see kind of a fan service legacy game? Because we got the potential for one of those. Flame versus Dyrus, if this actually would be his last game. Or when we saw LGD win that one game against Origin, it seemed like they were kind of full try-hard there.
So look at the first ban. Doesn't look very try-hard from LGD.
Who is she? Oh, Ezra, gotcha.
Yeah. Well, they're just adding to the unique picks and bans of
course,
Worlds so far.
Of course.
Every World seems to have a game like this, where you just kind of expand the champion pool.
Gangplank will still
Did they misclick that? Like,
I mean, they're looking back somewhat confused, but then again, maybe they don't really care.
Flame had a bunch of client problems in the earlier game. I feel like that's exactly what happened again.
Misclicking.
Remember the old Annie and Nivea? Or was it Annie Mumu? You ban one and
it was
not,
Annie and Nivea. So the same letter in the Korean alphabet, and you would type it in and ban something. And that was kind of before they offered remakes for misclick bans, which is something you do now as long as you notify the referee that it was a misclick ban. And it was actually kind of a manner thing in Korea that if they banned a Nivea, that with respect you shouldn't pick Annie. But every once in a while a team would pick Annie because they'd left it up.
Yeah, TSM is very angry in the chat here that Ezra was banned. Pixon was planning on playing it apparently. And now Saim is saying it was his Ezreal. So everyone wants to play Ezreal this game.
So everybody thought they were coming in to pick their own champions. That happens, you ban it sometimes.
We've all been there.
Flames Ezreal top.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Right. Still carrying it from those positions. So it was a misclick. We are going to get back into picks and bans. And it looks like it was a Lulu.
It's the same, just with a hat on.
That's right.
Exactly the same.
You can see how that misclick happens.
Yeah, sure.
Easy peasy. All right, Gangplank still on the board, or I should say on the bench.
So far, we are looking at very serious bans.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser, sadly.
Super serious.
Так, ну наконец-то мы дожили.
Very standard so far. Will this be the first game where TPQ gets a proper jungle pick? It looks like it with the bans so far.
Look good. Origin, he got to play Gragas.
Yeah, for him, a proper jungle pick. He had that
So,
ulti at the tower,
This
you know.
is the only, his Rek'Sai is open.
Okay,
he's got
his
Rek'Sai.
going. He get Rek'Sai or Elise for TPQ.
Or Elise, that's true.
First pick.
Лиз
There we go.
для TPQ.
Now you just put a lot
Какая
of pressure.
новость.
Because if he doesn't come back to you,
Сантарин, скорее всего,
Sure.
Like TBQ.
I take all the blame.
Okay.
I will take all the
Perfect.
может играть на
Heard
Нидале.
it, Reddit.
TBQ has not performed
Главное,
due to the
чтоб
pressure
дали,
of
не дали.
Officio.
Yes.
А то если не дали, не
European
дали, то
LCS
вообще
casters put on
печально.
LPL jungle.
Shot of the Danes and then Dyrus. As Dyrus and Santorin are the first two to pick here. The Nidalee mechanics are there for Santorin. A very high mechanical player. Once it gets into the game and the structure of the game has already kind of been laid out, he doesn't get a chance to make all those plays. They are going to, however, go back to Gragas and a Jinx here, while Turtle's going to try to steal some dragons.
So I did this in the last game. We'll do it again. This is a Tom Kench game. Jinx has been locked in.
Do it.
Tom Kench is going to go next to her against
Да,
the
ну
Elise,
и
and nobody's ever going to die.
очень-очень высокие шансы на появление там Кенча.
Pick here at Worlds. I wonder
Более
how
стойкий. О, они хотят утащить его. Они хотят убрать его от TSM.
After that, a few more days, everyone try to spam it. The problem is it scrims. Only one team gets to play it. Maybe you even ban it away. So we have to see who's lucky enough. And
Да-да-да, забрали они все-таки у TSM. Там Кенча, они знали, что он будет. И АПС. Посмотрим. Терять особо нечего. Потерять только я могу очки в конкурсе прогнозов, если TSM внезапно выиграет. Поэтому я буду болеть за LGD Gaming. Они принесут мне еще немного очков в прогнозах. Ну и Last Pick, скорее всего, наверняка дадут Бьорксону. Так и происходит. Так, ну и думаю утащить.
So the Thresh Gnar picked up. Dyrus will be back on Gnar this game. We'll be going for the ban shot. TSM
очень страшен.
win under the belt here.
Другое дело, что немного страшновато. Ну или Бланку опасно брать, потому что попадет она лицом в пук трэша и будет ей очень неприятно. Ну и не забываем про кусаки джинсы, которые можно поставить на точку возврата Лебланки.
So much denial on getting a kill. Like even if they pick
LeBlanc,
then you have the mirror image her in the mirror image when she has her passive go off, which kind of denies a bit of ending damage if you were to kill her. Tom Kench can eat somebody, repel from.
Так, ну и смотрим, кто будет у нас против Лебланки. Ну, хорошо, Райз зайдет. Естественно, хорошо, Влад зайдет. Потому что он такой постоянный высокий урон сможет вливать, ну и не умирать. Потому что благодаря луже он все-таки может доджить некоторые скиллы. Ясо? Ну не уверен. Вот. Ну и Лиссандра. Очень... Мне нравится пик Лиссандра против Лебланки. То есть как только Лебланка захочет дать прокаст, ловим кольцом, чистим ей лицо. Другое дело, что Лебланка все-таки ассасин.
All of the kills for Team Solo Mid, but this week they decided to also make him bring all the ground. He has been the one setting up and trying to carry in these individual fights. Lissandra, kind of a kill one and done with it type of champion, so we'll see if the rest of TSM can pick up that. It is a good counter matchup against LeBlanc here. Very hard for LeBlanc to do anything and set up so many easy ganks on towards him, or at least force him to play very passive. Also, she's bringing so less kill pressure for Godfrey. Force LeBlanc into cleanse. Small victory right there.
Honestly, the teams do something crazy.
Клинс на Лебланке чуть полегче ей будет жить против Лиссандры, потому что урон у нее и так слишком высокий.
Still on that, it's like, might be Dyrus' last game, these teams can't make it out of the groups, why don't you do something crazy? They don't want to finish last.
All right, yeah, this is true. The champs are now locked in, the teams are loading up. So start sharing your picks for this game at hashtag LGDWin or hashtag TSM.
Блин, последняя игра, ничего она абсолютно не решает. Ну возьмите какие-нибудь веселые новые пики, пофантись. Ну никто не хочет. Все хотят чего-то показать. Покажите веселую игру, ну что вы. Единственная команда без там, с яйцами. Это искатели коми, Бангкок Титанс, которые устроили вообще веселуху дичайшую, за которой было весело наблюдать просто. Там ни о каком мастерстве там не шла речь. Ну, естественно, Искательком показали даже в такой солоке очень и очень хорошую игру.
Somewhat the same. There's almost a gentleman's agreement. You do the same thing over and over again, and then when something breaks that mold, it becomes difficult if you haven't practiced it.
Yeah. The thing that's so confusing to me about the TSM strategy is it's almost like they're just following this script for the first 15 minutes of how to execute their early game, and then from there they don't know how to shot call. But that's not how the game works. Like, you can't follow a script for the first 15 minutes. It's actually like every individual knows what to do for the first 15 minutes. They can make their own decisions, and then when the game progresses to the next stage, it seems like they lose the ability to work together.
Right. I don't know if this is the case for Team Solomet, but some of the teams who do really well in scrims very often only get to play the first 15-20 minutes really serious and get to really play out that early to mid-game and practice it again and again and again. And once you get to late game, a lot of teams are like, oh, we're down 5k gold, just surrender, go next game. And you don't get to practice your late game shot calling. It is a problem for a lot of EU teams, I know. And it might be what's hitting Team Solomet. They simply don't get enough serious, try-hard late game practice. So once they get on stage and they get in the same situations where the team does not surrender, you now have to try and play it out, and you don't have the tools or the options.
It's almost backwards, but it's the nature of the beast. You want to play more games in a day, so if you know you already won, you stop playing it, so you can get another game in, see if you do it differently.
Утащил возможность забрать голема, негодяй.
We'll see how this one pans out. We are going to get standard playing this game. Very back and forth between standard and lane swaps throughout this tournament. Finally,
just to finish that conversation, and we can drop the topic. Even if the scrim would be true and they're not finishing many games, that would be true for pretty much any team. So something is still fundamentally wrong with
должны быть какие-нибудь интересные движения от Пимпа, потому что, ну,
we'll see if that holds true in this game as well.
Играет
and if they can
на
actually pull ahead early game where LGD
на Вейн он умеет играть, играет хорошо. А на Вейн сложно не показывать на профессиональной арене какие-то интересности, иначе ты плохая Вейн.
And it's very easy to spot when he's running forward, shoots his tongue out, hits you in the back, and then he keeps moving up. You know what's going to happen. So you can play around that very effectively. And also the
и стандартные лайны вообще.
They just get that level 6 first at least before LGD is looking to make a lot of plays in this 2v2 lane.
Все джанглят по одному. Топ на топе, бот на боте, все логично, обычно и хорошо. Поэтому не приходится ломать голову над тем, что...
Yeah, the only reason you recall that early is if you're initiating a swap. But they've also initiated a swap while Santorin is still in his jungle. So he's got to be really careful of an invade or even TBQ because there's no backup.
Зафейлил Годвиг комбо.
They do start to head top. TBQ hovering, but on a ward placed just after minion spawn time for Team Solo mid. So they have eyes on that. Dyrus now will head to the bottom, and we already see movement from PYL here to try and counteract this.
Very surprised Team Solo mid wants to swap this around. They had a fine 2v2 lane on the bottom side. Nar does get pushed in early by Darius, but once he goes back one time, yeah, like normally gets a phage, he can then start doing really well in this lane.
Exactly. I felt like TSM had favorable lanes. The only thing they needed to guard against was an Elise turret dive on the top side while Nar is getting pushed in. But Santorin very easily could have just started jumping that side in his rotation and
Танкич пойдет саппортить Дариусу.
In a disadvantageous spot, they do early recalls in order to
И
swap.
смотрите, очень-очень неудачно он подходит,
to get this lane setup.
And that means Vayne gets a free
чтобы
lane,
отогнать Санторина.
reach level 6 very fast, the first big spike for her.
И
And Farmer towards that
смотрим,
blade. They might
под
catch up
угрозой
PYL.
килл.
He's very tanky on this Tom catch.
You have to hit him for a while.
И смотрим, заходит Элиза, и смотрим. Были шансы умереть.
Not look like it will play too much of a role here. No, they get the apprehend onto Turtle. Very back and forth. Waiting for Team Solomid to get that lantern. It does get Turtle to safety. Glacial path from Bjorkson gets him to safety as well. I thought those would come a little sooner, but TSM just didn't have the cooldown.
So we praised the early game of Team Solomid before. If you look at the first few games of the day,
классно вообще играет Танкич.
how they're playing it.
Как он вообще в игру зашел, нашел свою очень хорошую нишу спасителя своих керри. Зафейлил.
Yeah, and they leave the ward over the wall while the jungle camp is low, so Godby gets a free raptor taken for him, which means he'll probably hit level 6 before Bjergsen as well.
He did his flash for that too.
A lot of things LGD are doing are better than TSM, but that's because TSM is just kind of making they're actually taking initiative, but the choices are wrong.
I feel like
TSM near the game.
LGD is just kind of sitting down on the floor and TSM is just standing and firing
Ну и
candy down their mouth.
спалилась
Like, here
у
you
нас
go,
Элиза.
take more, because LGD are not really the ones making the plays.
Особо не переживая по этому счету абсолютно.
Everything over to them right now.
Candy's official, let me tell you, Tom
Так,
Ken's
ну и,
getting a lot of
наверное,
candy. He's getting a lot of
будем
candy,
кушать.
so you're not going to overkill him by dumping candy down his mouth, unfortunately.
О, наконец-то полностью всей комбой попал Годви. И как-то он запоздало. Ударил и хорошо. Просто прекрасные дела у Годви, ему бы еще синий баф, и он себя вообще великолепно будет чувствовать. Потому что Лиссандра начала с магнезиста, и урона у нее не так много будет. Ну а Лебланка может продолжать наращивать свою мощь. И даже с двумя даранами уже проблематично Лиссандре справляться. После бэка что будет у нас книжка и сапоги. Ну и Т1, ну и Т1 для TSM. И
very close for Darius, possibly could be going down. He does for first blood. The sixth sense was there that he needed to get out, but there just was not enough room for him to do so.
How many times have we seen this in the short side of the lane swap? He's overstaged while his turret is dying, and there's really no reason to not be at your second turret while the lane is getting bounced like that, because you're really just opening yourself up for disaster without any positives. He wasn't going to be getting anything for being in that spot to begin with. And LGD uses the appropriate summoner spells and gank to kill him.
And some things about Vayne now that we see him get a first assist. He's already level 6, almost getting played the Rune King on his
ну и
first
теперь
spot. He can be more than happy
свой
after
свой
teams
дух
gave him that free lane.
охотится
Vayne as a
за
champion, one of the reasons
TSM.
I feel we haven't seen it too much right now is because of double teleport. It's very hard for it to be a split pusher because you're not running teleport as an AD carry. The team's gonna wave clear, push the wave out against you, and then just TP away and force a fight, and you're stuck up in that lane. You're fairly slow at pushing the waves. In this game, because Bjergsen didn't run teleport, that's not going to be a problem, because it's going to be Gnar versus Darius up in the top lane, and it's now going to be Imp in the bottom lane against
особо спамить скиллами.
so you can suddenly use the Vayne properly as a split pusher, and TSM also gave him now that free lane. Really got a question also not running teleport on Lissandra. I think that what makes her strong is that your TP ganks are so effective at level 6, but Bjergsen is aiming to kill his lane.
Да, все-таки Годви на Лебланке не флейм. Ой, какой флейм. Не мэпл. А хотелось бы.
Just a love tap there, and Lustboy actually may go for this ward check here. I think he's going to get too much out of it.
I love watching Tom Kent when he's setting up for gank. It's like walk through the minions, just hit you once with one of the lowest movement speeds in the game. He's like, yeah, okay, I think the jungler's here. Let's just back away.
It is quite telling. PYL is having to give quite a bit away. Lustboy has not been able to get back to play with
вообще проблемы, гигантские у него проблемы, и должен играть. Сейчас даже этого пил. Выжил? О, предполагаемый, очень-очень предполагаемый был. Флэш от Тама. Понятно было, куда он будет флешиться, и очень хорошо Байтет прочитал это движение и садил точнёхонько промеж глаз свою ульту. Вот бы мог там Кенч проглатывать себя. Было бы забавно. Такой исчез быстренько.
And when people are trying to say why he wasn't good before we started seeing him, it's like, all he is he's annoying. You just walk around and not die.
He's very annoying.
Exactly! He's really, really annoying, and TSM is allowing themselves to be annoyed by him, dumping damage, and then capitalizing on the backside of it.
И вовремя, очень вовремя подошел
having
Трэш.
a follow now, playing follow the leader with PYL towards the mid lane. Good save onto Bjergsen, but definitely means that TSM is now on the back foot.
Yeah, because there's a 2-level advantage in the side lane between the AD carries.
Yeah.
Kind of necessitating a 1v2 if Wild Turtle ever wants to farm safely. And as Deficio mentioned earlier, not having teleport on the mid lane, Bjergsen makes it so he can't provide impact. He needs to be able to win his lane if he has a knife.
Он наконец-то попал всей комбой, однако Бjergsen использовал на себя ульту. Не хватает ему резистов противостоять Лебланке. Ни урона, чтобы ее отправить домой. И смотрим, сейчас будет заход. Ну и пуш. И сейчас будет умирать Сантори.
The trans rotation right there makes it into the mid lane, and they were so far ahead of the play there because of the Tom Kench Santorin paid the price.
You can make so many plays with the Tom Kench, especially once you start having winning lanes and he can make use of his ulti properly to go tower to tower to tower way earlier, or way before the ulti can even react, and he can also try and carry.
Look at where Imp can play right now.
И выплюнул его прямо в ульту.
He might just end up in one, but the tumble gets him to safety.
Куда-то не туда. Совершенно не туда отправил себя им.
Man, that was nice. We've also seen a Tom Kench send his AD carry into the middle of the enemy team as an engage. Happened with the Coup Tigers. I like it. I like how he supports controlling the AD carry a little bit.
Imp, you have 2 kills. But can you get out of this one? Throws him right.
It's too bad you can't chew up Kog'Maw when he's in his passive and spit that at you.
That would be fun.
That would be pretty broken. 13 minutes
him up even more.
Speed up the Acathian surprise.
Or just have him inside you while he's exploding and he's
Ну и Марелу закончила.
to other people.
Yeah,
Not
Tom
only
Kench
is
has
it
to take damage at that point.
He just gives him more great health.
Ну и
You could explode into Abyssal Voyage and it's just like an underground mine.
Abyssal Skimitar.
Wards to the mid lane, not really allowing anything to happen here. Pure vision for TSM. They know Godby roamed up. Nobody's going to go crazy.
Годби привыкает к Лебланке.
But that is exactly where LGD is
С каждым разом все увереннее делает комбо.
to run down here. His PYL, his presence is dictating everything right now. If he's in an area, TSM is not.
There's no TP for Flame right now, so TSM might be able to win this
down towards right. They were just seeing where he could go. The Abyssal Voyage takes him down a bit. We're going to head up. That's TBQ falling down as Godby gets himself out with the passive. That's a bit of the denial I was talking about. Once you're about to finalize that kill, you may not be able to get it. PYL hoping or wishing he was close enough to
Что-то Годби вообще так фейлит. У него такие возможности творить чудеса и гнобить своих соперников, а он вечно мажет. Нет у него нормального скилла на Лебланке, вот в чем проблема. Очень он на ней играет неуверенно. Ну и нету телепорта у Дариуса. И хорошо прожала Лебланка наконец-то. И килл.
I kind of saw that coming. Not sure how Turtle did. Still had to use the summoner heal, but the Lust Boy was just behind him. I would have lanterned out. Godby really taking advantage of the situation. Team Solo Mid not respecting the area of aggro that LGD can work with here.
Godby's been doing really well in his lane. Always really aggressive with Bjergsen. Let's see it again. So Flame sitting top, really does not want to fight, but TPQ gets caught out at first. Ends up going down, and Godby tries to do what he can, not enough. And he is randomly a catfish, and it's...
Ну и не ожидал, видимо. Им с пилом, что там окажется внезапно вражеский лесник еще до кучи. Ну и минус флэш. Из трэша.
So I don't blame him. That's why they bite on to people's arms while they're fishing and get caught.
There's no way out. It's all in.
Ну, у Импа хорошо дела идут.
2-1-2.
35 крипов аутфарм. Все хорошо. Так же, в принципе, как и у Бjergsen. Единственное, что Дариус пока вообще никак нигде не задействован, и Очень небольшое количество крипов, которые он лидирует.
For those of you who weren't listening yesterday, it's called noodling. When you fish for catfish using your own.
I think we've pretty much hit that in almost every game today. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. It's pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. 17, coming up on 17 minutes, I should say. Godby doing very nicely for himself at 1-0-1, but he is tied with Bjergsen right now. We thought this would be a pretty close game, and it really hasn't gotten out of control, but LGD is definitely making all the moves, dictating these fights. Here, another one to the bot lane, and it is just spread to both sides. Turtle on the pot, Lust Boy on the top side. Both of them go down. A little bit flare low.
Yeah, Wild Turtle's a sitting duck in this game. I feel like he's going to have many deaths because Godby's getting enough kills on this block. He's going to start taking over. We already saw
очень хорошо использует. О, сейчас будет большой гнар, однако им его откидывают, пойди в другое место. Ты здесь не нужен. Хотя очень и очень рядышком был он, чтобы уничтожить Дайроса, даже если бы тот попал своей ультой.
Actually pretty effective. You have Abyssal Voyage past everybody. You have a team that can come through river on a scuttle grab. More of a trend.
Sit in mid lane.
It's an Abyssal Voyage.
Jump down to the bottom lane with two guys. That's insane. Zoning out people. LGD can do 1-3-1. They have Imp on top side. We mentioned earlier no teleport to really punish him other than Gnar.
Ну и, судя по всему, Abyssal Scepter собирается делать и Лебланка следующим итемом. По крайней мере, очень на это похоже.
No dragon steals for him this game. Things that allow TSM back in, not happening.
Все игнорируют то, что можно и нужно брать драконов. Все и без них очень хорошо живут. Так, и Бjergsen, смотрите, не испугался, полетел. Им в опасности и уничтожили его. Смотрим, Годви подходит. И смотрим, что сможет он сделать, когда у него пройдут КД. Нету маны у Бjergsena, и сейчас его покарают.
Down, and they are indeed farming. You have to worry about the small families and kids. They still need food, no matter what is happening to the village.
Тоби Q берет 5-й килл в этой игре.
I really liked his defensive use of his ultimate during the
fight. Бедный им зафокусили его сразу же. Ну, конечно, он дал возможность своим тиммейтам уничтожить соперников. Однако сам-то он киллов не получил. Получил только килл на себе.
And it seems like Im doesn't really trust PWell anymore because they're very split up in the fight, and normally PWell would be here to save him, but you can see how all of Team Solar Mid is going to go for him now first to buy some time. Imp is so far away from him as you can possibly get.
Все потратили на то, чтобы убить Импа, и в это время Лебланка спокойно убивала.
Yeah, when he flames Darius, it's one of the big things that turned the fight around. TSM just didn't end up having enough sustained damage because Wild Turtle didn't do any damage.
Будут пытаться утащить Нибаф, и я думаю, это получится. Потому что есть ульта у Грагаса. И нет, еле-еле успел он ультануть, и это ошибка. Зачем стоять в толпе-то так? Так, ну и Годви умрет.
TSM wins a fight like this, and they aren't getting anything else on the map. We'll see LGD probably back up. This is TSM clawing themselves back in.
Камбэк в исполнении TSM.
while it's nice to take a bunch of damage on Tom Kench, your team has
Стоять в узких проходах, когда у соперников Лиссандра и Грагас, и Джинкса перекрывает кусаками полностью, и Трэш перекрывает полностью проход. А вы такие все сквиши. Вас так хочется убить. Очень дорого обошелся тимбаф команде LGD. И не хватило одного выстрела, не хватило им. И поймали импа. И вот зачем было продолжать? 3 в 2 с керри, они продолжают, а если у Лебланки все на КД, ну зачем? Теперь мы получаем 6 киллов и 3 ассиста у Джинксы. И это для нее это, конечно, прекрасно. А вот им в невыгодной позиции, потому что ему КСС приходится брать вторым итемом. И сейчас он свой урон отодвинул довольно серьезно. Ну и сравнялись команды по голде. 2000 было преимущество у LGD, потом они его подрались, потеряли. Потом опять подрались, опять потеряли. Ну что за непостоянство, LGD, давайте. Давайте, я верю в вас. Имп, тащи. Ты же чемпион мира.
Yeah, they need to be able to have a good amount of vision control beforehand, because even though he has 9,200 gold at this point in the game,
ну, Микаэль, было бы хорошо, конечно, Микаэль собрать травму. Это бы очень и очень сильно помогло его команде. И Флейм как-то очень неудачно приходится своим телепортом. Из 11 киллов он поучаствовал всего в 2. Ну как бы это вообще самый унылый результат среди всех команд. Гнар успел поучаствовать в 7. Разница вообще гигантская полезность.
So at first it was Team Solomid giving it to LGD in the start, being like, okay, we're gonna give some goals, here's some kills, and now we just turn around, we return all the candy.
You love the candy. I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of
people
do. Pretty damn good candy in France. Apparently they just gave a little too much to PYL. Sometimes it'll make you sick.
Jet said you could do that.
So in order to bait, there has to be a trap somewhere else. They were just throwing food into the sea at that point.
И 7 киллов.
Too many never-ending
И хорошо.
Whoa, Godfrey blasted away. Bjergsen didn't get the hit he wanted because of that chaos due to the explosive cask, and now Bjergsen puts himself.
Им творит чудеса, и сейчас он будет еще продолжать карание.
И
давай, благодаря своей пассивке.
That's shot calling right there.
Yeah, big mistake there by Team Solomid going so deep there. In a 5v4 with
ну и
all
даже
their
4
ultimates, they
в 5
lose 2 for 0.
потеряли двоих
TSM.
Ну и очень похоже, что будет все-таки закончен на шор. Потому что ХП нету. И Дайрус умрет. Сейчас выглянет импа. И умрет имп. Нет, не умрет. Не умрет имп. Ну и молодец. Показал все-таки красивую игру имп.
Put him into his belly, stays alive, spin him over the wall.
Plays the long con. Make him think that he's not going to save him, so that they will commit to killing him, just so PYL can consume him yet again. this game's gotten a little bit messy, I would say.
Just a little bit.
Да, ну и LGD опять перехватывает инициативу. Они теперь опять на 4000 оторвались. Хотя такого преимущества у них еще не было, конечно. Но 2 раза они уже очень хорошо лидировали.
Sees the true weakness.
Yeah, he knows where the armor is broken.
Yeah. So there were already a dead Lysandra and Thresh for this one, so it's a really safe Baron for LGD as long as they zone out the Gragas.
Смотрите, вообще молодец, да? Еще и выглянул хорошо там. И вот здесь вот я не понял маленько, почему не умер.
I feel like Flame is not allowed to do anything in this game. Godby even steals away the Grump from 1 kill, 3 assists, every single team fight.
Так, ну и Рабадон закончен. Для Лебланки теперь она просто уничтожать будет дешевые цели. Ну, а им камбэкнулся прям очень хорошо. Теперь у него 40 крипов аутфарма, и по счету они одинаковые. Причем Джинкса вынуждена рашить Баншу, чтобы выжить под напором Лебланки. И ура, первый дракон. Первый дракон для команды LGD.
I mean, 27 minutes, it's kind of lazy getting a dragon now. You can't really get 5.
Oh, you can get 5.
I mean, okay, sure. If we're here for like another hour, you're gonna get 5.
You're making these statements. Give him 24 more minutes. And it's a 51-minute 5th dragon to fish here.
Can happen. TSM, like I said, they've given up a few before. I don't know if it's gonna go that long.
Так, ну и осада.
Back towards LGD inside TSM's jungle. This is pretty much where they've lived. Not really paying too much revenue. They come up with their own kills when they're here. TSM has only been able to scrap together a few. Banner of command now being used by Lustboy. This is in the bottom lane, middle lane. Where is it? Looks like it's already dead. It is just on cooldown, so they won't be able to use that to push really any lanes just yet. Trying to keep LGD on the back, but not working.
That's down the bottom lane, a big cannon.
Oh, it came in the second line. Yeah.
Да, и
scroll past it too fast.
Massive wave incoming.
Большая волна на боте.
Not the members, but the top.
И, судя по всему, Трэш туда запустил большого крипа. Потому что ей там активирован уже.
And they still actually don't have a super strong team fight unless they get a clean initiation on a Wild Turtle who's built a Spectral's cap. Despite the advantages they've again accumulated, it's not...
Сколько урона вообще вносит на данном этапе Джинкса. Особенно когда критует, конечно.
It exactly is where LGD is taking TSM right now. With bot lane pushed, they may have to respect that and come back to clear it. Flame now down to the bottom lane.
Ну да, вот он,
so now LG gets
большой и вредный
TSM can set up.
Крип.
LGD not exactly running a good siege composition. Have to split push or catch someone out. Decent enough Baron power play, despite us barely noticing anything.
Сколько времени вообще занимает уничтожить всего одного крипа?
If people aren't familiar, it's the goal from the Baron as well as the 3-minute duration of the buff. So in like the ensuing fight right after they got the Baron, for instance, when they killed Santorin and killed Dyrus, that goal counts towards the Baron power play because it's still part of the Baron. Probably the reason.
Now that you have
Ну
seen
и,
it, that turret
не знаю, кровопийцу, наверное, он брать следующий мид. Хотя
had the highest one. Last game we only saw about a
хотя вполне возможно и
really far up. I mean, obviously, if there's a lot of, if you take the Baron and win the fight right after, you obviously walk in and take 2 or 3 towers as well. Because
Godby попал.
Time often once Baron has been taken, you get these massive power plays. Sadly, if you move in and finish the game,
попал под кольцо Лиссандры и
so the trick is to never finish the game with Baron.
Неплохо так, неплохо ХП, и как-то так игра затихла, завяла. Давайте, ребята,
HQ or Flash.
Делайте уже какие-нибудь движения.
I know, I'm just saying. They're just talking.
Заканчивайте этот день.
It's in my brain, I promise.
Hey, I just got
Unicorns of
confirmed.
Love.
Flash Wolves have the highest one.
Boom.
That was
Just got
Spellsy's
confirmed
ranking,
from
not
Spellsy.
Officio's ranking.
But it was in my head.
Flash Wolves, how much was
right
it?
there.
6,000?
It was... Wait.
565 off the top of my head.
Spellsy, how much?
6,500.
Give me the
top.
6,500.
Boom.
There you go.
Speed stats.
How far we've come.
And we get to thank all the awesome people behind the scenes like Spells for great nuggets like that.
Except he didn't give me the number, he gave it to Jet. Yeah. This is my ranking.
И вообще,
What are you ranking then?
не боясь никого, спокойненько сплит-пушит. Сейчас он может задуэлить хоть кого. А благодаря отхилу он вообще может бесконечное количество времени проводить на лайне. Так, и Тоби Кью маленько в опасности. Так, ну и им как-то он слишком долго застоялся. И теперь он может спокойно с задней линии уничтожать своих соперников. И как-то опоздал, совсем опоздал Бьерксон. Сейчас его будут казнить.
Makes himself gold, but it doesn't make him king. He goes down as well, and that's the ace on Team Solo Mid.
I think Centurion just delivered Godby.
Ну и молодцы, LGD. Хотя бы здесь.
And Flame got to play some League of Legends.
Flame must have been so happy he used his flash and he actually got to play in a team fight. He got double resets off his ultimate. He's level 16, so it's a full reset. He can use it if he fights again. Massive team fight win there for LGD.
Getting the dunks that he needs, the team takes the inhibitor, gets out, and I'm sure they feel so good about these fights. They're going to keep continuing that. The builds have shown that they will do so, and so has the play that they've been putting forward. 7-3-5 for Imp, 6-1 and 9 for Godby. These, I'm sure they were wishing that this came out in the first week.
Yes. Would probably been a very different game. Both teams definitely ready.
Absolutely.
To just fight it out, see what happens. We're going to get a Baron start.
Desperation Baron because there's 3 calls on OTD's side.
Sometimes you got to go for broke, boys.
Time.
Look at Tom Kenschultz right here.
That Abyssal Voyage.
VP, Dyrus is coming in. He's actually got a pretty nice Narbar in this one. This could pay off for Team Solo Mid. Lustboy taking a bit too much.
Заходит Бьерксон, получает сразу же стеночку. И сейчас будут всех казнить.
Completely almost. He'll get there eventually. There it goes. He goes down. 2 kills for Imp already. Oh my word.
И последний сейчас крипы допинают. Нет, фонарь.
Brings it to the light, but he still gets the sigil down. Godby takes him out.
Так, ну а
and
Имп у нас
these
сейчас
fights
будет
go
пушить.
coast to coast each time. Imp taking a drink.
Просто подтраливает TSM-ов.
He really wants to show that logo again.
Imp completely wrecked Bjergsen in that fight. Bjergsen came over the wall on Lissandra and was instantly condemned into the wall, and the stun lasted long enough that Bjergsen could never use his ultimate on himself and just died before casting any damaging spells.
It looks so good when TSM's coming in. We heard recently Dyrus saying, you know, we're all working together now. It's like we're all body parts, the head, the feet, and the arms, and we come together and we work together. But LGD has taken that arm and they're saying, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself right now?
Могли бы ведь и оказаться выше, побороться за выход из группы. Вот почему они такую игру не показывали раньше?
Godby really get to show some mechanics in this game here. Dancing in and out.
Yeah, he does.
Killing Team Solo Mid left and right. PYL, obviously, the MVP, because he plays Tom Kench.
Well, also, you look at the kill participation.
Делается предположение, что должен быть MVP там Кинч. Просто потому, что он там Кинч. Вот и все. Ну, если говорить точно, то MVP должен быть Пил, просто потому, что он играет на там Кинче. И сейчас умрет Дайрус.
Dyrus flashed up on the wall by the condemned, gets taken down by Imp. Flame and PYL coming over on the Abyssal Voyage. It looks so great as they come up. And they are now inside Team Solo Mid's base, looking to put the final nail in the coffin here. Dyrus will not be able to help with 30 seconds left on his timer. Looks like LGD may go around the horn here. They could have another inhibitor to drop if they're able to get this turn.
This
and they will be.
Third inhibitor. Dire is still dead. Like LGD has all the ability to end the game right here if they want to.
Looks like they may stick it. They have a nice mini wave coming in on the bottom side. LGD looking to take down Team Solomid for the final game of Group D. To take that third position, and Wild Turtle taken down on the fountain.
Все-таки уничтожил и... Зачем так делать? Нехороший делать.
As a wall of meat in front to save his mid laner, but the Nexus turrets are going down. There's nothing that Team Solomid can do about that. Eyes of the minions and LGD on the Nexus. Slowly, they're more focusing on the fountain right now. 36 minutes in, LGD was able to rout Team Solomid in their composition, find their way to the Nexus, and take down TSM.
Занимает последнюю строчку и приносит этим самым мне очки.
To end the group, unfortunately, for LGD and TSM. LGD finishes at 2-4, whereas TSM's lone victory will
спасибо, скажем,
last
команде
week against LGD, and they will finish last place at
TSM. Спасибо команде LGD за эту игру. Так, ну а завтра нас ждет самая непредсказуемая группа. Это группа B, где каждый может победить каждого, но не считая Cloud9. Cloud9 пока непобежденные, а всех остальных по одной победе и 2 поражения. Поэтому чего ждать не знаю, но ждать будем какой-нибудь интересной игры.
Got to be difficult having his final game end in defeat.
And there's hope, you know, you got to put hope out there for the Dire's fans that in this moment a lot of players will step back, find something else for drive, and actually step back onto the rift.
Расстроена команда LGD, конечно. Да, они победили, но они первую неделю они просто, не знаю, такое ощущение, что вместо них играли какие-то рандомно набранные персонажи, которые никак между собой не взаимодействовали и выглядели смешно, настолько смешно, что все перестали в них верить. А вот во вторую неделю они заиграли, но уже, к сожалению, очень и очень поздно это произошло.
Such high expectations coming into the World Championship. Pretty much a unanimous choice for first place in this group amongst experts.
Разочаровав зрителей по всему миру, команда LGD выпадает, но TSM с той игрой, которую они показывали еще с финалов Североамериканской лиги, ничего удивительного. Никто в них особо и не верил, я в том числе, поэтому они не оправдались ожиданий. Ну, тяжело, конечно. Так, ну и, судя по всему, у него еще и собирается брать интервью. Вообще, после единственной победой уходить, ну, это печально, потому что даже Pain Gaming взяли две игры столько же, сколько в Counter-Logic, чемпионы Североамериканской лиги. И, ну, не знаю, дальше я продолжать, конечно, не буду. Ну, неприятно просто смотреть, когда показывают такие эмоции, потому что просто делают экшен, делают какой-то непонятное зрелищность. Какой-то Поэтому на этом мы заканчиваем. Ждем завтрашнего дня с нетерпением. Очень и очень интересный день предстоит. Ну и всем спасибо за внимание. С вами был Айван Мастер. Пока.